Let's do this, guys. Tell me. It'll be very systematic if you guys have your doubts sorted and you are quick in your doubts. I'll put off the chats only, guys. Just 1 second. 1 second. Let me just 1 second. Give me 1 second. Okay. No one can chat with no one. All right. Chat shut. You have me. Start. Who has doubts? Ananya. Ananya.
Yes, good evening, sir.
Hi, beta. Bolo.
Yes, sir, I wanted to ask you about so my teachers have been guiding me or have been telling me to use like for descriptive essay, to use some advanced vocabulary. Now, I'm not saying that my vocabulary is bad, but it's not very advanced either. So, do I really need to have a very advanced kind of vocabulary for essays?
No, so I just want to tell all of you because to you, I'll just introduce myself. So, if you say your teacher has said something, and then if I'm saying something, I'm not undermining your teacher. So you need to have some context here about who I am. So I have been teaching for several years now, and I only do ICSE. Okay. And I am an ICSE student myself. Like I passed out of school in 2002. So ICSE is like all I know. Okay. So I know what I'm saying, and as I said in the video earlier, take all the data, you do what you want. But how I train my kids is, and how I've seen ICSE and I've been an examiner earlier, you don't need a fancy vocabulary for any kind of essay. You need to keep your language simple. If descriptive is what you are choosing to opt for, then make sure that you are using imageries. Your essay needs to be enriched with visual imageries, auditory imageries, put in a tactile imagery here and there, talk about touch. If you can touch upon your smell and taste also, like if you could touch upon all five senses using a lot of adjectives, then you've got it, your work is done for you, but the language needs to be simple. It doesn't have to be fancy at all, no matter what essay you're attempting. Keep it simple, keep the flow going, and it should not be redundant. Like none of your paragraphs can be repetitive, so don't repeat expressions. What are the doubts, beta?
And in literature, do the answers need to be like short, to the point, and
No, so
precise,
also
or they have
literature,
to be
I'll
long?
clarify this for everybody so that no one repeats the same question again. Where literature is concerned, the boards demands that you write answers to the point. It's not quantity over quality, it's quality over quantity. So a 4 mark answer can get over within 2 sentences as well, as long as you have mentioned the keywords. Now, how would you know whether you've used the keywords or not? When I read your answer as an examiner, I should come
Okay.
to know what the question is. So, for example, if I'm saying, uh,
बोले थे
I was late because I missed the bus. Uh,
कि
Dhyani, your phone. Yeah, okay. Thank you. If I say I missed the bus because I was late, so because I was late is my keyword, but I come to know what the question was. The question was why are you late? So I was late because I missed the bus, right? So when I read your answer, I should come to know what the question is. Answer to the point. And the rule of the board is, in the RTC, in each RTC, you're going to get 5 questions. None of your keywords are going to repeat in the rest of the questions. So if you feel that mera answer 1 ka point answer 4 mein repeat ho raha hai, that means you are wrong somewhere. It can't, like all questions are going to be distinctly different. So answer in keywords, and also a lot of people don't understand what keywords actually imply. So unfortunately, earlier when people used to give ICSE, the trick was you could write in your own words. Now that's not the case. You have to use textual language. So a lot of students complain about teachers asking them to memorize concepts, which was not how ICSE used to operate earlier. But unfortunately, that's how the case is. If you are well versed with your text and if you can quote lines, then that's going to work in your favor, except for questions that say explain. If they say explain, then you have to write in your own words. Otherwise, you use textual language and keep your answers short.
Okay.
And write
And
in
one
points. This was
particular.
another thing. Sorry, I'll just clarify. I mentioned in one of my reels that you have to answer in points, and someone said, "So bullets, that's not allowed, right?" By points, I don't mean bullets. What I mean is begin a new sentence on a new line. So you are not supposed to write in a continuous paragraph where a teacher has to hunt for your answer. The examiner should be able to locate the keywords, tick, 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 tick. And that will happen if you write each sentence on a new line. Then what else, beta?
One particular doubt is about the it is also in the competency-based RTC about the change in Antony's attitude. Like earlier, he was trying to just revenge on Caesar. Now he himself seems hungry for power.
Seems
So could you
hungry.
please elaborate?
Keyword over here, seems better. So these are all personal response questions. All your evaluative and personal response questions, all answers are going to be accepted as long as you are giving evidence to support what you're saying. Now, do you agree with this statement? If you do agree with this statement, then you have to give me evidence or lines which show you a shift in his attitude. And if you don't agree with it, then you have to give me lines that show that he's still vengeful about Caesar's death. So, whatever answer you write will be accepted by the bots as long as you are giving the right justification.
Another question is that we all know that Brutus is constantly making wrong decisions. So why is Cassius giving into them? Why is constantly accepting
He
whatever he's
respects
telling?
him better. Like, I mean, now what you're asking me are conceptual doubts of the play, which is going to be a very like in-depth session separately. But the like in a bottom line, although Cassius seems like a manipulative person right from grade 9, uh, he really cares for Brutus and he really respects Brutus. Also, the reason he caves in is because Brutus is a respectable person in Rome. And if Cassius gives in any decisions, people aren't going to listen to him. But Brutus has that reputation and charm that make people agree with whatever he's saying. So inadvertently, Cassius has to make do with what Brutus is saying. That's all.
One last question is that there's line where Caesar is murdered and statue of Pompey is bleeding.
Yeah.
So in the bottom it is written that a corpse of a murdered man bleeds in the presence of his murderer. So is
The
that the
bottom of
reason
what book,
why?
beta? What book are you using?
I'm using Evergreen.
So what's written at the bottom?
It is like the that line is highlighted, and at the bottom it is written like here
And the allusions in the foot.
that like
The corpse of Caesar lies at the
foot of Pompey's statue, and Pompey's statue is bleeding because the corpse of a murdered man bleeds in the presence of his murderer. So is that why?
No. So the line actually means, so first of all, in actual history, Pompey's statue wasn't anywhere in the picture here. Okay, this Shakespeare's put in for a dramatic effect. He did it because it's ironic, right? Like Caesar's the one who defeated Pompey, and now Caesar's the one defeated in the presence of Pompey's statue. So to create that drama is why the statue has been mentioned in this scene. But the line simply means that when Caesar was finally like falling, he embraced the statue of Pompey and he slipped down. So Caesar's blood is what covers Pompey's statue. So Pompey was the one who was murdered because of Caesar. He is not the one who directly murdered Pompey, but Pompey was murdered because he was defeated by Caesar. And eventually now the hisab is paid back, is what the line implies.
Okay.
All right.
That's all.
Sridhar. Sridhar Prasanna. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hi, tell me.
Yes, sir. So I have one doubt. So I have one doubt in English language, not in literature. and no doubts.
Don't give me a build up. Just ask me a doubt.
Yes, sir. So I had a doubt in the letter format. How much content I have to write in formal letter?
Every letter of yours, whether it's formal or informal, will be 1 side to 2 sides. And on like, how do you judge your content is you'll have an intro where you're not introducing yourself, you're introducing the topic. Always remember that. So your introduction needs to introduce the topic. Then you've got the second paragraph, which is your content, right? You need to have at least 2 or 3 points, 2 to 3, not more than 3, 2 to 3 points pertaining the question. So I'll give you a straight example from a board paper over here. If the question is write a letter to your principal asking her to extend your recess time. So in the paragraph of content, you need to cite at least 3 reasons why it's important to extend the time of the break. Then your last paragraph, the conclusion, you need to round it up, giving suggestions also. She's a principal. Obviously, she must have had this thought. So you're a child who's suggesting it to her. So you have to ensure that you tell her that, ma'am, we understand the challenges that you're facing. But we as students have mutually agreed that we are okay extending the time of the school as well, as long as we get our break. So that is your conclusion. So that's all. So 2 to 3 points is what you need to remember.
Yes, sir.
And
So one more doubt.
1 to 1.5 sides.
So one more doubt. In Julius Caesar Act 3 Scene 1, our teacher has taught us that after Brutus gives his not Brutus. After Metellus Simba presents his petition to Caesar, Caesar, what does he do? Actually, his answer is he kicks him like his brother. Banishes him like his brother. But our teacher said it was something else.
He
So what
doesn't
was it
banish him,
actually?
beta. He threatens to banish him. He says that if you bother me much, I will also treat you the way I treated your brother. So it's a verbal dispute. But he doesn't banish him. Utna time hi nahi, uske pehle he gets stabbed.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Cheers. Nitya
Thank you,
Chaudhary.
sir.
Welcome, beta.
Yeah. So
Bolo, bacha.
for descriptive essay, is it necessary for us to be 15 years old and write the essay?
Yes, for every story except story writing,
Yeah.
you've got to act your age. Except story, where you can be whatever you want to be. You can be a 5-year-old kid, you could be a 60-year-old man. But in a story, but everything else, you've got to be your own age.
Okay. Okay. And so for email writing, if the question is like write a letter to the principal, write an email to the principal of your neighboring school to send a group of students for the inter-school debate competition. So in subject, if we write inter-school debate competition, is it fine or should we write?
It's completely fine, but I always suggest to my kids that you should write the action verb. So if the action verb here in this case is an invitation to do something, so start with invitation to an inter-school debate competition, or simply invitation to debate competition. Then inter-school debate hai wo to introduction mein likh, because your subject cannot be more than 5 to 6 words. It should be
Yeah.
over within one line. You can't extend over multiple lines. So keep your subject short, but try introducing an action verb. Like if it's an invitation, request, permission to do this. You getting my point?
Yeah.
All right. What else?
That's it. That's it.
Cheers. Saket Patil.
Yes, so first
What's
of all,
up,
thanks
beta?
for the session.
Arey yaar.
I'll start with language doubts first.
Pucho,
So
pucho.
I've decided that I'll attempt argumentative essay.
Yes, so
Being
the
a-
question here is, I said once not to attempt it. I'll just justify why that's a bad idea, beta. So with all due respect to you, a lot of my kids also are very good at argumentative, okay? Because the format is pretty straightforward. First, I'll just explain what the format should be. I don't know what your teachers trained you. Maybe we both are teaching you the same thing. Your
Sure.
first paragraph has to be a generalized description of the topic, okay? And the last sentence of the first paragraph needs to be a stance that you're making. Like you can take either for or against, but be very clear about what stance you're taking. The rest of the paragraphs, and you need to have at least 5 different paragraphs after this, will be 5 individual arguments. Okay. So each paragraph is a fresh argument, and each argument needs to be supported with evidence. So in English, we call it analogies. So you give analogies and you explain. Like Brutus gives the analogy of a tide, in
Yeah.
Act 5. So that's how you give evidences to support your arguments, but never waver in the stance you made. So you can never at any point say, I also agree that that could be a point. Now that's going against you. So don't do that. Now, if you feel that, so I'm able to do this very fluently, then by all means go for argumentative beta. But I'll tell you what works against you. You won't always get a topic that is tempting. You might be stumped by a topic that might come in the exam. Maybe. I'm just saying, be prepared for that possibility. The second thing is, teachers are not angels. See, we are humans, and the temperament of the world right now is people are unashamedly, like, they are not even ashamed to admit that they are biased. So if a teacher doesn't agree with your point of view, then she's already got a prejudice against you, and it's going to work against you. No matter how beautifully you've written, it might go against you. So I always say, steer clear from argumentative. Also, one of the most publicly available resources for kids your age is on the cisc.org website. It's called pupil analysis of past years. If you take some effort and go through all the past papers ka pupil analysis, you will realize that the boards, I'll tell you what the analysis does. Like after the exams are over, the document is released, I think 4 to 5 months after your results are announced. And what they do is they collect data from across all the centers of India, and they see the most common errors that kids have made. And the most amount of mistakes people make are in descriptive and argumentative. Like these are the 2 major areas where people go wrong. Like in descriptive, they end up opting for descriptive but write a narrative, like the style I'm saying. They don't describe much. Or they keep going, like they keep beating about the bush, but they're not actually getting to the topic. And with argumentative, it's this, that they are not able to present the arguments clearly, or the arguments seem repetitive, like you're using the same point but going on and on about it. So even the board suggests to try not to go for it. I'm not saying have a mental block against it, but this is my opinion better. Every coach has his own strategy. This is my strategy. But
So,
that
sir,
wasn't your question. I cut you short. I'm so sorry. You asked me.
yeah, so what I was asking is in argumentative, what our school teachers have told us is you need to write a rebuttal paragraph being the fifth one out of the total six paragraphs. So is it actually necessary to write a rebuttal paragraph? Because it
I,
might
I I don't agree, but that's again better. That's what I told Ananya, I think at the start. That see, at this point, don't get confused by what I'm saying. For you, I'm a stranger. You see what I'm saying? Like I tell my kids that you should only listen to me. But these are kids whose onus is on me. Like so I know what I'm talking about. Now, in your case, I can't give you that advice, better, because if someone has trained you a particular way, then stick to what that teacher's taught you because you need to respect what that teacher's saying. She's taking responsibility for you. So if your teacher's been saying something, you stick to that. I don't agree with it.
so, sir, as you said, argumentative and descriptive are the ones in which students make the most of the mistakes. But to be very frank with you, these are the only two essays which I have actually prepared to the level which I think I could be able to attempt it in the exam.
Correct.
So, what other option or as a backup I should keep? Because I am done with the options now.
Read Chicken Soup for the Soul. So if you Google up, like, I don't know where you from, where you from?
I am from Pune.
So in Pune, just go to any Raddiwala and you will find Chicken Soup for the Soul. These books are available or on Amazon. It's a beautiful book. What they do is they give real life accounts of stories which
Yeah, I
are
have.
motivating or inspirational in some way. And that's the ideal example of a story or a narrative. So just read this as backup. So you do you practice what you're doing anyway. In the next, you've got 7 days left. After tonight, 6 days to go. So 6 days, may if you read more content and go the right kind of content, at least you'll have some ideas in your head. So in case the topics don't appeal to you, then end up going for a narrative or story. Otherwise, better believe your gut. I always say that don't listen to me. Go with your gut. If you're confident in what you're doing, right, then stick with that better.
Sure. And one question in the preposition part. This might sound vague, but if at all we are a bit dicey on two prepositions like sometimes upon or on, can
Write
we
only one
write
and go. No,
upon
you
slash
can't.
on?
Not
Is
at
that
all.
X?
So in preps, multiple answers are definitely a no-go. And in case you get both answers right, you'll still get a zero. So the rules clearly state you have to give only and only one answer. So in a case like that, just go with the most conventional answer, not an atrangi answer. Like I'll also give you a very stupid example. Like I ran dash my teacher at the party last night. Now in your head, it's into, but some kid just to act smart will be like, I ran over my teacher at the party, and you're like, sir, I was angry with the teacher, so I ran over the teacher. It is grammatically correct if the person tries to make a case about it, but the conventional answer over here is run into. Go with the most common option. And on and upon are interchangeable, by the way. So you can go with either. Same case with for and about. Like she was worried about her daughter, she was worried for her daughter. These or he gave me something on my birthday for my birthday. These are interchangeable ones. So don't overthink these. Okay. You can go with any one that you think is fine, better.
Sure, sir. And I think one last question, literature.
Uh-huh.
With respect to questions, RTC questions, I think three questions of 2 marks and two of 3 marks.
No,
So,
wait, what? No, every question is of three marks. Only one question is of 4 marks, better.
okay, my bad. I think I need to go through it. So, in that questions, do we need to give the context to the
Not at
first
all.
part where it's asked?
Again, but what you're talking about is a question head. You need to begin with the question head. So if I tell you when is your birthday, your first phrase should be my birthday is on, and your answer should be July 23. Now, if that question is for 3 marks, that's it. That's all you'll write and come. Don't fret over there and think, but sir, it was just one sentence. How can that be? So I ended up writing more stuff. No. Trust me, ICSE tends to do that. What's happened better now with the new pattern, you kids have been practicing so many things from so many workbooks and
Yeah.
books in the market. All of these are wrong. Okay. And a lot of teachers tend to take questions in prelims from these workbooks. So they are not framed the way ICSE wants them to be framed. Okay. So people are expecting something too tough, but for all you know, your paper might end up becoming too simple. And because you're not used to simple, you will be dazed at that point. So don't be, just keep it simple.
Sir, and I'll conclude on one
Yes,
last
and also
question.
I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
but I'm answering your question. Only the questions where they say explain a line, you need to give context. So if I've given you the line, let's say this is a question. Explain, you've just described a hot friend cooling. Okay, now this is Brutus's line. What you do is you begin with that. You say these lines were spoken by Brutus to Lucilius in Act 4, Scene 2, when he is talking about Cassius's behavior. Now that's your first sentence.
Right.
Then you dissect that line and explain it in your own words. So every explain question needs to begin with the context.
Sure. And in the pre-boards, what I observed is there have been some questions where the answer which is given in the workbook and what is given in the original evergreen textbook is different. For
Beta,
example, number of times
workbooks,
this scissor was stabbed. That's
workbooks
given
are
as 33.
workbooks are stupid, beta. You should just burn them right now. Don't burn them. Give it to Radhi. You'll get some money. But yeah, workbooks suck. All right. The only best friend that you have over the next 6 days is your textbook. Stick to your text. Also, let me tell you, you're using Evergreen, the text, right? The orange book. A lot of people use other books because schools, they go with what publishers give them the best commission for. So a lot of publishers have different names. Like for instance, Casca says this line: "We cut 20 years. When we cut 20 years in someone's life, we are actually cutting 20 years of them being scared of that." In Evergreen, it's Cassius who's saying this line. But in the actual Folger Shakespeare, it's Casca who's saying the line. Likewise, Caesar is the one who says, "Hey guys, just 1 second, sorry." हाँ जीतू, क्या चीज? हेलो, हाँ डैफर्ड, क्या है? हाँ तो भेज दो ना सर प्लीज. Sorry, courier. I was saying something. What was I saying?
Hey,
Talking about the workbook.
No. I was talking about how different textbooks have different characters.
Yeah.
So Caesar is the
Cascade
one
and Casca.
in Evergreen. Yeah, thanks, beta. So in Evergreen, Caesar is the one who's saying in Evergreen. Caesar is the one who's telling Artemidorus, "What urge you, a petition on the street? Come to the Senate." In some texts, it's Cassius who's saying this to him. Now, Boards is going to be lenient about this. They know that different books have different names, different characters. All these flawed things are covered up. So don't stress over it, right? But stick to your textbook. Whatever your textbook is teaching you, just stick to that, not workbooks better.
Sure, sir. And so am I permitted to ask one more question? That's
Yeah, I'm
fine.
not Cinderella. I'm going to be here as long as you need me. You can ask
Okay,
me
so
whatever
one
you want.
last question. Like you had made a video on literary devices where there are one or more literary devices. Like in the competency, there was one where alliteration and I think
Multiple
hyperbole.
ones are there. I'll tell you. In the competency one, the fourth one, as silent as the pictures on the wall, you have not only a simile, but you've also got a personification over here. And the first three options, because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me, is personification. The second one, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where the mind is without fear is personification. And the last one was some very distinct simile. So you could make out it's a simile. Now, in that case, which one should you go for?
Yeah.
Now, if this happens in boards, right? Alliteration is considered to be a गरीबों का figure of speech. Like कुछ नहीं सूझा ना life में, तो तेरा alliteration होना चाहिए. And अगर alliteration भी नहीं सूझ रहा ना, then it could be imagery. Like so, imagery and alliteration are your like backup reserves. Okay, so go with the most obvious ones first. Try to figure out if it's a metaphor, personification, or simile. And I don't like I'm recording this session, and maybe I'll make a meme out of this soon. But if I say one thing that I have this gut feeling that it's gonna be metaphor, simile, or personification. And if that ends up happening, then I'll come back to this video, record this bit, clip this, and then we'll put a crown on my head and all that jazz. But I have this strong gut feeling that it's gonna be one of these prominent figures of speech. So don't fret over it. In case you see two figures of speech, okay, and you see two options which have both answers which are right, go with the one that you're more confident about. The boards gives you the benefit of doubt. It's happened in the past. In the year 2020 or 2021, one of these years, there were two possible answers in the MCQs, and the boards gave marks for both.
So there is no preference that okay, alliteration is the
Not
one
at
that
all. No,
is
alliteration is Indian. Alliteration नहीं लेना चाहिए देखो. मतलब कुछ नहीं मिला तो ये alliteration लेना चाहिए और वो भी नहीं मिला तो imagery लेना चाहिए.
okay. And one question where Brutus, not Brutus, we say that Publius was banished by Caesar, right? So he was technically in the prison, but now
Not in
he
the
comes.
prison. Like banished is not always prison. But I mean, again, who are we? We are not historians. But take go on. What's your doubt over here?
So then we see that in Act 3, Scene 1, he comes and then
That's
Cassius.
not that's not the same guy. Beta, people have the same name. Like there are three Publiuses in the play. One is a very old senator. Okay, like he's in grade 9. You saw him for the last time when grade 9. I think your schools also stopped at Act 2, Scene 4.
Yeah,
Sorry, Act 2, Scene 4. Correct.
Scene 4, yeah.
Act 2, Scene 4 was Portia. Act 2, Scene 4 was Portia. Act 2, Scene 2 was the first time you saw Publius when the conspirators go to escort Caesar to the Senate house. Okay, that's the first time you saw it because Caesar says even Publius is here. This was grade 9 I'm talking about. That's the first time you saw him. This guy is the same guy you're seeing in Act 3, Scene 1. He's an extremely old senator. He is not a part of the conspiracy at all. He was caught unawares and he's scared. So Brutus goes and comforts him and says, don't worry, we are not killing everyone over here. Our task is done. That's one Publius. The second Publius is Metellus' brother. He's the second Publius. The third Publius is Antony's nephew. So this is a different character altogether.
Okay. Son, can you give a short comment on the ending of the prose elevator? What could be a possible ending within
Yeah, I want to clarify this.
One
A lot
word.
of teachers assert that she is the figment of his imagination. That's not true, beta. Any story can be like interpreted in whatever way you want it to be interpreted. So, and the board is open about it. So I wouldn't say it's one way or the other. It could be anything. She could be an apparition of his inner fears, or she could be a creepy old lady who's in the building. She could be the new secretary of the building. It could be whatever. So anything that you write is going to be accepted by the bots. But nobody can assert that it's this only because that's not clarified anywhere.
So we put our views there, we justify it, and then we get the marks there. It's nothing like
100%.
certain views.
100%. Like I'm telling you,
So,
you're going to get good scores. You just justify yourself. Beta.
Sure,
so
sure.
good evening, sir.
Thank
Hi,
you.
good evening. One second.
Yeah,
Saket, are you done, beta?
Yes, sir. Thanks for the
Okay, love you, beta. Bolo.
sir,
Yes,
I
yes,
am
ma'am.
from Kolkata.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Tell
Today
me.
evening I had a talk with you.
Yes, ma'am.
So in my book, it is Oxford book, Julius Caesar, Oxford School Shakespeare, Roma
Okay.
Gill. So there it is written the dialogue of 20 years वाला जो dialogue है.
Casca ने लिखा.
Yes, Casca ने लिखा है.
हाँ,
So
doubt
how
क्या?
do we go with it? Because teachers
It's
are
okay.
telling
That's what I'm saying, ma'am. Anything you write is going to be accepted by the boards. They know that different books have gone with different names.
Okay. So we can write there if it is like
100%.
if we
You
write
stick to
cashier.
your textbook. Ma'am, first of all, those questions don't come only. Like the board is
Okay.
also going to steer away from the questions which can create a controversy. So don't stress.
Because
And if it comes, you
Yes.
stick to your own textbook, whichever textbook.
Okay, because
you
I
like.
was going through your PDF also, the question answers part. Some of the questions means cashier said this and Casca said this. They differ from our teachers.
But ma'am, the PDF that I've uploaded is not my PDF. What I've uploaded are workbook questions only. I've put them up to help you
Yes.
guys. But they are flawed. Like half of these questions are incorrect. So don't judge
Okay.
yourself or your knowledge. You be confident about what your child has read from the textbook and he
Okay.
will be safe.
So if there is any confusion about the speeches, it is board will
They stick
accept
to the
it.
text. 100% the boards will accept it.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, ma'am.
And so one more question about language part. Ki in email, my son has a tendency to address like if it is addressing email ID also he will give his on his own name like
So here's a formula I'm gonna give you
mridulkedia@gmail.com.
that I give all my kids. This is the simplest way of writing an email ID. You write the person's designation at the rate companiesname.com. I'll give you an example. If you're writing it to a principal of a school, just write principal at the rate. Let's say the school's name you're going with is Poddar, suppose. So
Okay.
principal at the rate Poddar. But now what is Poddar? How do I know what Poddar is? So you use the word school. So you say principal at the rate poddarschool.com.
School.
Okay,
Okay.
.com.
And the
Now let's
ending
say you're going,
address.
I'll just give you one more example, ma'am. So if you're going with a manager of a company, you write manager at the rate dellcomputers.com. That's how you go ahead and write your email IDs.
And the ending address, he also again there also he tends to write his own
Why,
name.
why do you need an address at the end? You don't need an address. Ma'am,
Address nahi means name like
name
regards or
name
thank
he has to
you.
write his own name and niche designation dena zaruri hai. It's compulsory. But again, there's so many floating formats of email and notice that everyone tries to just say mera format correct hai, mera format correct hai. Ab isme, ma'am, I can't make you believe me in any way, but I'm confident that my format is mera format correct hai. Meko pata.
So sir,
So
matlab
my
both the
format is on
address.
YouTube. You can go on YouTube on my channel. I've explained
Okay.
email and notice writing in detail.
Okay.
And on my Instagram page, if you just scroll up, this was around a couple of months ago, 4 months ago, I think. I had put up, you'll see images where I've given samples of notices. I've
Okay.
taught you both types of notice. Like last year's board paper had remedial classes. Now, remedial
Okay.
classes ka on from an act becomes slightly dicey. Like, so how do you tackle questions which deal with trips or remedial classes? So I have done that for you. On my Instagram page,
Okay.
if you scroll up, you'll find examples. And if you go on my YouTube channel, I've explained this in a video, including letter writing. I've done that as well.
Okay, okay, sir.
All
Thank you
right?
so
Yeah,
much, sir.
no
Thank
problem.
you. Yeah.
Veda,
Yes, sir. So I've got doubts in literature. Over here in our prelim, we've been asked that what is the significance of the Billy Goat's intervention? So what would be the possible answer? Because
see,
uh,
anytime they give you anything with the word significance in it, right? And you don't know if the poem says anything about it, what you simply do is you explain what happens with that character. Just remember that. The word significance is not read between the lines. Now, there's no read between the lines over here. It's a very straightforward poem where you're not supposed to try and locate a central meaning to it. It's a nonsense verse poem. Okay. Although the poet himself used to write poems which had hidden meanings in it, this poem is just for children. Okay. So the Billy Goat over here is just nature's way of intervening with a person who is horrible at singing. And the Billy Goat comes across as a wise person. Sagacious is the word used for it, who knows what it's doing. That's why it had a right solution to this issue. That's Bhishma Lochan Sharma.
okay, but then our teachers, matlab, they told us that not to follow it, but like just for explaining, they had said that the poem was written during the British era, and the poet had like like he had another hidden meaning. Ki it was for
The poem wasn't the, they are not talking about the poem here, beta. It's in about the poet. When you go to the about the poet section, the first paragraph, it says that he used to have a way of criticizing the press and the British censorship of press. He had a way of criticizing that through his poems, but not this particular poem. They are talking about that one, like he's done that in the past with his other works, but not this particular work.
okay. And for the argumentative essays, our teachers, like from sixth, they've always told us to write 3 paragraphs.
Don't
So
listen to them.
5 paragraphs.
100%. All your essays need to have 5 paragraphs minimum. And your paragraphs need to be separated by a line. Like leave a line between two
Okay.
paragraphs.
Okay. And in Julius Caesar, over here in Act 3, Scene 2, where Antony tells that it was on summer evening in his 10th day he overcame the Nervi. Like, if they ask, we had a question in our prelims again that uh, it was something related to the daggers which all the conspirators had put. So, do we have to write that look in this place and Cassius' dagger through
Yeah,
seawater
you
and
have
get
to,
this Casca
you
made?
need, if you're asking me, do I need to know the sequence of who Antony mentions first? You need to know that. Because Brutus comes last in that sequence. Also, I
Yes,
hope you know
yes.
that Brutus, Antony is making this up. Like, he obviously wasn't there. He doesn't know who, he's doing this for a dramatic effect. He Thorina knows which hole is which character. He's doing this
Huh.
just to incite the public.
Okay. Okay. And in Act 4, Scene 3, at the end, where Caesar's ghost comes, uh,
I know the dialogues better. You ask me a line.
it is that how ill this taper burns. So, over here,
So
our
basically,
And
teachers,
there was a
the thing
march
you need to
tunnel
know
of
over here better is that during Shakespeare's times, when they would portray a ghost on stage, if they want to show anything that's supernatural, they had a couple of theatrics to show that there's something supernatural going on. One of those elements would be that the candles on the stage would turn blue, the flame. So that's what
huh,
he refers to as illit. Okay, so the flames go
okay,
blue. And
okay,
another thing is the characters who are not actively involved in the scene, like in this case, Varo and the other guard, they will cry out in their sleep. Like they are crying out. So this just creates this
huh,
sense of eeriness that gives you goosebumps because they are just in a shrill voice crying out. So that's what Brutus ends up asking them, that you were crying out on your sleep.
yes,
You
yes,
know that. And they say, no, we don't know, because they were not aware of it. They do it in their subconscious state. So these things were done to show the audience or create that effect of scariness or eeriness on stage.
okay. And in When Great Trees Fall, what is the meaning of We are not so much mad
I
in
have
as it
explained it
is.
better. So if you go on my Instagram right now and go on the profile, you'll find a Google Drive link. What I've done is each chapter, each poem, each scene, I've taken every difficult line from there and I've explained it in small voice notes. And each voice note is
Okay.
just that particular dialogue. So that
Okay.
should, you'll love it. As in, I'm
Okay.
proud of myself because I've done a very good job at it. So go and look at that. It'll clear your doubts.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Cheers. Nishita Agrawal.
Yes,
Agarwal.
sir.
Bol beta.
Sir, I just had few doubts. So, could you just tell like one statement to end a formal letter the best? Like, hoping you will take these
That's a wrong
suggestions into
question. Any and every formal letter ka last statement will change according to the topic, beta. So depending on what
Okay.
the topic is, never go with some cliched statements. Just write whatever you feel is right at that point.
Sir, and in summary writing, how many points are ideal?
5 points. You need to have these are things you need to know about summary writing. First of all, people say rough grade is compulsory. It's not, it's recommended. You should definitely have a rough grade, okay, because that helps you to structure your fair grade. But there are no marks for it. So a lot of people then say rough grade go left to right cancel karo, right to left cancel. There's no such thing. It's rough grade. Okay, do whatever you want with it. But in the fair draft that you do, it needs to be in that rows and columns. You need to write the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You need to write 5 into 10, 50 words. You shouldn't have any cancellations. You can't have grammatical errors. You can't have spelling errors. And it should be a flow. Like when I read it, it can't be patched sentences together. Like it should look like a paragraph. You've seen question 5A, the tenses wala, that chota story that comes, then you have to fill in the tenses in it. That's how your prezi should look when I'm reading it. Like in terms of reading, it should look like a passage. And you need to have 5 points about the topic. Points, not lines. Any 5 points about the topic.
Okay. Sir, and in English language paper, what do you recommend to start with? Like, what is the order of
Five, four,
events
three,
you
two, one. Always. Strong recommendation. Solve grammar first, 20 marks in your pocket. Then solve the next, the next, the next, the next. And essay, last 40 minutes should be reserved for essay. Plan it for 20 minutes, write it for 20 minutes. So that's the best formula.
And sir, what is the best and ideal ending for story? Like bittersweet ending, happy ending. Like there's no preference, right?
Two
Whatever
tricks
it
I'll
is.
teach you if you can understand it. A, your story, essay, whatever you're writing, has to be relatable to the person reading it. Problem with your generation, I'm not insulting your generation, but no, I'm not genuinely, don't like, I'm saying it with utmost love. But post COVID, you kids have become thoda disconnected with the older generation. So what you feel is your world, your life, everyone should relate to it. That's not how it is all the time. People who are checking your papers may not get the references you're using. So make sure that you make your essay relatable. Like the person who's reading it should be able to say, like, oh, you know what? I understand what this kid is saying. That's one. Second, and the most efficient way of scoring is to make your essays feel good. As long as your essay has some kind of a moral that you're giving out, some inspirational message you're giving out, no matter how dark you are as a person inside your heart, you're like, you know what, I want to make my teacher cry. I want her to cry when she reads my essay. Don't try to pull that off. That is not going to work in your favor. Try to make it like nice. Steer away from themes of rapes, molestation, suicide. Even if you want to create an awareness, do it in creative writing somewhere else. But in the essay, if you try to do it and you don't pull it off with sensitivity, then that's not going to work in your favor. A lot of people talk about death in their essays, but then they desensitize it. So the teacher is not very impressed with how it's been written. So you need to invoke some kind of an emotion. And that should normally be a feel good emotion. Happy
So,
and
in story writing, like there should be morals as well, or only in narrative.
all in every essay that you write, there should be some kind of a message you're giving out.
Okay, sir. Sir, and one last doubt. In Act 4, Scene 1, so Anthony sends Lepidus to get the will to falsify it, right? So that means what he was telling in his oration, 75
He's
drachmas,
going to cut
etc.,
that
that
out.
was
So there's
false.
an MCQ that asks you what character trait of Antony do you see over here? It's ruthlessness. So he's realized he needs funds for the battle, and it's okay if the public don't get the funds. So he's gonna cut short on their expenses. They won't get 75 drachmas anymore.
Sir, and why did he want to cut Lepidus out?
He
Is
needs
it
the
because he thought
oh,
it was
because he thinks he doesn't
incremental?
deserve it. It's not because he's power hungry. So a lot of people can assume that maybe he's power hungry, so he wants a power to be split in two people between two people. But he just doesn't think Lepidus is worth it. Like he feels like this guy has zero ambitions. He's going to plainly just, he's not going to contribute in any way to the triumvirate. He will not have his own opinion. He's like an ass. He will just give his, and he's like a horse who will be, we can force him to say whatever we want him to say. So he doesn't respect Lepidus as a person.
Sure. And when they were going for the battle, so Octavius technically disobeyed Antony, saying that I'll go on the left or right. I'm not sure right
Right.
now.
He says right
So
because right is superior.
does that signify anything? Like, is there
Yeah,
any significance?
superiority. So back in the day, they had this thing that superior officers would always be on one side of the field. Again, there's a confusion here because honestly speaking, Brutus is a superior one. But if Octavius is on the right, then Brutus is technically on the left if he's facing Octavius. So I think what they're talking about is stage right and stage left, but don't get into it right now. But it shows superiority. Like it shows that a
Okay.
superior person is always on the side that Octavius chose.
Thank you, sir.
Eliza or Aliza.
It's Elisa, sir.
Hi,
Good evening, sir.
good evening.
Not sure if you're able to see me.
But I can
First,
see you, but I can see every. Bolo.
firstly, I had this doubt that what is the difference, what you would say between narrative and a descriptive essay? Because
So
I have,
I'll tell you the difference between all five if you permit me. So picture composition, though, let's leave it out of the picture because you're never supposed to attempt it. Okay, because they can be horrible. You could misinterpret the picture and don't do that. Now the other four topics, the difference between a story and a narrative, they seem pretty similar. A narrative has to be a realistic account, not a real account, a realistic account. So let's say a story where you save someone's life versus a narrative account of you saving someone's life. Narrative account would include you rushing into a building that has caught fire, you grabbing this person with a blanket on your head, and you having burns, second-degree burns on your body. But a story would be you jumping from the 40th floor of the building and bouncing off and saving this person. It could happen. So stories are out like far-fetched, but narrative has to be realistic. Second key difference, in the narrative, you have to act your own age. You can't be beyond your age. But in story, you could be whatever you want to be. Third key difference is narrative is always first person account. Story could be first person, second person, both. So it could be whatever way the question has been framed. So you stick to that. Descriptive, on the other hand, is pure description. So there's just your entire descriptive essay could just be you taking an elevator right from the 40th floor to the ground floor. And you're just describing different kinds of passengers that are coming in from each floor and you're describing the elevator. That's descriptive.
thank you so much, sir. There's also one more question that I wanted to ask. It was about, just a second, yes, that wretched brutes have been mentioned. So the wretched brutes
Horses.
here mean only the horses, or does it
Only
mean
the
all,
horses.
only the horses? And thirdly, I wanted to ask what books would you recommend for like language? Because we have total English. Apart from that, I've done PYQs and like competency based. That's something else. But
In
what
the
are
next
the
4 days, what I would say is don't go with any books at all. Just go with last 10 years board papers if you can get your hands on them. Also, go through the pupil analysis, which is available on cisc.org. With pupil analysis, you get two things at one go. You get the board paper also, you get the answer key to the board paper also, plus you get to see the advice that boards is giving you. So go through the pupil analysis. It's easily available on the website. Okay. Go with that. For preposition, there's a book called Art of Effective Writing or Comprehensive Grammar by Joseph Mayal and Biswas. Okay. Now the book is pretty pointless, but what they've done is they have this set of prepositions which they have categorized into letters of an alphabet. So A, B, C, D, E, F, and A to Z. They've given almost, I think, 300 to 400 sentences with prepositions underlined. Plus, they've given phrasal verbs. I would say that's like the best resource for prepositions and phrasal verbs. Like read through them. So try to get that. Otherwise, I'll upload it on my Instagram profile. I have the PDF of it. So in the new folder that I've just uploaded, by tomorrow, I think I'll put it up. The prepositions ka sheet that I'm talking about. Read through that. Don't touch anything else. Total English sucks. Okay. Like this year's I'm saying. They have lots of mistakes in the format, in the sentences. The comprehensions are horrible. So, a lot of kids get disillusioned looking at the level of the passage which has been asked in total English. So avoid that book right now. Don't go with anything else. And you said PYP and MYP. Did you say that?
I said PYQs and competency based.
What's PYQ?
PYQ, previous year questions.
Okay. Sorry. Brain fart. I'm so sorry. Yeah, of course, you should go through that. That helps.
And
Also, in a day or two, I think so. I'm doing this right now. I don't know if you can see it. This is a compilation of all the school prelim papers of most schools in Bombay. I'm done with the whole thing. I just have to scan it and upload it. I'll do it tomorrow. So then you can go through these also. What I've done is I've just taken the grammar section of almost 20, 30 papers of different schools in Bombay. And I'll also post across my last year's solutions to this. So if you're just reading solved solutions, also at least in your head, you're reading. You're getting a lot of ideas in your head. I think that should be enough.
And so in Julius Caesar, there's like an account of like each and every characteristic of each and every character. So is it not necessary to like learn all of that, or is it like
You don't have to
just
learn anything in JC. You have to read everything and write it in your own words if you can. I'm talking about character traits. So each
okay?
character's traits change in every scene. Like the way Anthony is in one scene is not how he is in another scene. So
That
if
is
you're able to deduce that, then nothing like it. Otherwise, there's a book called Lina D'Souza or Julius Caesar by Lina D'Souza. I don't know where it's available, honestly speaking. I had this book because back when people had JC earlier, I had that book from those times. But what she had done is brilliantly explained character traits of each character. Now, if you
the
can't get your hands on it, that's okay because there are kids in India who don't have any kind of resources and they still manage to score because all you need is a textbook. So just ensure that you are understanding what you're reading. Understanding the text is important.
thank
You
you,
have
sir.
6 days to do this, so don't be overwhelmed by it. You can aram se do it.
And in the poems and story section,
Only
I
read it.
no,
Sorry,
I
you
was
were asking something. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. I was thinking of leaving too. Is it okay if I do that? Because
My answer is gonna be one that you don't like listening to. I would say don't skip anything at all if you're aiming for 100. But if you're someone who's okay with 98 also, or 97, 90, anything that's above 95, then by all means you can skip something. I'll tell you the paper pattern. You've got 5 MCQs from prose, 5 from poems, and 6 from JC. So, and you can skip one poem and one story if you want to. Now, let's say you have skipped a poem, okay? So, at max, what you stand to lose is 1 mark. And worst case scenario, 2 marks in case the board gives you 2 MCQs from that one poem. And you won't be that stupid like the way I'm talking to you. You don't come across as a person who's never read anything. So I think you'll be able to manage 1 MCQ at least. So at max, you'll lose 1 mark. And the RTC, in case that poem comes for the RTC, there's a chance it might not come. What if it comes? Then but you're leaving it, and that's legit. You're not losing any marks. So yes, you can skip one, but the minute you try to skip more than one, now you're digging a hole for yourself, because that's a gamble and don't do that. And with JC, though, I would say don't do it only. Like don't skip anything in JC.
JC I'm doing it.
Yeah, because you can't predict. A lot of kids ask me if I can predict what's going to come this time, but nobody can predict it for you. Anybody who's doing it is a hoax, like don't do it. Because honestly speaking, this is the first year with the new syllabus. And no one can gamble on this and tell you. People will just simply say, oops, sorry, galti ho gaya. But your future will be ruined. So don't try to predict anything. You're better off reading these stories and going.
And in Julius Caesar, what we've always been taught this, that write the answers and of course state the keywords and everything. Like this one example which our teacher gave was that instead of epilepsy, you have to write falling sickness that
I
came in
agree.
2.
Those are keywords.
So
That's what I'm talking about. Your teacher's right. You can't write it in your own words. You're like, sir, what if I can't think of the original keyword? Then can I write it in my own words and come? Sure, that's your backup plan. You lose half a mark there.
and what my seniors have told is like they wrote the actual lines from Julius Caesar and not Julius Caesar, I'm sorry, MOV, and then they stated the explanation.
That's not what you have to do. So again, different schools teach different things. and the board dissuades you from doing that. If you've actually written the keywords, I got what you're saying. You're saying, what if I use the keywords? Like if I've said falling sickness, then do I also explain he had falling sickness, which is actually epilepsy? So should I mention both things? You don't need to, beta. You just need to write one. Unless the word explain comes in, then you have to explain.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Good night, beta. Sahil Chitre.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Hi, beta.
So actually, I had two doubts and a query. Now, I'll first take that query that how to go about the expression because I end up scoring only in format and content in the letter, and I lose marks in expression. So how do I go about it?
You can't do anything about it because expression is basically how you talk, beta. Expression is your spelling mistakes, your grammatical errors, which no offense to you, beta, but 6 days में उसको improve करना is slightly far-fetched. So just hope कर कि तू go for shorter sentences so you avoid making grammatical errors. Don't try to use lengthy sentences where you are at a risk of messing up. Take care of your spellings because again, I'm not insulting your generation, but based on how many papers I've been checking, like the most common error I've seen is kids messing up spellings. It's because maybe you've lost out on the art with the age of tech and chat GPT. You guys are not looking at spelling so much. So expressions are those better. Spelling errors, grammatical errors, how you are framing your sentence. Are you conveying your message effectively? तू जो बोलने की ट्राई कर रहा है वो सही से बोल रहा है कि नहीं. So, beta, ये सारी skills ना, the only way you can improve is by reading a few examples and going. अब examples कहाँ से पढ़ेगा? That's the problem, right? Because there are so many resources where the examples are given. So, I think you should just go with the document I said, the pupil analysis of previous years, because that way you can get an idea of what the boards is expecting you to write.
Yes, sir. Sir, and also I had a doubt in the literary device question from my school
Figures of
prelim
speech.
paper.
Yeah. What school
It
is it?
had school. Which school you are asking? Gokuldam High School, Goregaon East. The lines are now is that noble vessel full of grief that it ruins over at its
I
eyes.
got it. So now in this case, you first identify what the figures of speech are. Now, when I say the noble vessel, the first figure of speech that comes in my mind is a metaphor. Because noble vessel here is Brutus. Okay. And noble vessel runs over his eyes is a personification. Because a vessel has been given the human quality of running water over. So, or crying basically. So you have two major figures of speech as of now. Now, when I read the line properly, I'll get it. Now, in the next four options, you need to isolate and understand if you can spot a personification in the four options.
Yes, sir. The first option was, is love a tender thing? It is too rough, too rude, too boisterous, and it
That's
pricks
your answer.
like
That's your
thorn.
answer.
Yes, but I had written this as the answer, but the teacher gave it incorrect. She had given the correct option as all the world's a stage and all men and women
So she
merely
went with
players.
metaphor. That's what I'm getting at, beta. So all worlds, a stage is a metaphor. The world has been metaphorically compared to a stage. Now this is bound to happen, beta. The teacher who's setting a paper has messed up here. So she's given you two, but she's stuck to the one that she wanted to choose. That's not how boards will be. So don't worry about it.
Words will give
Only
full
one
distinct.
classic answer. You'll get to see only one of the options which will match the other one.
Okay, sir.
Have you
And
seen the
also,
specimen paper?
yes, I had seen it.
You've seen how obvious that one was?
Yeah.
That's how direct it's gonna be in boards.
Okay. Sir, also, as you told that in the first doubt that the keywords won't be repeating in other answers.
साहिल 1 second ना. अरे दीव चोमू इंसान, आई लव यू यार, पर तू यहाँ क्या कर रहा है पगले आदमी? तू तो मेरा बच्चा है ना.
हाँ सर।
अरे तो तेरे को मैं परसों मिल रहा हूँ ना. जो बच्चे मेरे नहीं है उनके लिए है ये. तू क्यों है यहाँ पे?
ओ सॉरी सर, मेरे को नहीं मालूम था।
आई लव यू. मैं तेरे को
मैं
मिलता
सबको
हूँ.
ज्वाइन करना
मैं
है।
शांति
बाय
से मिलूंगा तेरे को. बाय.
बाय सर, बाय
टाइम वेस्ट मत. और तू इंस्टाग्राम पे क्या कर रहा है?
यस सर।
इंस्टाग्राम पे क्यों था तू?
सर खाना खा रहा था तभी आपका पोस्ट देखा, आप मीटिंग में तो आ गया।
जा चुपचाप स्टडी
यस
कर.
सर।
परसों
हाँ
मिलूंगा तेरे को.
सर,
बाय.
हाँ सर।
साहिल, I'm so sorry बेटा. I got distracted by his attractive face. अभी तू बोल तेरा.
Sir, as you told that
The keywords should not repeat over the next few questions. Correct.
because we had this question on the elevator.
Babs, don't tell me what you've gone through. I'll save you your breath here. How questions have been framed in your school papers is not how boards is gonna be better. So what I'm talking about is a board paper. Trust me, that you will see it. Okay. So I just wait for it. I know what I'm saying. So don't give me a school paper ka example because they've just copied questions from the workbook and given you. So they'll have repetitive pointers. So what you're trying to say is an elevator, you must have seen a question that has one answer and that same answer is repeated in another pointer also. That's not how boards will be.
Okay, sir. Sir, and I wanted to confirm that if we have to stretch the answer to a limit that
You
reaches the
shouldn't. Hurry, you
psychological
don't
appeal.
have to stretch it. You don't have to stretch anything. Sahil, you only have to answer
Sir,
whatever.
I want to
अरे रुक जा बेटा 1 मिनट एक तो तेरा नाम इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है 2 सेकंड रुक जा साहिल you have to only answer what is asked beta that's it if it looks very short to you that's not your problem that's the examiner's problem जितना पूछा उतना देख तू बाजू के मार्क्स को भूल जा कितने मार्क्स का क्वेश्चन है वो टेंडेंसी है ना तुम लोग को वैसे ट्रेन किया गया है कि 3 मार्क का आंसर होगा तो 6 लाइंस लिखो 4 मार्क का आंसर होगा तो 8 लाइंस लिखो ऐसा नहीं होता बेटा आईसीएसई में नाउ पहले होता होगा अब नहीं है ऐसा
Sir, and does it make a difference if we underline the keywords?
100%. It makes a lot of difference because now you're serving the answer to the teacher. You created an excellent impression in front of her. So if you can, you should definitely underline the keywords. By that way, you're also making sure that in case you have messed up somewhere in the spelling, she might not notice that mistake because she's focused on the underlined keyword and going ahead with the answer.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Cheers, beta. Good
Excuse
night.
me, sir. I'm so
Aliza,
sorry for disturbing again. I just wanted to ask you the name of the book, if you could repeat that.
Comprehensive Grammar by Joseph Mayal and Biswas.
Joseph.
Mayal, Myal, and Biswas, Biswas.
Yes, sir. And just
Or
one,
Art of Effective Writing. That's another book. They both have the same content. They have the same prepositions I'm talking about.
yes, sir. And so one more thing. I have written answers to this point, the 4 markers and 3 markers, 1.5 pages. And my teachers have always said to like shorten those. Is it necessary that I do
Yes,
that?
because you are not going to get extra time. Bacha, lengthy answers are a no-go. Like, regardless of what someone has told you or what someone is going to tell you, don't listen to them.
So just a short answer which has all the keywords.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, beta. Abigail, I'll get to you in a second, but there was this very complicated name wala ek bacha who wanted to talk to me 1 second. Bada कहाँ गया? चला गया. ठीक है. तो तू बोल, Abigail.
Hi, sir.
Hey.
I wanted to ask you a doubt from Julius Caesar. In there's this sentence that Brutus says that he says that you've been paired with a person.
Yeah, I know. You are yoked to a lamb.
Yes, yes. A person who gets hot very fast and cools down very fast. I'm talking about that one.
It's not a person based. Yeah,
A
he
rock.
does that,
Yeah,
but he
so
compares himself
basically,
to a flint.
exactly. So, is he talking about himself or Cassius?
Himself.
Okay, so our teacher just told us about Cassius, but I've seen in multiple these things that it's about Brutus himself. All right, and also, sir, I have solved your MCQs that you've uploaded on.
I don't have the answer key to that yet.
You
But
don't?
because these are workbook questions, I have to solve them first. No, but I didn't solve them. So what I prioritized is our prelim paper. So tomorrow, I've already done it. So the way I have
आपकी
this,
बार मोदी सरकार
the way I did this for language, right? I've done that for literature as well, beta. So
Okay.
prelim papers I'm talking about, which are
Yeah, yeah.
which I think is better than the MCQ booklet because those are workbook questions. So this wala document I'm uploading tomorrow, and the ones that you're talking about, I am yet to solve it, but I think I'll be doing it on 15th or 16th. So it may not come before your language paper, but once you are back from language paper, it will be uploaded. And
Okay.
until then, just focus on preparing content, and then just in the 3 days that you have, just go through the answer key just as a revision.
Okay.
I have to solve it. That's the problem, beta. Why else would I not upload it? So I have not gotten around to solve it yet.
Okay, sir. So you're saying prelim MCQs will be better than those?
100%. Like, so
All right.
I'm uploading them tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Sir, may I?
बोलो प्रखर.
1 second. 1
आराम
second, sir.
आराम से बेटा.
Okay. I had quite a few doubts. May I?
Yeah, bacha, I'm in zero
So,
rush. Like, also,
okay.
I want to tell everyone else over here that, look, if I'm taking out time for this, I don't expect other people to get impatient at this point. Just patiently wait. In case you have doubts, you want to wait around, wait around. If you don't have doubts, you can go. I'm completely okay with it. Yes, Prakhar, bolo beta.
Okay. So my first doubt is catchy title. How do we go about it? Because
You just go with, just remember
Like,
one rule over here. It should be 3 or 4 words, not more than that. Okay. Try to limit it to 3 if possible, not more than that. But if it's 4 also, that's sometimes okay. The second important rule is you cannot use the word from the actual question. So if the actual question is inter-school art competition, the word art cannot come in your catchy title. So one of the easiest trick over here that you need to remember is just go with let's.
Yes, sir.
Let's paint, or let's talk, or let's debate,
okay.
let's create, so just go with that. Now just let's and whatever the other word is, go with that. That's the
Okay.
easiest way to come up with the title.
Okay. Thank you. Next doubt is in literature language, the answers are long. You also know that. So how do we manage our time? Because
They're
sometimes you're
not supposed to be long, but they are long because you guys are using longer sentences. They aren't actually long. Take up any teacher's work. Okay, now I don't know what school
Sir,
you're
I
from.
have a question.
If you take up any teacher's work, okay, better, and if anyone's coming up with answer keys, so you'll notice that the answer keys are always short. There's a reason why answer keys are short, because answers are not lengthy. You guys make it lengthy. Don't make it lengthy, beta. Your answers are supposed to be very short, answer to the point.
Okay. Um, how like um like I've lost marks for spellings in British and American English. Like for example,
There's
we
no
take
such rule in bots. There's no. Better. Let's move on to the other one. Trust me. What happens is a lot of your apprehension comes from the way your school has raised you. So, but that's not how bots function. So there is
Okay.
no American and British English. You could go with GRAY Gray. You could go with GREY Gray. You can write COLOR. You can write enquiry. You can write inquiry. All of it is accepted in the bots.
Okay. So just this is a question from my prelim paper. It's like a little complicated English language. Indian Army Day is celebrated on the 15th of January every year. Write a notice to be put up in the school board requesting the students of grade so and so to be present for a special morning assembly on Republic Day in honor of our soldiers.
Both
So
your
like,
dogs.
so like, they are giving us information about Indian Army Day, which is on 15th of January, and then we have to
But
invite the students for a special morning assembly on Republic Day. So like,
correct. So the
what can
earlier
we-
part of your question, right? The Indian Army Day wala part comes in the content, that one chota sa paragraph that you'll write at the end of the notice. But
right?
your on from an act would be 26th January. And so let's honor our army,
Okay.
or let's stand with our countrymen, like something like
Okay.
that. Let's stand with our soldiers. That's your keyword. That's your creative title. Then your actual title is honoring Indian Army, and your content would be like Indian Army Day is on 15th, but let's honor them now on Republic Day. Something that is.
Okay. Got it. And for English literature, JC, there are many people telling me many different things for the number of conspirators there are. Some people are saying there are 33, some are saying 32, some are saying there are
Well,
60.
what they are talking
Bye.
about are the wounds.
Bye.
तो 33 wounds है. उसका मतलब ये
हाँ,
नहीं कि हर बंदे ने एक ही बार चाकू मार के बेचारा चला गया वहां से बेटा. Like one person might have stabbed him multiple times also, right? So number of conspirators वाले questions नहीं आते हैं. And
okay.
because there were many conspirators, that's how they created the proscription wala list. So don't worry about things which are not established in detail. Also, Prakhar, remember one thing, beta. Julius Caesar is a play that's studied by you guys also in 9th and 10th. It's
Right,
they studied by people who are studying MA English literature also, and it could
right.
be someone doing a dissertation on it, like during PhD, they could be doing that. So at every level, the play changes and the details that you need to know change. In ICSE, there's only so much you need to know as given in the textbook. Don't go beyond that.
Okay. And one last doubt. When we are checking our paper at the end, like what are the most important things we are supposed to look for? in our paper.
Whether
Like,
if you've underlined your keywords, I would say that's the most important thing. And you
Fail,
also
fail,
gonna-
fail.
whatever that was. Yes, sir.
if you don't get the time to recheck your paper,
Hmm.
then that's completely okay. Like I don't think you'll get time to recheck your paper, Prakhar. Honestly speaking, because I've seen kids struggling to just finish the paper. So if you do get the time, just review the keywords. If you underline the keywords, try to serve it to your teacher, make her life simpler.
And for the same thing for English language?
English language, you are definitely not going to get the time to recheck. I know for a fact. Because very cut to cut hota hai. I'll tell you, you're going to spend 20 minutes on the grammar section. You're going to spend 20 to 25 minutes on the comprehension. You're going to spend 10 to 15 minutes on email and notice.
Right.
And you're going to spend 10 to 15 minutes on the letter. That's going to leave you with 40 minutes for the essay. Roughly, I'm giving you a rough estimation. My math is horrible. But I don't think you're going to get time to recheck.
Fair,
So
fair.
whatever you do, just take a deep breath before you write your answer. That's the key. Just calm
So
and write.
just think about your answer before writing instead of
100%. Think first, write later, always. And
okay.
avoid cancellations, like especially in grammar. Like in grammar, if you're canceling, that's going against you. It looks like it's construed that you've copied.
True. And sorry, one final question. Like, what about for the dicey MCQs? Like for English literature,
There
if you have
won't be
two
dicey
very
MCQ.
simple,
You
like,
are not gonna. You're gonna come out of the exam hall. If you have my number, you're gonna call me up. You're gonna tell me, sir, I love you. Paper's fab. I know that for a fact. Don't worry about it.
okay.
Or now, because you've asked me the question, it's my moral obligation to answer it. So, in case what you mean by dicey is what if I can't think of the answer in my head?
Yeah,
Start the process of elimination. Like you would know what the answer is not, right? So then
right.
start canceling what you don't think is the answer. And then even if you're left with an option that if you're unsure if that's the answer, that could be the only possible answer. That's one way of going about it. And the second thing that you might face is there might be a question where you feel two answers are probable in this case. You know, like you
Right.
feel like both
50-50.
sound correct. Go with the
50.
one that's most technically apt. Now, what do I mean by technically apt? You need to read about the author and about the poet and go. Now, I'll give you a simple example of haunted houses. In the
Okay.
competency based question, the second MCQ says what atmosphere has the poet tried to create through haunted houses. One of the options is eerie, and the other option is peaceful. All right. Now
Okay.
the answer is peaceful. Although I can convince you right now that the answer should be eerie because I've got
Right.
evidence. Like I can go ahead and tell you this is eerie, this is eerie, this is eerie. The tone is eerie. But in the about the poet, there's a line that's given that H.W. Longfellow creates an atmosphere of peace and solace through this poem. So they will go with the textual context, not
Okay.
what you feel is the context.
Okay. Understood. Understood. That's
Okay.
it. That's it. Thank
All
you,
right.
sir. Thank
No
you.
problem, Mita. No problem. Yes, Jishnu.
Yeah, hi sir.
Hi.
So I want to ask you about grammar. I really missed out when you were talking about email. How do I go about the email address?
So my strategy is this that you go with the designation of the person at the rate the organization name.com. Example, principal at the rate Podar, but now you've not established what Podar is. So podarschool.com. Another example, coach. You're writing it to a sports coach. So coach at the rate cricket training
It
facility.
doesn't really have to have the name of the person.
No, of course not. It's a fictional email ID. You're supposed to establish that you know how to write an email ID. That's what they're testing. They're not. It's not a fact checking thing. So don't worry about that.
And about notice, like the catchy title. I actually also in our prelim paper right now, we had robotics class, and what I had written was beyond physics. And
That's your catchy title. You're saying
yeah.
beyond physics.
So
I don't know if you got marks or not. I wouldn't have given it marks.
Right.
Because beyond physics is in no way establishing that it's anything to do with robotics. See, your title has to somehow tell me what it's about. Like beyond physics, in a way, sounds like it's a physics quiz competition, but not the textbook syllabus. You know, you're
Right.
not conveying your message clearly. So with robotics, I would have said, let's get mechanical, something like that, I would say. Let's automate.
And do we need a exclamation or like the quotation? How do you put it?
100% you need an exclamation mark because it's
Exclamation and quotation both?
just the exclamation, no quotation.
Just the exclamation. And when you're putting it in email, like we're set to do it on the intro
Because
paragraph.
in the email, quotes are important because you're telling
The
this
two
person.
or one, two quotations or one quotation.
Doesn't matter. The
Doesn't.
ideal study rule is to put two quotations, but it's not etched in stone. You could just put one single quotes also. It's completely okay.
Yep. And for now in literature, what I have really left is haunted houses and pedestrian. Whereas haunted houses, I've done haunted houses since the start. Like I'm prepared with MCQs part of it. And pedestrian, I haven't done it at all. What do you think I should do?
Do
Like
both. You have 6 days.
both?
Yeah, 100%. A pedestrian is a beautiful story. I'll tell you which lines you get stuck at. You don't like the paragraph that deals with the Clover
Pedestrian, so
intersection
I
and
haven't
the.
even studied till now. Like I had skipped it for prelim as well.
But
So
who's asking you to study anything? All I'm asking you to do is read it once.
hmm.
Read it once. You go on my Insta link and you look at those recordings that I've put up. I've explained 3 paragraphs in those which people have difficulty understanding in the pedestrian. I've explained those. Once you understand those, it's a beautiful story. Read it once. I would say don't leave any stone unturned. यार एक बार पढ़ने में क्या ही जा रहा है?
Right.
It's one
Thank
exam, one time in your life you have to read it. Just read it.
you. Yep, that's it. So
I'm
thank
sorry
you so
to
much.
interrupt.
Bye, beta. Good night.
One
Good
thing.
night.
I'm sorry to interrupt. One thing.
Kakar.
We were told that for our email ID and the notice in our email, we are supposed to write, for example, it's to the principal of Podar school, as you said. It's supposed to be like name of the person, like for example, Rohit Sharma, principal @gmail.com.
That's
So
that's that's how your school teacher taught it. That's her way of teaching it, beta. You can stick with that. You can just listen to what I've said. Everyone has
okay,
their own way of writing, right? I told you this is how I teach my kids.
fair. Okay, got it.
So that's my signature. So that's how people like I teach this to my kids.
Got it. Thank you. Thank
No
you.
problem, beta. Amna.
Good evening, sir.
Hi, beta.
Sir, I have first doubt is from English literature, from the poem The Glove and the Lion. There's this line which says, with one for whom he sighed.
He is the count, beta. It's not the king. I know the workbook says it, and a lot of school teachers say that the king had feelings. The king did not have feelings. There's only one person who has feelings for the women, and the he in this context is the count.
Okay, so if we write the king, if
अरे
we
you
in
don't have to. Boards भी ऐसा क्वेश्चन देगा ही नहीं तेरे को. मैं तेरे को गारंटी दे रहा हूँ. This is a misinterpretation, and in ICSE council meetings they have clarified this because some teachers end up teaching only this to the kids, and it's incorrect.
okay, sir. And for the stabs, how many times was Caesar stabbed?
In history, 23 times, and in the textbook, it's 33 times. So you stick to the text because Shakespeare did it for the dramatic effect.
And the last for the literature, for 4 marks question, we often get point of view based questions.
Every answer is going to be accepted if you support your answer with evidence. Like, for example, if I tell you, if the question is, why do you think the photographer was so critical of the narrator? Suppose. Now you say that the photographer was critical of the narrator because he didn't like him. I can't just say that. I have to support my answer with evidence. So I'll be like, when the narrator reached the place, he was made to wait for an hour, even though there were no other clients. Then the first time he went behind the camera, he said he didn't like the face. Then he says the head is not right. Then he went on to criticize how wide his face was. So all of these things support my theory that the photographer was overly critical of the narrator, or he held an unrealistic beauty standard
Yes,
that
sir.
in his head that he expected the narrator to meet. So anything you write is completely okay as long as you support your answer with evidence.
Okay, sir. And recently I went through a Trillium paper which said role of a mother in Martin life. Why was it incomplete?
The question is incorrect. These papers are set from chat GPTs. Don't go by it. It's not given anywhere in the textbook.
Okay, sir.
But if I had to create an answer, now suppose if you are an examiner, you've got a gun to my head and you're like, bana answer kaise bhi karke. Then I'll be like, maybe Martin's father is impatient. There's no mention of, my first sentence will be, there's no mention of Martin's mother in the story. Martin's father clearly comes across as an insensitive, rude parent who doesn't regard Martin's fears seriously and doesn't try to understand Martin's fears. Instead of helping him, he's overly critical of Martin. But if Martin had a mother figure in his life, then maybe he would have been closer to the mother and maybe she would have understood what the son is trying to struggle with. So you are supposing your answer in writing.
Yes, sir. And for the notice writing in language, in our school, we are told not to write a preposition like from and
कहाँ पर?
the for the like the format.
On,
It's
from, and
from,
at.
yeah, from 9 a.m. to
Ah,
10.
so they are saying don't write on, from, and at. That's because there are two formats in the boards, beta. Some people like, and both are accepted. Like you can write on, from, at, the words I'm talking about. On, then FROM, from, then AT, at. You can either write that or don't write any of these words and directly start with the details. Both are accepted by the boards. Or you could just go with date, time, venue. That is also accepted by the boards.
Okay, sir. And for the essay, there are different types. Because I prefer story writing, so when we mostly get start the line with this. So what if I like make it in a humorous way because I lost 10
Make
marks
it
for
in
that
what way?
in a humorous way because I made it full
हाँ,
humor.
अरे तो तेरा सेंस ऑफ ह्यूमर टीचर को नहीं पसंद आया होगा बोर्ड्स में ऐसा नहीं होता इट्स नॉट बेस्ड ऑन पर्सनल ओपिनियन ऑफ द टीचर देयर इज अ रूब्रिक ऑफ मार्किंग थिंग्स उसमें से पर्सनल ओपिनियन प्लेज ओनली दिस मच पार्ट इन चेकिंग द एसे so don't worry about it your school teachers may not have liked your essay but that's not a rule you can make whatever you want humorous see how your phone iPad Air is unmuted.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much and thank you for holding this session and for all the doubts you have cleared.
Vote of thanks. Thank you so much. Don't worry about it, Ramna. Take care. Thank you. Ayushman.
Excuse me, sir.
अरे यस प्रणव सरोगी बोल दे इम्पेशेंट लड़का है तू बट बता क्या हुआ
So I have one question, one second, sir. Sorry.
तू कबर्ड जैसा क्यों अरे अच्छा क्या
So, sir, do our essays have to be complicated?
अरे
I
of
mean
course
that
not it has
I
to
mean
be
that
very
the
simple
vocabulary used should be.
no beta that was the first dialogue that someone asked me you have to use very simple vocabulary but correct English remember this word kiss KIS is keep it simple that's it just remember that.
Okay, sir. And one more question. It was related to the notice. In our school, one topic was given on World Earth Day, something like that. And
If
the
you
date,
don't know when World Earth Day is that okay? Yes.
uh, our teachers have told us to follow a fortnight date, but that was an exception to that. So, what should we do in that case?
I didn't understand your question.
Like, if it is celebrated on 2nd March and a board exam is on like 18th, um, so what do we do like in that?
Are what are you asking about, beta? What date? Where do you want to mention this date that you're asking me?
No, sir, I'm sorry. The day is on 7th September, but our board exam is on 18th. So, do we use the fortnight date for 7 minus 14, like the September date or the March, February date? So, if you can understand.
No, I understood. Tell me if I've understood it. You are asking me, do I need to stick to the actual date of this event? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, of
Exactly.
course not. I didn't know when World Earth Day is, बेटा कैसे पता होगा मेरा जीके sucks. ये जीके पेपर थोड़ी है इंग्लिश पेपर है तेरे को इसमें कोई डेट का कोई पता होना जरूरी नहीं है सो डोंट स्ट्रेस ओवर इट तेरे को जो डेट लिख के आना तो लिख के आ
Okay, sir. And about my this one, grammar should do I just write the MCQ options like A, B, C, D? Is it
No,
okay
you
or
have to
do I
write the
have
whole
to?
option, beta. You have to write the whole option. So you have to write 7A and then whatever that sentence of A is, you have to write it. But here's a trick. When you're solving grammar, first just write 7A, complete your paper, then come back to it and then finish the option. Now I know what you're
Yes,
thinking. Yes, sir, that means you're saying that अगर मान लो मेरे को नहीं time मिला तो बच जाऊंगा ना मैं it's okay right if I don't write it. It's not really okay but you might get away with it. You're taking a chance. But the ideal rule in the boards is you have to write the entire option. And let's say your option is correct. Let's say you go with 7A, but while copying the option, you mess up somewhere, then your entire option goes wrong better. So be very careful and vigilant when you're copying the option.
Thank you, sir, so much.
Welcome, beta. Ayushman.
Sir, may I?
Hey. Yes.
Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry. In a considerable spec, there is this line that says collective
I have
regimenting
explained it
love.
better. I've explained it in that voice note that I'm talking about, which is on
Oh.
my Instagram in the link. I've explained collectivistic regimenting love and tender than now attitude. I've explained that.
No. My doubt is that it means one group or one society having power, right? But
Communism.
I
He's hinting at
cannot
communism.
understand what is the relation of it with the poem.
I've explained it.
Oh, okay. Also, Octavius, in Julius Caesar, why was he banished?
He's not banished.
Because
No, like he's not there in Rome,
Not there
right?
because he had gone on conquest. He had gone somewhere else. He was trying out other lands and then he was returning from there.
Okay.
Those questions won't come
Okay.
better.
Okay, they won't come.
Of course not.
Okay. Last one. Many people say not to attempt extra questions.
I say that.
So,
I don't know about many people. I'll tell you,
Mhm.
you should never attempt extra questions. And someone gave me a lot of grief for that. Someone said, this nigger doesn't know what he's saying. What is he smoking? Don't listen to him. I get the frustration of this child. But the reason you should not attempt an extra question is because us teachers who are board examiners have been clearly told to convey this across to you guys that it is frowned upon if a kid attempts extra question because it shows your lack of ability to understand instructions, because the instructions clearly say attempt one of each section and any one from any other section. Now the minute you attempt one more, that shows lack of confidence. It doesn't show more confidence. So in case you're thinking they should go for best of whatever we've written, that's not the rule. The board clearly says that dissuade kids from attempting extra questions. So there's no guarantee that they'll check the best option. For all you know, they might not check only the other option. They'll stop at the fifth question, fourth question, fourth RTC, whatever. I mean, whatever.
Okay.
So don't attempt.
Okay.
Okay. Don't get into the why you
Even
should
if
not attempt it. You should just not attempt.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
May I?
आयुष्मान, अरे आयुष्मान बेचारा कब से एक पेशेंटली रुका हुआ है, कोई 2 मिनट बच्चे को बोलने दो यार. आयुष्मान, एक आई स्टूड अप फॉर यू. बता क्या
थैंक यू सो मच सर.
नो प्रॉब्लम, बता डाउट क्या है.
सर एक तो लैंग्वेज में कॉम्प्रिहेंशन में जो the answers, is it fine if we paraphrase it from the paragraph which is given, or do we have to write in
The
our own words?
comprehension in language paper, you're supposed to write the answer in your own words.
Own words, okay. And secondly, I have a doubt. It's a particular question about Julius Caesar. Why does Brutus reveal Portia's debt to Cassius in Act 4, Scene 3? Right now, the options are to justify his cold demeanor during the argument, बाकी दो तो गलत ही है, and to illustrate the toll their rebellion has taken on their personal lives. Now, see, according to me, the answer should be A, but the teacher's given D.
What's A again?
To justify his cold demeanor during their argument, right? Because Cassius
I know
says,
what you're
right,
saying. It's correct. But what's the last option?
to illustrate the toll the rebellion has taken on their personal lives, because ये कहीं पे mention ही नहीं किया है.
But यही है. It is actually that better because he's not, ये cold demeanor वाली चीज is just one of the things that, one of the factors is explaining the cold demeanor. But your last point covers point number A already. My mom's calling. Can I answer this?
Sure.
हाँ mom. Class. भाई मॉरल ऑफ द स्टोरी, तू कितना भी बड़ा क्यों ना हो जाए, मॉम कॉल करके पूछेगी तू किधर है. अभी बोल मेरे को डाउट क्या है. हाँ, so the point number D now beta covers point number A as well. So that's a more apt answer. I would have gone with D as well. Boards won't ask questions like this. Don't worry. Now your doubt was it's not given anywhere in the textbook. That's not true, beta. It's interpreted that he was trying to justify how much has been lost in this battle.
नहीं वो because I thought it was A because वो
मैं
उसके
समझ गया.
पहले ही
A
वो
तो है ही
Cassius
ना.
says ना.
मैं तेरे को बता रहा हूँ A है. A is a correct answer, but D is a more correct answer.
Understood. ठीक है. Thank you. And one more doubt I have. So in again Julius Caesar, let's say I'm giving an example. Like Antony says in the Act 3 Scene 2 का उसका oration में, I have neither words nor worth nor utterance, or वो सब he says, right? Now side notes में it's given meaning, right? But now let's say I don't remember the meaning. Can I just write the exact words? If
You
they
have
ask
to
that.
write the exact words only, man. That is what you're meant to write. You
Oh, so
only have
words
to
were
write the
adherence.
exact words as far as possible. Only when you can't think of the exact words will you go with the meaning of it, which is discouraged. As far as possible, stick to the exact words, but frame, like, the nouns and the adjectives have to be the key exact textual language, but the framing will be your language. So you won't say shalt, you'll say shall.
Yeah.
But the words will be what he has said.
Yeah, understood. Okay. And one more for literature right now, because the syllabus has changed since last year. So we don't have any.
You don't have
board paper
reference
नहीं रखा है
papers. Correct. Except for 2008 and 2004 and 5 JC questions which were there.
और treasures के तो है ही नहीं.
है ही नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं है.
So which books would you recommend do we
No,
use to
no
practice?
books do I recommend. आंखें बंद
Like
कर दे, किसी की कोई बुक्स मत देख, कोई रिसोर्सेज मत देख, सिर्फ टेक्स्ट बुक पे ध्यान दे.
नहीं resource नहीं papers sample papers
मैं कल
solve
पोस्ट कर
करने
रहा
के
हूँ तेरे
लिए
लिए. व्हाट, वेयर आर यू फ्रॉम?
मुंबई
अबे कौन से स्कूल से है तू?
Avalon
तो क्यों टेंशन ले रहा है तू? ये वाशी में है ना तू?
हाँ
अरे तू, तेरे को प्रीलिम पेपर्स नहीं है क्या एक्सेसिबल सारे स्कूल्स के?
सारे schools के हैं बट मैंने खरीदे नहीं.
तो मत खरीद, कल के दिन रुक जा, मैं अपलोड कर रहा हूँ. कुछ तो टेक इश्यू आ रहा है इसलिए अपलोड नहीं हो पा रहा है. मतलब मेरा हो चुका है सब. तू मेरा वाला डॉक्यूमेंट मैं जब अपलोड करूंगा उसको गो थ्रू कर ले. उसमें मैंने सारे ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 15 स्कूल्स के,
हाँ
प्रोमिनेंट स्कूल्स के, रिलायबल स्कूल्स के पेपर्स किए हैं. एंड आई हैव एक्सप्लेन व्हाई व्हाट आंसर वर्क्स इन इट.
okay so you also said the answer key.
I am sharing the answer key only. It has the questions in it. Yeah.
Okay, that's great.
All right.
And also last doubt in language.
Hmm.
The email, like in the email, right? So 15 days, the event should be 15 days from the day you're writing.
Lump sum, not exactly that.
So about 5th March, right? 5th, 6th March. Now days to give name.
बोल दे,
What you're
क्या
saying.
बोल रहा है? Sorry.
अब days to like like let's say कोई competition है, so you're like you have to give your name to Ayushman Choudhary, my name, the head boy, by this date.
That
So
date will be 15 days before the actual event.
will it be 5 days from when you're writing or 7 days from when you're writing?
Are 15 days from when
I don't know
you're
you.
But I'll give you a simple
नहीं
logic over here. It's not 15, 14, whatever. ये school specifically बोलती है. What the board is checking is your common sense here. मान ले, I'm organizing an inter-school debate competition. Suppose, okay? All that's going to help you in the paper is your common sense. अरे मैम आपका फोन म्यूट. आईफोन वाले हाँ, थैंक यू. क्या, कौन सा चड्डी पहना है? यार तुम जो, यार एक सेशन में रखूंगा ना जहाँ पे तू आराम से शांति से आके ट्रोल वगैरह कर, तू फालतूगिरी कर, मेरे को बहुत मजा आता है ये सब में. बट नॉट व्हेन देयर आर किड्स हु आर एक्चुअली ट्राइंग टू स्टडी. तो तुम में से किसी को नहीं पढ़ने का ना बेटा तो निकल जा. क्योंकि अगर मेरे को बीच में से कुछ लगा ना कि कुछ तो ऑफ है, मैं खुद तेरे को निकाल दूंगा 2 सेकंड के अंदर. शांति से बैठने का तो बैठ, नहीं बैठने का मत बैठ. मेरा है ना जूम सेशन, मैं निकाल सकता हूँ लोगों को बाहर. उसके बाद मैं तेरे लिए एक स्पेशल सेशन रखूंगा जहाँ पे तू सिर्फ वल्गर बातें कर सकता है मेरे साथ. मेरे को बिल्कुल शर्म नहीं है. Ayushman Choudhary, I was trying to give you an example of inter-school debate competition. What's going to help you in your notice is your common sense. Okay, let's say I'm organizing an inter-school debate competition. I'm putting up a notice in school. Okay, now that notice could have been put on a particular date. It's Tuesday, 11th today. Okay, it's 11th Feb. Now 11th Feb is when the notices were put up on the school notice board. The event is on, suppose now if I'm putting up the notice on 11th, then clearly the event has to be on maybe 15 days after the notice has been put up. Logically, I'm saying. And then you are asking me if I want to say whoever's interested, give me the names. So names on or before. So should I say 11th or should I say if the event is happening on 20th, then ideally the name should come in by 16th of the date. So that is your logic, beta. How many days do you need to prepare once the names come in? So once you have the number of participants, you'll be able to organize the competition better.
So our teacher has, like in our school, our teacher has given a strict pattern. पहले
That's
sometimes
not
the
a
teacher says that 5 days होना चाहिए, कई बार बोलती है 7
मैं तेरे को बता रहा हूं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. तेरे को कॉमन सेंस यूज करना है. इट्स वेरी फॉर्मुलेक. यू जस्ट हैव टू यूज योर कॉमन सेंस. कि तू अगर जेन्युइनली, अब तू नेक्स्ट ईयर तू कॉलेज जाएगा, तू इंटर स्कूल फेस्ट, इंटर कॉलेज फेस्ट ऑर्गेनाइज करेगा, तो तू लोगों को इवेंट्स के लिए जब बोलेगा कि हम लोग का डांस कॉम्पिटिशन है, पर अगर 100 लोग कॉलेज में है तो 100 के 100 को तो तुम लोगे नहीं ना. तुम्हारा एक
हाँ
कैपिंग लिमिट होगा. तो तू बोलेगा नेम शुड कम बिफोर so and so date so we can plan the number of rounds and stuff. So वो तेरे को एक number of days चाहिए होगा to plan things out. तो 10 दिन पहले तक आ जाने चाहिए नाम सबके.
Okay, so about 5 to 7 days after your writing.
Completely okay.
हाँ चलता है ना.
चलता है ना.
बस इतना ही था. Thank you so much.
Okay बेटा. शांभवी.
Sir,
हाँ
I'm
बोलो
so
बोलो.
sorry. I'm so
No
sorry
problem.
for disturbing
No
again.
problem.
I just wanted to ask, in the notice, it's like on from at, right?
Yes.
But you said for like the remedial classes, you said registration. But what if we do not want to add? Can we write from 21st to
Yes.
to that?
So boards accepted that on the day. So this I'm talking about is the solution set to this released by the boards is in the student pupil analysis that I'm talking about. So if you go to see, the boards was very lenient that year, and whoever wrote multiple dates and multiple times, they accepted it. So again, they were just checking if students are able to take the heat and think on the spot. You need to have your wits about you during the exam. You can't be mechanical and just be like, मेरे को बचपन से यही ट्रेनिंग मिला है, मैं यही करूंगा. ऐसा नहीं चलता. You have to use your common sense.
So like from 21st to some other
It's
date, and
completely
then
okay.
from this time to this time,
Completely
and
okay. The registration bit that I've taught is also correct. You can stick with
yeah.
that.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, beta. Shambhavi.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
So, considerable spec and haunted houses are 2 points which I find really difficult. So, which is one where you say I should pay more attention to? I won't skip any of them. I just find both of them a little difficult.
Considerable spec is an easier option. I would say go with that. I don't know why you find it difficult. Maybe it's not been taught the right way to you, but it's a very easy poem to understand. It's a beautiful poem. So go with considerable spec. Haunted houses is also easy until the first side. Your trouble begins on the second side, which I've explained to you in the voice recordings. So if you want to take a look at it once and listen to my voice notes, and if you feel that, oh, so this has suddenly become easier for me, then stick to haunted houses.
Okay.
Problem that you
Also-
have is only the second side of haunted houses, which is
Yeah.
I've explained the whole thing.
Okay, all right. Also, I had one more question. Our teachers told us to start like in, for example, the first subpart. They said start with the poet's name and elaborate which story it is, and then begin your answer. So should I do that or should I just stick to the point?
Stick to the point. Why would you give me unnecessary information if I've not asked you?
Okay, all right. And do you have to write a title for an essay? Like,
Of course, 100%. If you don't write a title, I'm not saying there's a mark for title, but you may lose marks for not putting a title.
okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Welcome, beta. HP.
I have a small doubt.
Excuse me,
Can I?
sir.
कुछ small doubt किसका था?
Sir, मुझे.
बोल ना.
Can I go? Okay.
Sir, for
Hey,
notice
bye,
writing.
everyone can go. I don't feel bad about it. Bye. Everyone can just leave. You don't need to thank me and stuff. If you're done with your doubts, you want to just exit the meeting, please do that. Love you guys. All the best. Yes, beta. Pucho.
Sir, for notice writing, if the classes are not mentioned in the question, can we write it by ourselves, like 9 to 10 or?
You need to. So designation, even the designation. So email requires a designation. So if that designation is not mentioned in the notice question, then you create a designation of your own.
Okay, and so just last question. You told we should always start with grammar rather than writing the essay first. But our school teacher told that, you should just stick to the pattern of the question paper. So should I follow you? Because
How am I supposed to say that? I'll sound like a pompous person. No, if I say yes, follow me. Like जो तेरे को ठीक लग रहा है वो कर. I know what I'm saying. My kids follow me वरना मैं उनके हाथ तोड़ दूंगा. तो मुझे पता है कि मेरा हर बच्चा वही करने वाला जो मैं उन्हें बता रहा हूँ. Plus, just to let you know, बेटा, I take my results very seriously. So 2 years ago, 28 students of mine scored 100 on 100, which is a flex. Like I'm really good at what I do. So I know what I'm saying. All right. So start with the grammar section.
Okay.
But
Okay,
you
sure.
can listen
Thank
to your
you.
teachers also. No disrespect to anyone who's been training you, beta. I'll tell you something, Nitya. No jokes over here, beta. If you have a mentor that you really swear by, a coach, anyone in your life
Yeah.
that you really look up to, and you're like, I follow this person. I'll do only what this person says. Then stick to that person,
Yeah.
beta. Different sports coaches have different strategies, right? And both of these coaches win matches. So who's to say one is right, one is wrong? My strategies comes with a logic. That grammar section, when you are in a sound state of mind, you can approach it faster, you can solve the answers faster. Essay requires you to think. If you lose out that time thinking at the start, then you lose the track of the entire paper later.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Right?
Thank you, teacher.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, Saket.
So in the notice, I wanted to ask, like, if there is a charity drive, so we can't write a single location. We have to write from and to. So is that allowed to be written in the?
Why can't you write a single location? Charity drive is not a drive, beta. Charity drive is a charity initiative that you're making. The word drive ho na, you driving, beta. Charity drive is an initiative of charity.
I meant a walk to for charity purposes, like
Acha.
yeah.
So, but again, so that I would add the word registration to it. I'll say register for a walk too. So you're like a marathon held for charity. That's what you're saying, right?
No, for the venue, can we use like from this gate to Gandhi Road,
You should
suppose?
avoid it. Like you
Okay.
should write that in the content, like the entire venue. But your original start point is what you need to focus on.
Okay, so we will mention it in the content and the original part will remain the same.
The starting point of the.
Okay. And one more question in the essays. Like we have been instructed to write the titles for all the kind of essays,
Yeah, you
irrespective of
should.
whether it's
You should.
descriptive.
It's the right advice.
So, sir, in the argumentative one, should we write use the word versus like
No, so
if
disadvantages or advantages, and yeah, you take your stance and you write that as a title.
okay,
Ill
so
effects of cell phones. So that's your stance basically. You're going with ill effects or advantages of a cell phone. Then that's your title.
okay, and sir, with respect to the poems, like suppose haunted houses comes in the RTC question, we are prepared with it, but then we feel a bit dicey on one or two questions. So, do you suggest that we should leave haunted house and go for the better prose option so that because there is a bit of
Beta,
discrepancy in
I
that
got a
poem?
lot of hate when I said don't go with two poems. There were some kids who were saying attempt two poems. We have only been scoring 16 on 16 in poems in school. See how your school papers have been set is not how board papers will be set. Poems is a bad idea going for poetry because they are clickbaits. They look very tempting sometimes, but after a while your answers start seeming redundant. Like you'll feel like सारे answers में मैं same ही pointers repeat कर रहा हूँ, and that is frowned upon in the boards. So in that case, you should always opt for prose or JC where the questions are very straightforward, except for the last question which will be evaluative. The rest of the questions are gonna be extremely straightforward. You know exactly, you'll be able to count the points on your fingertips. If you
Okay.
see that happening in the poetry section, then by all means go for poems. Like sometimes the poems are really straightforward. If
Yeah.
that's what happens, then definitely go for poems. But if that's less likely to happen, like between the three sections, JC is the one that's objective. Like questions are predictable: where, what, why, when, who. Those are kind of questions that come. And prose are also like, exactly, it's point A to point B, first word to last word, everything is within those words. But
Yeah.
poetry is the one that has read between the lines wale questions, like you'll have to interpret things, you'll have to symbolically write something. That's where kids start messing up.
Okay, and one last question. For the keywords which we will use in prose and poems, I have been following the workbook. I am following my school resources, your PDFs and all. So, what is a like reliable
Textbook.
source from where keywords can be taken? Which board will consider?
Textbook.
You mean the workbook?
Textbook.
Okay.
I don't mean the workbook. I hate the workbook. You should not touch the workbook. Just the textbook helps.
So we quote the exact lines from the
You
poem and
need to know your poem by heart. If you don't know your poems by heart, then you are at a disadvantage because then sequential questions you won't be able to write. Statement one, statement two, all MCQs you won't be able to deal with if you don't know the sequence or the lines of your poem. Just go with the textbook. That's it.
okay. So in the last days, we just do multiple readings of the textbook, get
100%.
familiar with it, and
As
then
many times as you read is less. I would say start prose and poetry preparation from maybe 14th Feb, 14, 15, 16, you can cover prose and poetry. 16, 17, you should reserve for language. And every day you should be doing JC. Every day. Like even tonight, you need to read Act 3 to Act 5, line 1 to last line. Again, tomorrow you need to read Act 3 to Act 5. Again, line 1 to last line. You need to read the
So
text
should I
again
focus
and
on
again.
learning the paraphrase?
Not
Because,
learning anything, reading it. Then automatically learn ho jayega.
okay.
okay, so this might sound more of a counselor types, but in the first paper, we are high on the nerves. We sometimes make mistakes even in the silliest questions in grammar. So
You will be,
any
I know
tips for
that.
that?
So
If you like, you
what's
might.
the tip for that is what you're asking me.
Like in the grammar paper, it's the first paper, so we are sometimes high,
Well,
high nerves
sometimes
in
you're
grammar.
gonna
So,
be nervous only. I'm telling you, you're gonna have a nervous breakdown during the grammar paper. So what are you asking me? What to
so
do in that
you
case?
suggested to start with grammar part first, so that we don't make that analytical mistake in the essays and
You are
letter.
gonna get a 15-minute breathing time to get calm. Okay. So in the 15 minutes ka reading time, you're supposed to solve the grammar section. A lot of kids end up moving to the essays, letter, selecting the essay, selecting the letter. Or some people advise to go with the comprehension first, like start reading the passage. I always advise go with the grammar section first. Like in the 15-minute reading time, solve grammar in your head and keep. Now you've got your confidence about you. You still have like 10 minutes in your hand if you've read your grammar section in 5 minutes. In those 10 minutes, you make sure you read the comprehension passage. Even if the bell goes off, continue reading your passage. Don't stop. Finish reading the entire passage, then start with the grammar section.
Are we allowed to put a tick on the correct answers?
No, but you can put a slight dot, I think. You're not allowed to mark on the question paper.
Okay, sure. Yes. Thanks a lot, sir.
Welcome, beta. HP.
Sir.
Ayushman, I'll have to give others a chance first, beta. You can ask me later again if you have doubts. HP, bolo, bolo.
Yeah, so basically, I wanted to ask, sir, the Pressy writing part, which is 5 marks, how can I like reserve that 5 marks that
I'm so sorry, but Pressy is not 5 marks. Pressy is 8 marks.
Yeah, oh, I'm so sorry, it's 8. Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah.
That's okay.
So how do
Ensure that you get the full 8.
yeah,
You write
because
5 points completely about the topic. Let's say the entire composition, the comprehension, the passage. Let's say the entire comprehension is about Mumbai. Okay. But there are bits and parts in it that talks about the cafes in Mumbai or the coffee culture in Mumbai, suppose. And they've asked you to summarize in not more than 50 words the coffee culture of Mumbai. Now I start isolating everywhere where I read about the coffee culture of Mumbai. I isolate those points. I need to have at least 5 points in my head, which deal with the question asked, only the coffee culture. Now I don't need an introduction. I don't need a conclusion. I straight off start talking about the coffee culture of Mumbai. So I need to have 5 points. I need to have exactly 50 words, not more, not less. I can't have cancellations. I can't have spelling errors. I can't have grammatical errors.
yeah, so okay, but we do a box, right, of the 50 words. So
Yeah.
the box is not counted for the marks. It's just what we write.
Yeah, no, the box has to be there, but it's a rule. The grid has to be there.
Okay, yeah, that
So
was
you
my
don't have to
question.
separately write it as a paragraph after that. Your grid is your paragraph.
Oh, we don't have to copy it down.
No, of course not. So your final grid is going to look like what you're looking at is the box.
Yeah, so examiner will give me the marks based on my box,
Of
right?
course, ma'am, that they are supposed to.
Okay. Thank you. That was
Welcome.
my question.
Welcome.
Also, it's so cool how you're wearing 2 watches in your hand.
Good times and bad times. But no, there's another reason, but I'll explain it later. Thank you so much. Priyansh Sakrani, tell me.
Yeah, so greetings, so just 1 second.
Thanks, yeah, beta.
Right, so what I was saying that how do we write the opening sentence in the email? Like I have written the
In opening sentences in a letter, formal letter, and an email, I'll tell you, needs to start with as. Okay, I'm giving you the most formulaic start. Start with as, and then start as the head boy of this school. I am writing this email to invite you to do so and so. As a responsible citizen, I am writing this letter to draw your attention to so and so. As a concerned student, I am writing this letter to point out so and so. So begin with as, and then go ahead, introduce the topic.
Sorry to interrupt, but we are not allowed to begin a sentence with as or since, right?
No, you can. Since के साथ क्यों begin करेगा कोई भी? But as के साथ you are supposed to begin. You're not allowed to begin the sentence with I. Like I am so and so writing. That's frowned upon.
right. Was that I wrote the same thing which you told. I am Priyan Sakrani. I am the head boy of this and this school.
वो नहीं करना है. This is not what I said. This is what I said not to do. आई एम प्रियांश चक्रानी से किसी को इंटरेस्ट नहीं है. तू स्टार्टिंग में अपना नाम इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहा है, एंड में भी तू अपना नाम लिख रहा है. मेरे को क्या इंटरेस्ट है उसके साथ? यू आर इंट्रोड्यूसिंग योर सेल्फ, which is a no-go. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to introduce the topic. The introduction is for the topic, not for yourself. Nobody cares who you are. You just talk about the subject. Subject को elaborate करना है तेरे को. In short, that is what your introduction is.
Both in notice and email.
नहीं, both in email and letter. Notice में तू क्या कुछ लिखेगा? Notice में क्यों तुझे कुछ लिखना है?
Both an email and letter.
हाँ.
Okay. So secondly, I want to ask, what about the genres of the poem? Like, I got a question in my pre-boards.
You need to know all the genres. You need to know all the tones of the poem. That is a must know. You should be knowing. So genre is a type of the poem. Like haunted houses comes under haunted category or whatever. I mean, or when great leaves fall is a peaceful category, coping with death kind of a thing. So genres are required, beta. Tones, genre, mood of a poem.
Okay. So, what is the genre of the poem? The Power of Music?
Nonsense verse poem. It's a children's verse poem.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's all.
Welcome, beta. Smriti Talajia.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
So, my question was in the haunted houses. So, this is from our prelim paper, right? So, the question is, what does the poet mean when he uses the phrase illuminated hall? and it was for 3 marks. Now, the points which we gave was obviously like maybe because he had the narrator, the poet had guests over, so the the halls are lightened and all of that. So what points do they expect us to write for this kind of a question?
Only your examiner would know, the one who set the paper. Even I wouldn't know the answer to this. These are see, this is what I mean by questions which are randomly picked from some random workbooks which have no answer. So there is no context to here. This is
Right.
whoever set the paper has just either randomly picked it from somewhere or just asked ChatGPT to come up with some questions. And the answers also that they would give you are ridiculous answers. What did your teacher tell you? What was the answer?
So
What
she
school is
told
this?
us it's some QMS.
अरे यार तुम्हारी स्कूल ना यार अभी मैं क्या बोलूं अरे क्वेश्चंस गलत है यार तुम्हारे स्कूल में ऐसा
I know,
what
that's
answer
what
did
like
she give you?
she gave us some random things about enlightenment and all, and I didn't understand because
Illuminated halls में enlightenment क्यों होगा?
क्यों
Like there's
होगा
no context
exactly?
to it. Like
There's
that.
no context to it. There was nothing in the like the poem. So what do we write? Because
Don't
essay
write
questions
it. Don't
आएंगे
opt.
तो
ऐसे आएगा तो तू अपना selection सही से करेगी बेटा. If you see an RTC which has a question like this in boards, first of
yeah.
all, there won't be a question like this in the boards. Trust me. Okay.
Okay.
You want to see how board paper is going to be? Only and only go by the specimen paper. Nothing else.
Okay.
If you feel that's a look specimen paper में ऐसा एक question जो मैं नहीं answer कर पाई वो पूछ वो I'll answer for you. But no other paper is supposed to be held as a bar for the boards.
Right.
So don't
Alright.
stress over it.
Okay. And then there's this MCQ. This wasn't from our paper. I think this was from JNS or something.
Yeah, I've
So
solved the paper. Bol, what's your answer?
yeah. What is the tone of the conversation between Antony and Octavius? A is
Is it
hostile and
hostile and sarcastic or is it
yeah,
polite? Yeah. That question is a bit flawed.
yeah.
I don't think it's hostile at all.
Yeah, because
Because they weren't. Also, I think what they meant to do was they meant to write Brutus and Cassius, but this examiner messed up. He
right.
ended up writing Antony and Octavius. That's what caused the confusion in that. Because if you put
Right.
in Brutus and Cassius, then the answer becomes very direct. It's hostile and sarcastic.
Yeah, an argument.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So, but like in this,
So
there's
I've
sorry.
solved it, but I'll put up the solution set tomorrow. You can take a
Right.
look at it.
All right. And then I had another question. 1 second. Let me just yeah. So in this, the RTC they've given is the part where the Brutus says two promens two and let us bathe our hands. And then the fourth question he's given the paper in has it's what assurance does this person ask for and what does Brutus assure this person?
Yeah,
Now
this person is Antony we are talking about, right? I'm guessing.
there's nothing mentioned like that. That's why.
But then it's assumed that we are talking. So the question is
Okay.
not framed correctly. But the
Yeah.
only assurance that comes in is the servant conveying Antony's message and Antony
Right.
himself talking to Brutus. The assurance over here
Okay.
is that if you convince me that Caesar's death was essential, or if you
Right.
convince me that I'll have a safe passage once I come to you, I won't be hurt, then I
Okay.
will support you through and through in your political endeavors.
All right.
That is the assurance.
And then for prepositions, this was one MCQ that my teacher had given me, but she's not given us answers. Okay, and at this point,
Even prep.
yeah, prepositions. So it was he is experienced dash cook Italian cuisine. So at cooking or something. So would we do at or in?
He is experienced at cooking, but he is experienced in Italian cooking. Both work.
Both, but it's Italian cooking. Now I checked on several resources and stuff. So like is some people tell like on Google, they've told that in is only for a specific something. So what do we do?
Don't do anything. First of all, you need to understand that prepositions are interchangeable. These resources that you're talking about are scholarly or brainly.com or Quora, which are not
Yeah.
resources to be relied on. These are just
Yeah.
forums. They are
Yeah.
stack exchange. Like people are just exchanging their opinion. That's not grammatical rules. So in
Okay.
your case, it's in and at both are acceptable and both is lenient about those things.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, beta.
Sir, now may I?
Yes, beta, please.
Sir, so for essay writing, our teacher said that you can never get a 20 in essay. If you're really approved, then they might give you a 19.
True.
So is it true?
Yes.
And I mostly write story writings. So we need to give a heading there also.
100%. You need to give a heading everywhere.
But if a topic is like write a stories begins with some line
Oh,
is
sorry. I
written.
thought you were gonna complete your. I thought with begins with, and I was waiting for you to begin with it. Yeah. In that case, also you'll create a title. So that first line won't be your title. You'll create a title.
So a topic was there, write a story with begins with I don't believe in ghost and a dot dot dot, you have to continue
So
it. So
whatever
I
story you've written, beta, depending on what story you've written, you'll end up writing a ghostly endeavor or something like that, like a
no, so
meeting with the
the
ghost, or
like mostly end my story in a horrifying manner. I don't know why, but it hits my mind in that way. So
yeah.
it does it give a bad impact?
Not really. If you've written your story in a nice way, then great. But I would always suggest try to end things in a way which gives across a moral in some way. Like, think of it this way, your story needs to be mature. That's all I care about, right? I mean, like, if there was a time in grade 6 and 7 when you guys used to enjoy reading Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Now, as a 10th grader, you won't enjoy reading that book, right? Because you've become more mature in the way you are approaching your world, or your point of view towards life has changed. Likewise, the teachers also expecting maturity from you. The way you write if an eighth grader is writing an essay that's much better than yours, then you are at a disadvantage. So try to be mature, try to be relatable, try to give out some kind of an inspirational, motivational, feel good message if possible. If not, then do whatever you're doing.
So is there a chance of losing too much of marks in story writing?
Not at all. Stories are the best way to score marks because your creativity is going to get you more marks than anything else.
And for the notice creative title, should all the letters be in capital letter or only the starting letter of the each word?
There's no such rule. I advise people to write in all caps and blocks, but everything's accepted by the boards.
Okay. And if formal letter, if a letter contains you are complaining about something and you have to suggest some help for that. Like you're suggesting a topic was there, letter to your municipal committee and for the garbage that has been in your community and the problem caused by it. So what are the pointers we can mention there and marking scheme for that?
That's going to be a long session if I have to actually explain an entire letter to you, but like I can't do that, right? I mean, so
But we have to mention the suggestions, we have to mention the problems, and we also have to mention the why we are writing this letter and what the problems that have been caused to us.
yeah,
So that how many points should be there at
two
max?
points each.
Okay.
You should
And
have minimum 2 points for everything, but I remember that.
and for the we have to follow the left side format or the middle one.
There's no such rule. I follow the middle one, but if you're going with date, time, and venue, then you can follow the left side format. If you're going with on from an act, you have to be center aligned. I teach my kids to be center aligned. It's better.
And so there was a question in my prelims that was Caesar actually growing power and was the assassination fair?
That's a personal response question. Whatever you want to write, you can write as long as you're justifying it. My advice would be never go for violence. Choose, even if you believe that he deserved to be killed, you go for the path of non-violence. You say that there could have been a better way to resolve this issue.
And there is a MCQ question. How does Brutus seem to see the murder of Caesar? As a solemn act of purification of Rome, as an act of great justice to him, as an act of friendship, and all of the above?
First one.
But our teacher marked it all of the above.
Agalan, sorry.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's it.
Sorry to that teacher.
No.
So may I?
Sir, I have one question, just one small question. So, I usually write story writing and like all of the whatever. So, when I write, I usually use like sarcasm or some like remarks or make it some kind of a humorous like a take on it. So my topic was like a family gathering, and you have to end with it being like family, no matter however they are family, and you have bonds with them. So if I use like I wrote this, so my aunt came in and her voice was almost as loud as the floral print on her dress or something like that. And then if I use like phrases like this or whatever, does that mean I'll get less marks? Because
Yeah, like I'll tell you why. Because you're not using the phrase correctly. So just because you've read simile somewhere or you've read an expression somewhere where you want to use it but you're not using it correctly, or you're at a risk of not conveying the point correctly, or it's not matching with my story in any way, and it looks forced. Just you just put it for the sake of putting something.
No,
It has to be organic. You know what I mean? Like your flow has to be very organic, and it seems to fit in naturally.
so no, but I got 18 in that essay. I got everything right. But my teacher was telling me that because like if you keep using stuff like all of these phrases and everything, it might be like your examiner won't relate to you, or they will get offended and they'll cut your marks.
Why will they get offended? But yes, what can happen is they might not understand what you're trying to convey. Your teacher's understanding it because she's known you for years. So school
Yeah.
teachers tend to be slightly more lenient towards you because they have this personal affection towards you.
Yeah.
But a board examiner, you're just a piece of paper. And if she's
Hmm.
checking 50 papers in a day and she actually has to try and interpret what you've said, like I
Right.
would rather have a conversation with Chetan Bhagat than Shashi Tharoor. Although I love Shashi
Yeah.
Tharoor. But on a normal day, I wouldn't want to talk to him because I'm going to take 10 minutes to figure out what he said.
What he's saying. Yeah.
So, you'd rather have a beautiful story, which is simplistic, as opposed
Yeah.
to a complicated set of words used, which sounds like the thesaurus, which is
Right.
frowned upon.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right. Guys, I know like you might not like what I'm about to say, but it's 11. I didn't think it'll go on for 2 hours. I'm starving. I'm hungry. I have to go home. I'm not anywhere close to my house. I have to commute all the way to
The
my
last doubt. So last, please, sir.
One question.
अच्छी वाला एक क्वेश्चन वाला बिजनेस हो तो बोल. बट अदरवाइज मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ कि मैं कल भी आ जाऊंगा रात को. कल भी हम लोग करेंगे इफ यू डोंट माइंड. कल कर सकते हैं. नहीं गुस्से में तू. नो प्रॉब्लम.
यस सर प्लीज कल ही करो, इतना तो टायर्ड लगते हो यार आप.
अरे थैंक्स
दिख रहा
विष्णु
है.
यार, तू अकेला एक केयरिंग इंसान है मेरे बारे में. थैंक यू. अरे मैंने
अरे
कुछ
मैं तो
खाया नहीं
दूसरी
है.
बार आया हूँ,
प्रॉब्लम
मैं जब क्विट करके आया था
That
उसमें
is
से बहुत
fine.
फर्क दिख रहा है,
Guys,
अभी अकेले
I
बोल रहा हूँ.
promise you, I'll come tomorrow. I'm not putting across a meeting ID on Instagram so that more people don't join in. You guys, whoever are there already, I'm just letting you guys know because you guys didn't get a chance to clarify your doubts. Please log in tomorrow again at 9 p.m. on the same ID, same password. I'll be there.
Okay.
सर एक
Thank you,
लास्ट
sir.
चीज, मतलब डाउट नहीं है, एक रिक्वेस्ट है.
तेरे को मेरे को लव यू बोलने का ना, बोल दे. इट्स ओके, आई आल्सो लव यू.
हाँ सर, आई लव यू टू, बट एक डाउट, मेरे को एक रिक्वेस्ट है सर, लाइक कैन यू पोस्ट लाइक सम रफ शेड्यूल रिवीजन जो लाइक 18 टू 20
पोस्ट
20
करना. अरे पहली बात, यू शुड नॉट बी ऑन इंस्टाग्राम फॉर द नेक्स्ट 6 days. ये आयरनी है कि तुम लोग
आपका
इंस्टाग्राम देख के यहाँ
नोटिफिकेशन
पर
देखता
आए
हूँ,
हो. देखो सोशल मीडिया पे होना ही नहीं चाहिए इस पॉइंट पे.
नोटिफिकेशन देखता हूँ सर, बट फिर भी लाइक अ रफ रिवीजन शेड्यूल
Rough,
सो
I'll
दैट
tell you
हेल्प
simple what you need to do, beta. You have 6 days after tonight. So, like I said, every day JC is a must.
JC तो पढ़ना ही है.
No matter what someone tells you, you have to read JC. Okay. Now, if you're a science student, then you've got to do physics also because that's like really tough. If you're a non-science kid, then focus only on English literature. Prepositions is something you need to read every day so that you recall it immediately during exams. I'm going to put up the sheet that I'm talking about, so which has a gazillion prepositions. Go through that. It has sentences which has prepositions. I'll upload it tomorrow morning.
सर एक और रफली बताओ ना, वो 3 दिन जो गैप है अपने पास
Yeah,
ग्रामर
gap.
से लेके लिटरेचर,
उसमें क्या
अभी
करना
क्या
चाहिए वो
करना
मैं
है,
उस
रफली
दिन
बताओ.
समझाऊंगा. उस दिन
उस दिन
समझाऊंगा
समझाओगे?
100%. तू जब तू एग्जाम से आ जाएगा, 1 मिनट के लिए इंस्टाग्राम खोल के चेक कर लेना. मैं तेरे को पूरा डिटेल में 3 दिन कैसे इफेक्टिवली यूज करना और क्या पढ़ना चाहिए वो बोल के रखूंगा.
डन डन.
कल कल
तो
ये टाइम पे आ जाना. आई एम नॉट पुटिंग
कल आना
any
हाँ,
notice on
पक्का आना.
Instagram. Guys, this is just for you guys. I'll come tomorrow. Let's just take it all tomorrow. But I'm
ठीक है सर, नो
hungry. That's the
प्रॉब्लम.
only problem. I'm starving. मैं
सर
एक
अगर कोई
साबूदाना वड़ा तो
बाद में
नहीं
डाउट
खाता.
हुआ, कैन वी कॉल यू लाइक ऑन योर इंस्टाग्राम पे
मैं
जो
नहीं
नंबर दिया?
उठाऊंगा फोन बिकॉज मैं अरे आई एम नॉट ऑलवेज ऑन इंस्टाग्राम बेटा. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम. आई एम इन लेक्चर्स ऑल डे लॉन्ग बेटा. आई एम अ वेरी
हाँ
पॉपुलर.
ऑफ कोर्स, बट लाइक बट
अरे
लाइक
सर सीधा
whenever
सीधा
if
बोल
you
रहे,
get
इतना
time,
फ्री नहीं है यार हम
just in case
जितने.
you get time
नहीं
और
सीधा
कुछ
सीधा कुछ नहीं
pressing
बोल रहा
doubt
हूँ
है.
भाई. मैं बोल रहा हूँ मेरे में कोई
अरे
एटीट्यूड
मजाक
प्रॉब्लम
करो
नहीं
सर,
है.
मजाक
मैं
करो.
बैक टू बैक लेक्चर्स में होता हूँ तो आई
नो
माइट
मजाक कर रहा हूँ
आंसर योर
मैं.
कॉल्स. टुमारो लेट्स मीट 9 o'clock. तेरे सारे डाउट्स इकट्ठा करके रख. Also go through the recordings I'm talking about. I've put up all your doubts will be
हाँ
sorted
हाँ,
out
अभी
in my
पेडिसिन ही
voice
पढ़ने वाला
notes.
हूँ मैं.
Okay,
सर
वो
आप
एक बार
बोल रहे हो वो क्या बोलते हैं, आपके स्टूडेंट्स कैसे बनना है?
अरे तू मेरा
हाँ
स्टूडेंट ही अभी के लिए भाई. तेरा अगर मार्क्स अच्छा है तो ब्लेसिंग्स देना मेरे को. ठीक है.
हाँ
चल लव यू गाइस.
वहां
Like just 1 second before I sort you guys out. Now we are fewer people. I think I can sort everyone out. I just want to ask you guys, is there any parent over here? Any parents over here? No. So only kids. Sorted now. तो kids को ले सकते हैं. चालू करो. I'll go thumbnail wise. Okay, so you be patient, don't lose patience, and listen to everyone's doubts. So it's faster. Malhar Wag, bata.
Sir, मेरा actually overall
I
preparation.
need the video on beta. So if I'm talking to someone, I need to see this person. It's like just deep.
Just a minute.
Sorry, beta.
You know it's. Am I visible?
हाँ हाँ मतलब तो मिस्टर इंडिया थोड़ी है ऑफ कोर्स बोल डाउट बोल
Yeah, sir, I'm just struggling mostly with Julius Caesar. Actually, I've ordered a question bank. What is it
Pointless.
okay, Oswald?
You shouldn't do anything at this point, beta. That's anything that's workbook based. This is again just a disclaimer, beta. Everything that I'm saying is my opinion. You do you, okay? Whatever you feel is best for you. I, however, suggest to my kids that in the last 5 days, like after tonight, you'll have 5 days left, I think, for boards.
Yes.
You shouldn't touch any workbook, any guide. They are not accurate. You'll end up messing up somewhere. So might as well invest the same amount of time that you're going to invest in reading a workbook. Do it to read the textbook. When you say you're not comfortable, I'm sure there are certain lines you're not comfortable with, but I have personally taken pains to record doubts that kids have in almost all major dialogues across all scenes. And I've put it up on the link, beta, in the on Instagram. You can go on the Google the profile link, you'll see a Google Drive thing. Also, today I have uploaded, like maybe I will upload after 5-10 minutes, like after this session is over. I've solved all the prelim papers of literature, so and language as well. So I've solved most schools ka. So I'm uploading those as well, the solution set. Now, even if you read just the MCQs of all these prelim papers, there are revision hote jayega uske through. So
Where
instead
are
of
these?
taking a workbook and doing it, I would suggest invest time in reading the textbook.
Okay, and where can I find the papers you have checked all?
Though I will upload it right now after the lecture get over. I was in lectures all day long, but I just got time right now.
So just doing workbook and
Workbook, अरे जला दे workbook. देखो अरे
हाँ
सिर्फ टेक्स्ट बुक
हाँ
सिर्फ रीडिंग
okay.
करो.
And one day before sample paper, no sample paper or nothing like that.
कुछ नहीं करना चाहिए बेटा तेरा वो सब टाइम चला गया. You should have done all of this earlier. Now at
हाँ
this point you should not look at anything that's going to throw your confidence off. You know what I'm saying? Like if you
okay.
come across
हाँ
anything that's and there's no guarantee that this is how board questions are going to be. So you'll end up feeling more miserable, and for all you know, the board paper will be easier. So don't
yes.
focus on delivery anymore. Focus on content now.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, beta. Rudra.
Sir,
Hi,
am I
beta.
audible?
Yes, beta. Bolo.
Hello.
Thank you.
So I'll start with language.
Yes.
So what are the things that I have to keep in mind if I'm attempting the descriptive kind of essay? So is it the vocabulary or are those the plots and as well as story writing? So for
So
both
we'll
the
take one
essays.
thing at a time. Anybody who's attempting descriptive over here, the first major mistake that kids have been making in all these years is they fail to read the question properly in the boards. Okay. Now, I'm not talking about your school papers, but if you take up the last 10 years board papers for language and you just observe the descriptive writing topic, you will notice that first they give you a setting. Okay, so they will tell you that you and your family are going to so and so place, and you missed the flight and you are now stuck at the airport. Observe and talk about the sights and sounds around the airport. Okay, now the settings already given. So if you are going to waste time talking about how you woke up in the morning, your family and you got ready, then you left for the airport, then you reached the airport, you missed the flight, security, all of that is a waste of time, because the question has already established that you are at the airport and you have lost. Now start the essay after that. So read the question very carefully. Okay, and whatever is asked of you in the question, establish that within a couple of lines, because they've already given you the setting, so you can't waste time in that. What is expected out of you now is to go ahead from that point onwards. So that point onwards, you start describing. The second important thing about descriptive is people think that they are attempting a descriptive, but the style of writing is narrative. How are the two different? Let's take up a story of yours. I'll give you a short example. 1 second. Elevator as a story is a narrative story. Okay. Like it's not, I mean, it's from the third person point of view, but I'm saying the style, there's a flow and the speed of the storytelling is pretty quick. But if you take up the pedestrian, that's a very descriptive account. Like everything is being described. They are touching upon every possible imagery. The words which are written, they appeal to your visual sense. You can visualize the entire walk. You can hear the same sounds he can hear. You can smell the cold air when he's saying that, and you can feel the cold air hurting your nose when he talks about how it's blazing his lungs. So that's tactile imagery. So every word that you're using has to in some way appeal to the teacher's imageries. All right, that's one. And if you don't understand how to use words that appeal to people's senses, then use adjectives. Use a lot of adjectives. So touch, sight, smell, sound, words that describe words, and you're safe to go. You're good to go.
Okay. So the second
And
thing I
story, you
had,
asked me about the story.
yes, the story.
Here's a trick if you guys want to win over your teachers. The examiners in the boards, they are trained to check only the first 20 lines. Okay, that's approximately 200 words. आगे वो लोग को पढ़ना जरूरी नहीं है. वो लोग पढ़ेंगे if they feel the interest to read it. But they are going to judge you on the basis of those first 200 words. Now, 200 words, when they're going to see if you're making major errors or minor errors. Now, major errors basically mean if your plot is plagiarized. Now, the words you should steer away from absolutely this year in the boards is don't mention elevators anywhere in your story. Don't mention walks anywhere in your story. Don't mention Africa anywhere in your story. Because these are all hinting towards the literature topics that you have read. Pedestrian, girl who can, so don't talk about those topics. Or don't talk about stereotypical plots where you've just changed the names, but you're like there was a year in the boards where there was a picture composition where a tiger was resting on the branch, and most kids ended up writing Life of Pi. The story about Life of Pi. Now that becomes like a plagiarized account. So these are major mistakes. Major mistake is also if the examiner's read 200 words but is not making head or tail of what the topic is. Like if she has to actually check the question paper, okay, banda topic kaun sa attempt kara hai, bhai, what topic is this? You've lost the examiner by now. Your topic should be very clear from the get-go. Like the minute I start reading your essay, I should come to know, oh, this is the story he's attempting. That's one. Okay. Another thing is start with the climax first. That's the most formulaic way of scoring. Start with the climax. So you've captured your teacher's interest. Then go back in time, like then move back and start, then relate it again to the climax. So say that, let me take you back to where it all started and then start. So you need to have some sort of a narrative hook where you're baiting your teacher's interest, where the teacher feels like reading ahead. Don't put too many characters. Keep the characters minimal. If you feel that your characters are not, there's no point of having this character in the story, then don't put it. As kids, your nature is to make sure तू अपने सारे best friends को include करे story के अंदर. तो बोलेगा मैं रमेश ये वो सब लोग थे ताकि लोगों को अच्छा लगे, देख मैंने तेरे को ऐसे में डाला मेरे. Don't be immature. Like if they are not required in the story, don't put them. Like just put maximum 3 characters you should have. Like all good stories have 3 characters. Best stories are the ones that have a good setting. Take up any story, I'll tell you what the setting is. Take elevator, the setting is a elevator in an old building. Take pedestrian, the setting is a walk. And you particularly know what kind of a street I'm talking about. I'm talking about a street which is deserted in spite of having people living in the houses, which is the irony. So it's very beautifully described. You have a street which has a thunderous surge of cars in the day, but at night it's completely dry. Then you take up Golukan, the setting is a village in Africa. And you take up last lesson, the setting is a school room. Every good story is going to have a setting. And that's what most kids don't end up putting in their creative story. They assume that log samajh jayenge. Where are you from, Rudra?
I'm from Mumbai, sir.
Where in Mumbai?
Borivali.
So now, if you Borivali, Khau Gali, food centers, you would know Children's Academy, you would know all these schools, you would know the streets outside those, right? But a person who's checking your paper in Bangalore, perhaps, may not be able to relate to what you are describing or what's normal culture for you. So you'll have to describe it to them. Whatever you are seeing in your head is what the examiner needs to see. And I mentioned this yesterday in the meeting, in case you were there or not there. You need to give out a moral in some way. Like if in some way you're giving out a nice message through your story, it can't be a pointless account of just what's some random events which are happening. There has to be a nice message which you are giving out through your story. You do this and what you're looking, and keep your language absolutely simple. No fancy words, no vocabulary which is of a high level, or some idioms you've read somewhere. If you don't do any of those also, but you keep your English pretty straightforward, you still stand to score around 16, 17, 18, perhaps, depending on a lack of grammatical errors in your writing.
Okay. So second doubt I had in JC. So this was a few lines I couldn't understand. So I this is said by Anthony, and he says that it would it would become me better than to
Yeah, he's
close
saying,
in
so
terms.
basically he's saying this is when he's looking at Caesar's body, okay, in front of the conspirators only. And he says, as a friend, what's expected out of me is to have as many eyes as you have wounds on your body. And the way these wounds are giving out blood, I'm expected to let out those many tears from my eyes. As opposed to shaking hands with the conspirators. So the it would become me के आगे वाला line जो तू पढ़ रहा है ना वो गलत है. It would become me is the उसे उल्टा जाना है तेरे को in sequence. So when you're reading it in the textbook, it would become me comes to the at the end of this sentence. So you need to read it upper. So go ulta. So it says it would become me to have as many wounds, thousand eyes as you have wounds on your body. And if you are letting out blood, my eyes should let out tears.
Okay.
The trick
And
to understand JC is to understand where the sentence begins from. That's where most kids go wrong. You need to understand where the sentence starts. Half of JC is enjambments. You know what an enjambment is?
I think so. I don't have an
Okay,
idea.
I'll just clear it for everybody in case people don't know. It's a very popular figure of speech. Enjambment is when one sentence continues over multiple lines. The problem with JC is you see a line starting with a capital letter and you automatically assume that that is where the sentence begins. But that's not the sentence. The start of the sentence is elsewhere. So when you feel that a line is very abrupt, maybe you're not reading the sentence, you're reading a part of a sentence. Hetal, your mic is unmuted. Hetal. Okay, anyway. So, beta, you need to first locate the start of that sentence, all right? So that's called enjambment. Now, if that is also not making sense to you, then try to understand the context of the dialogue. See, JC is a play, it's a movie. Right now, you and I are talking. Everyone in JC is talking. It's a conversation. Randomly, while you and I are talking, I'm not going to yell out, Vada pav. Or, I'm talking to you, I'm not going to be like, Mummy, I'm not gonna say that, right? Because it's random. Nothing in JC is random. Everything is a reaction to a dialogue. So action, reaction, action, reaction. So locate the source dialogue and try to understand what each character is saying and why. Also, Rudra, because you asked me this doubt, I'm saying maybe you've not gone through that link I'm talking about. It's already uploaded on my Instagram, beta. So go to my Instagram channel, go to the profile of Instagram, and because that's the only place where I can attach links. So go on the links over there. I've put up a folder on Google Drive called Doubts of 2025 batch. And I've explained the dialogue. So this wala dialogue I have explained in that. It's a voice clip. You can listen to it.
okay, thank you. And one last thing, it's not a doubt, it's more of an opinion that I wanted of you. So, a lot of teachers of mine have been telling that this is the first batch will have which will have JC after MOV. So they were saying that this time's JC questions would be very easy, they would be straightforward, and the questions would be from the first couple of scenes. So, what do you think about that?
I would say don't predict anything, but yes, we are all hopeful that it should be easy. My gut says your paper is going to be very straightforward because also the boards, there's a lot of mess that's there. Look, I'm a part of a lot of teachers group. All of us are on various WhatsApp groups, okay? I'm talking about English teachers across the country, not just Mumbai. And honestly speaking, there are a lot of questions that stump adult teachers. Like we only don't know what the answers are. I'm being on like, we may come across as very smart individuals too because nobody wants to admit that how can a teacher not know the answer? But there are questions that we come across where we are also like, bro, like what is the answer here? Like how can this be like how can you even frame a question over here? And then you have to interpret those answers. So we exchange this information across and everybody is of the same opinion that this year it's a mess because it's the new syllabus plus it's a new pattern of questioning, right? So everything's gonna be easier for you guys. But Rudra, like, look at the world right now. You want to believe that everything is going right, but the world is a big mess. If Trump can introduce plastic straws once again in life, then anything can happen. So with you guys also, a lot can go wrong. You know what I'm saying? So your focus shouldn't be टू थिंक कि क्या होने वाला है तू अपने कर्म पे फोकस कर तूने अगर सब कुछ पढ़ा है तेरे को आएगा What's your favorite movie? Just randomly asking. Like if I ask you a movie right now, what movie comes to your mind?
I would say the
I won't
Joker.
judge you. Don't try and sound intelligent and tell me Interstellar.
No, no, I'll say the Joker.
The Joker, the first
Yeah,
part. not
Yep.
the second one, right? Yeah.
I
Okay.
have not seen it. It's not appropriate for my age, I think.
Anything in the Joker, if I ask you his mental state or nuances of the movie, you will be able to answer it because you enjoyed the movie, you understood the movie. I'm pretty sure after you watched the movie, you came back and you saw some reels on the movie or the making of the movie or the theory of what the director must have thought while he introduced what scene. That's interest. You took interest in the movie, you'll be able to answer everything. And if you can't answer anything, you'll add your own opinion and give me an answer. I think that scene was symbolic. The scene where he sticks out his head and the car's driving, or that, and the people are cheering him on, shows that everyone relates to him, and how the common man is accused of crime. You'll be able to do that because you are invested in the movie. In the next 5 days, make sure you're invested in every story, every poem, every scene of JC. You do that, I promise you're going to come back with 100 on 100, nothing less than that. Don't predict
Okay.
anything. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you
My
very
pleasure.
much.
No problem. Gautam.
Oh, yes, sir. First of all, good evening, sir.
Hey, it's so sweet. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah. Good evening.
Yeah. So I'll start with language. It's just a silly doubt,
Nothing
but
is silly for. बोलना तू.
okay. तो सर प्रेसी ग्रेड में पहला तो रफ ड्राफ्ट कट करना है, राइट?
करना है 100%.
Okay, and not necessarily the same words should be in the fair.
Of course not. You can write as many things as you want in your Prezi. You are going to mess up your Prezi. You're going to see what all mistakes you can make in the Prezi. Then that will change in your fair draft.
Okay, and rough draft would can be more than 50 words, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Your rough draft is a small bike on which there are 20 people mounted. So that's how bad the rough draft will be. फिर तू उसमें कटौती करेगा, cancellation करेगा. Rarest occasion में, rarest occasions में, a person gets the Prezi absolutely right at one go. And they're like, dude, now just for the sake of making, I'll have to make a fair draft. But मैं तो same ही चीज लिखने वाला हूँ जो rough draft में है. In that case, you don't need to make a fair draft. That becomes your fair draft. You getting me? So rough draft is not compulsory. उसका कोई marks नहीं है. So मान ले तेरे को ऐसा कोई draft मिल गया जहां तू बोल रहा है सर मेरे को one shot में perfect आ गया, उसमें मैं कुछ नहीं change कर सकता हूँ. Then don't make another grid just because you're scared कि हम लोग को बचपन से बोला गया ये तो बनाना ही है. The teachers in school train you to make a rough draft because that's recommended. It's a correct way of moving ahead. Because like I said, even अच्छों को एक गो में नहीं आता है. You could always find a way to make your Prezi better, flow wise. Because a lot of kids assume 50 words lana is the thing. But getting 50 words is not the only criteria over here. You have to make sure that 50 words are presented in the right manner. There's a flow in reading.
Yeah.
You've not paraphrased the words as like you've not just copy pasted what's given. Plus you've covered 5 points of the topic. ये सारी चीज करने में cancellations होने वाला है 100%.
So 5 points minimum है कि maximum?
Minimum 5 points, maximum 6 points.
Okay. So वो first attempt में तो मेरे से तो नहीं होएगा वो
किसी से नहीं होता बेटा. So don't try to do that also.
Okay. So sir, I just wanted to know कि स्कोरिंग टॉपिक्स क्या है लिटरेचर में? अगर समझ लो सब, मतलब जस्ट एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ हाइपोथेटिकल कि सभी समझो आया, मतलब ऐसे ही मैं पूछ रहा हूँ. तो सबसे स्कोरिंग आपको क्या लगता है क्या होगा इन पोएम्स एंड?
सबसे स्कोरिंग वो है जिसके आंसर्स तेरे को आते हैं.
सर पर वो मेरा ओपिनियन है ना, आई मीन मेरे
मैं भी तेरे को वही बता रहा हूँ. तेरे को अगर क्वेश्चन देख के अगर लग रहा है कि मेरे को आंसर आ रहा है, वो स्कोरिंग है. तू कोई सारी चीजें स्कोरिंग ही है. हाउ आई वुड सिलेक्ट थिंग्स. मैं देखो एक एचएससी का एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ, महाराष्ट्र बोर्ड का एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ टू एलैबोरेट व्हाट यू जस्ट सेड. एचएससी में ना एक राइटिंग स्किल का सेक्शन होता है महाराष्ट्र बोर्ड में. तो वो लोग को 4 मार्क का एक राइटिंग स्किल आता है जिसमें 3 ऑप्शन आते हैं, उसमें से कोई भी एक करना होता है. एक ऑप्शन होता है जिसमें सिर्फ 4 लाइंस लिखनी है एंड तेरे को 4 मार्क मिल रहा है. एंड एक ऑप्शन होता है जिसमें 16 या 15 लाइंस लिखनी पड़ती है तब जाके 4 मार्क्स मिल रहा है. ऑप्शन है, तू कौन सा चूज करेगा?
ऑब्वियसली 4 लाइन
सीधा सा हिसाब है. दैट्स एग्जैक्टली हाउ दिस पेपर इज गोइंग टू बी. तेरे को अगर लग रहा है, एंड दैट फॉर मी इज जेसी, माय पर्सनल ओपिनियन, जेसी क्वेश्चंस आर द वंस व्हिच आर द शॉर्टेस्ट. ओके, वेयर वर सीजर एंड कैल्पर्निया स्टैंडिंग? 9th स्टैंडर्ड के आज के एक फाइनल एग्जाम्स के पेपर में क्वेश्चन पूछा था. बच्चे ने आके मेरे को बोला सर इसमें अभी मैं क्या लिखूं, 3 मार्क के लिए था. वो उसका प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं है. द सीन इज टेकिंग प्लेस इन सीजर्स रूम इन अ रूम इन सीजर्स हाउस इन रोम. दैट्स इट. उसके बियॉन्ड तू क्या लिखेगा? यू कांट राइट एनीथिंग. सो डोंट फ्रेट ओवर इट. एग्जामिनर का इश्यू है वो, तेरा इश्यू नहीं है. बट जेसी क्वेश्चंस आर द वंस दैट सबसे शॉर्ट में खत्म होता है. सेकंड प्रोज एंड थर्ड पोएम आता है. पोएम के आंसर्स हमेशा एलैबोरेट हो ही जाते हैं. by like no matter how hard you try to keep it short, कहीं ना कहीं तो हम लोग elaborate कर ही देते हैं poems को.
एंड वो सेम पॉइंट्स रिपीट होते रहते हैं बार बार.
ऐसा मेरे को लग रहा है, बट इसलिए
नहीं,
मैं
मेरा भी
poem
सेम ही
suggest
होता है
करता
एग्जाम
हूँ.
में.
तो
टीचर
poems
ने
को
कमेंट
अवॉइड
में
करना
डाला
चाहिए.
था.
मैं हमेशा एक ही पोम सजेस्ट करता हूँ बच्चों को.
ग्लव्स.
सॉरी, एक ही पोम सजेस्ट करता हूँ करने. आउट ऑफ 2 पोम्स यू शुड नॉट
अच्छा,
अटेम्प्ट.
ओके.
हाँ, आ कुछ भी सकता है.
अच्छा, ओके. एंड क्वेश्चन 3 में, क्वेश्चन 3 सॉरी, एग्जाम में पेपर में मेरे प्रीलिम में देयर वाज अ क्वेश्चन लाइक व्हाट डू यू थिंक वुड हैपन आफ्टर द एंड इन
The
एलिवेटर,
minute
लाइक
you
द
tell me what do you think, all answers are acceptable as long as you justify your answer and give some evidence to support your answer. Like, why do you feel what you feel?
Yeah, so in elevator, I feel that it's like a haunted or horror thing when the grandma. It's basically horror because the grandma doesn't know. Grandma, no, sorry, the fat lady doesn't know his name, and achanak se she just tells hello Martin. So something like that. Is that okay? I'll get marks.
Yes, but that one line is not going to be enough. You'll have to give more.
I'm just telling you one line. I'll elaborate in
100%. So you'll have to give instances like so the to Martin, this lady appeared out of nowhere most of the time when he least expected her to be there. Plus, she did not get off on the floors that she's meant to get off on.
Yeah.
So everything that Martin found suspicious or was not normal, like who would she be visiting at this hour in the morning if she's a visitor? All of those things account for you adding an eerie touch to your answer. Like you could say that that is what makes the story thoda scary for me.
Okay, so now in the sequence of attempting in language because and literature, because
Literature should be in order of the paper always, and language should be 5,
okay,
4, 3, 2, 1.
okay, okay, and in language the
5, 4,
grammar
3, 2,
was
1. 5, 4,
okay,
3, 2, 1.
okay, okay, 5 4 3 2 1. Okay. Yeah, so because अपने स्कूल में भी यही बोल रहे थे कि go with the order of the paper in literature. So I just wanted to check with you. Next thing, there's a question sometimes which comes in Julius Caesar. Ki whom would you sympathize with, Julius Caesar or the conspirators?
You can write whatever you want, but my advice is try to steer away from anything that suggests that you support violence. So if you say I sympathize with the conspirators, what they did was right, they should have killed Caesar. That's you actually saying that betrayal is a good thing. You should do that. And even though you feel that, you should go for something that shows that you are against violence in some way. So it's conceived that way. So you're supposed to say that they could have had a better understanding with Caesar, they could have spoken to Caesar, they could have sorted it out in the right way, or maybe challenged him fairly in a battle, as opposed to stabbing him in the back and causing and plus how Brutus was made a part of this conspiracy was through manipulation. So that was wrong. So I mean that's how you can give, but you can also support the whole thing. You could say that Julius Caesar was showing signs of ambition, no matter what Antony had said. Caesar also illustrated signs where he was tempted, he was arrogant, which hinted that if he would have absolute power, then there's no checking his power. No one would be able to control him. And plus, Rome has had a bad experience with tyrants in the past, with dictators in the past, with fascists in the past. So then you frame your answer, बेटा. जो तू करेगा सबका मार्क्स मिलेगा. They know that kids का language kids के हिसाब से होता है. Teachers के language में थोड़ी तू आंसर करेगा. So तू अपने language में कर. They will give you marks. Don't worry.
जस्ट आपका एडवाइस चाहिए था उस पे. एंड शुड आई मीन आपने यही एक्सप्लेन किया आई थिंक जस्ट प्रीवियसली किसी को, तो शुड देयर बी अ प्लॉट इन डिस्क्रिप्टिव ऐसे कि जस्ट डिस्क्राइब करते रहना एक चीज को कि एक प्लॉट भी होना
डिस्क्रिप्टिव में
चाहिए.
प्लॉट नहीं होता. सो डिस्क्रिप्टिव में सिर्फ एक अकाउंट ऑफ डिस्क्रिप्शन होता है, बट स्टोरी में प्लॉट होता है. सो डिस्क्रिप्शन में प्लॉट जैसा कुछ देंगे भी नहीं तेरे को. वो लोग ही तेरे को प्लॉट एस्टैब्लिश करके देंगे, तेरे को सिर्फ डिस्क्राइब करना होगा.
हाँ, तो मुझे सिर्फ डिस्क्राइब करना ना. आई मीन देयर शुड बी नो क्लाइमैक्स एंड वो सब कुछ रहना नहीं चाहिए ना. ओके. एंड हाँ, एंड एसेस में स्कोरिंग मेरे हिसाब से ही है ना, स्टूडेंट के हिसाब से.
जितना अच्छा तू लिखेगा उसमें स्कोर होगा. मिस्टेक्स जो लोग करते हैं सबसे ज्यादा इज लाइक आई सेड डिस्क्रिप्टिव में लोग करते हैं. स्टोरी राइटिंग मेरे हिसाब से सबसे स्कोरिंग होता है, बट अगर तूने स्टोरी को मिसअंडरस्टैंड किया तो वहां पे तेरे सारे मार्क्स जाएंगे, जो होने के चांसेस होते हैं. जिनकी इंग्लिश अच्छी नहीं होती उनको मैं बोलूंगा कि गो फॉर डिस्क्रिप्टिव. टू डिस्क्रिप्टिव एसेज टू स्टैंडर्ड 6-7 टेम्पलेट्स पढ़ के जा सकता है. यू कुड स्टडी अबाउट अ वॉक. The walk could be in the morning, afternoon, rain, summer, whatever. You just change the elements. Like garnishing change कर रहा है, तू तड़का अलग डाल रहा है, but वो बेस उसका सेम ही रहने वाला है. वॉक है. You could it's a waiting scenario in a railway station or at an airport or a bus station. ये दूसरा एक टेम्पलेट है. स्कूल एक टेम्पलेट है, जहाँ रिसेस टाइम में तू रुका हुआ है या एग्जाम टाइम में तू डिस्क्राइब कर रहा है, वो एक टेम्पलेट है। तू घर पे अकेला पहुंचा एंड सामने घर डिजास्ट्रस था, कुछ तो सीन हो गया तेरे घर पे, दैट कुड बी अ टेम्पलेट। टेम्पलेट्स यही कुछ गिने चुने 6 होते हैं, उसी को वो लोग ऑल्टर करके देते हैं डिस्क्रिप्टिव में। तो प्रॉब्लम ये है सिर्फ गौतम के, नो ऑफेंस टू एनीबॉडी ओवर हियर, बट अगर मैं एक एग्जामिनर हूँ एंड मैं पेपर चेक कर रहा हूँ एंड मेरे को लग रहा है कि आज दिन भर में मैंने 80 पेपर्स चेक किए हैं एंड 80 में से 60 पीपल बैक टू बैक सिर्फ डिस्क्रिप्टिव लिख रहे हैं, सभी का डिस्क्रिप्शन टू अ लेवल सेम ही होने वाला है। सो नो मैटर हाउ तू कितना ही अलग कर सकता है, अल्टीमेटली तू क्या ही वर्ड्स यूज करेगा, सबका डिस्क्रिप्शन एक ही दिखने वाला है। सो इट्स गेटिंग वेरी मोनोटोनस फॉर द एग्जामिनर। उसके बीच में जब मेरे को एक ऐसा पेपर दिखता है जिसमें क्रिएटिविटी दिखाई देती है या एक स्टोरी दिखाई देती है, दैट क्रिएट्स अ ब्रेथ ऑफ फ्रेश एयर। सो वो एग्जामिनर बाय डिफॉल्ट बिकम्स ड्रॉन टुवर्ड्स दिस कंटेंट बिकॉज डिस्क्रिप्टिव के टेकर्स बहुत है।
सर बट अगर ऐसा गलती से हो सकता है कि स्टोरी सब लोग ने लिखा है तो
हो
फिर भी
सकता है ना, इसलिए मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये सब में तेरे को वही करना चाहिए जो तेरे को अच्छा लग रहा है उस दिन पे। उस दिन डिसाइड करने का तुझे क्या करना है, टॉपिक्स पढ़ शांति से, टॉपिक समझ, आंख बंद कर, सोच मैं क्या क्या लिख सकता हूँ। पैराग्राफ्स तेरे सामने होने चाहिए, मैं 6 पैराग्राफ्स में इसको लिखूंगा, फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ में ये करूंगा, फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ में 6 लाइंस होगी, देन सेकंड पैराग्राफ में 5 लाइंस होगी, देन थर्ड पैराग्राफ में इतनी लाइंस होगी, फोर्थ पैराग्राफ में इतनी लाइंस होगी। तेरा ऐसे तेरे सामने विजुअलाइज जब हुआ ना, तब जाके पेन उठा के लिखने का। मोस्ट किड्स टेंड टू स्टार्ट राइटिंग, देन दे पॉज, देन दे विल थिंक अब मैं क्या लिखूं, then they write again. Now, each time you're pausing and you're writing, you're creating a loophole over there. There's a mistake that's happening because you paused. Instead, take time to first think, then you start writing.
मेरा
Don't
यही प्रॉब्लम है।
don't get carried away by बाकी लोग क्या कर रहे हैं आजू बाजू। तेरे आजू बाजू सब अतरंगी लोग होने वाले हैं। तेरा पेपर विदाउट सप्लीमेंट्स खत्म हो रहा होगा, वहां पे एक आंटी मांग रही होगी मैम सप्लीमेंट 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 करके 10 बातें वो नर्वस करेगी। तू दूसरों पे फोकस मत कर, तू अपने पे फोकस कर, तेरे लिए क्या बेस्ट है तू वो कर।
ओके एंड डिस्क्रिप्टिव या कोई भी ऐसे में अगर चाहिए तो कंपैरिजंस फ्रॉम द टेक्स्ट यूज कर सकते क्या?
बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए, वही तो बोल रहा हूँ बेटा। देन यू शुडंट यूज एनी कंपैरिजन फ्रॉम ना 9th ग्रेड का टेक्स्ट नॉ 10th ग्रेड का टेक्स्ट। इट शुड बी एन ओरिजिनल शॉर्ट स्टोरी।
ठीक है, लाइक जैसे शेक्सपियर ने डिस्क्राइब किया था द अदर वेज इन विच ही डिस्क्राइब, जो भी है, तो वो अगर गलती से याद आ गया तो नहीं ना, मार्क्स कट जाएंगे।
नहीं करना चाहिए। दिस
ठीक।
केया यू लुक लाइक हु डूड, एक मिनट, वन सेकंड, आई गॉट डिस्ट्रैक्टेड गौतम, एक सेकंड। why are you here, why are you online?
I have a doubt.
Arey but I am your teacher, no? Arey these people don't have me, you have me on call.
Sorry, sir.
Text me. Ek Gomen, only people who are not my kids are supposed to
Okay, sir.
Yeah, you can text me your doubts later. पूछना बेटा गौतम।
हाँ।
तू पूछ रहा था तब बीच में जिष्णु अपना कैमरा ऑन करके सिर्फ बाल बना रहा है बैठ के, उसको लग रहा है सब लोग उसके बालों को देख रहे हैं। लाइक ये वो जब जब बाल बना रहा है तब तक अपना कैमरा ऑन कर रहा है। मुझे लॉजिक नहीं समझ रहा है यहाँ पे। तू अपना डाउट खत्म कर जल्दी से, बोल।
हाँ तो
नहीं
हाँ,
करना चाहिए बेटा, मैंने सुना
नहीं
तेरा
करना
बिफोर आई गॉट डिस्ट्रैक्टेड। यू शुड नॉट कोट एनीथिंग फ्रॉम शेक्सपियर, you should not quote anything from the existing books beta. What you can do is if you have some favorite lyrics of yours, you've come across some good phrases of expression, story, songs also, except for Travis Scott songs, so फीन लिख के मत आ जाना वहां पे। बट तेरे को अगर कोई अच्छा लिरिक्स तूने कहीं पढ़ा हुआ तो डाल देने का, माई ग्रैंड मदर वंस टोल्ड मी सम वाइज वर्ड्स, एंड देन डाल दे लिरिक्स ऑफ अ सॉन्ग एंड कम। बाय द टाइम योर टीचर गोज ऑन फिगर्स आउट ये सॉन्ग का लिरिक्स आते वो मार्क्स मिल चुके हैं। सो ऐसे सब तू डाल सकता है, बट डोंट पुट एनीथिंग दैट्स क्लीशेड एंड फ्रॉम द टेक्स्ट बुक।
ओके एंड जूलियस सीजर में फिर से डाउट था कि व्हाई डज एंटनी कॉल सीजर्स बॉडी दाउ ब्लीडिंग पीस ऑफ अर्थ?
Because he's bleeding on earth, and it's a piece of earth because he's lying on the ground better, and he's bleeding, and he's almost become one with the ground. So bleeding piece of earth is a piece of body lying on earth and bleeding away.
ओके ओके ठीक है। ये गोल्ड क्रे स्कूल में आया था वाशी से, बिकॉज अपने टीचर बहुत सारे पेपर्स देते हैं ना, तो इसलिए एक डाउट था मुझे इसमें। ओके सो प्लक्ड हिज कर्स्ड स्टील अवे का मतलब क्या होता है? व्हाट अकॉर्डिंग टू एंटनी हैपेंड व्हेन ब्रूटस
Pulled his cursed steel over here is his blade. So according to Antony, what happened when Brutus matlab pulled out his dagger from Caesar's body? So what happened was Caesar's blood was so surprised that it was Brutus's dagger that's knocking on the door that they came out to check whether it was actually Brutus who knocked or not. It's an expression where blood has been personified. beautifully. And they've said that when the dagger stabbed Caesar, even the blood was shocked. It's Brutus who's stabbing Caesar. So the blood flowed out to check whether it's actually Caesar's angel, Brutus, who has stabbed them.
Okay.
So
And
what happened when he pulled out? Cursed steel, matlab his dagger.
okay, sir. So अभी डाउट क्लियर हो गया. I love your teaching. Love
अरे
you.
थैंक्स यार. मम्मी को बोलूंगा मैं कि कुछ बच्चों को मेरी मम्मी को लगता है बहुत यूजलेस हूँ. नहीं, मजाक कर रहा हूँ यार. मम्मी ऐसे मस्त करती
सबकी मम्मी को लगता है सर.
है ना. मैं भी यही बता रहा हूँ. देखो तू कितना भी बड़ा हो जाएगा, ये प्रॉब्लम रहने वाली है तेरे को.
वो
चल
तो
लव यू बेटा. ऑल द बेस्ट. यू स्टडी बच्चा. बाय.
मेरे मम्मी ने आपको फाइंड आउट किया इंस्टा पे, क्योंकि मैं नहीं हूँ. आई एम वेरी
आई
स्टूपिड.
लाइक द क्लैरिटी. तेरा फिंस्टा से तू लॉग इन करता है. मम्मी को तेरा वो अकाउंट पता नहीं है. मेरे को पता है तेरा. उनको लग रहा है तू इंस्टा पे है नहीं, बट तेरा एक फेक अकाउंट है जिससे तू लॉग इन करता ना. सच्ची बता.
नहीं सर, मैं इंस्टा पे नहीं हूँ. मेरा फोन अभी check कर लो, सच में नहीं हूँ.
ठीक है ठीक है. चल बाय. स्टडी कर बेटा. टाइम वेस्ट मत कर. डोंट वेट
हाँ.
अराउंड लिसन टू अदर पीपल्स डाउट्स. यू गो बैक टू स्टडिंग बेटा. टाइम इज लेस. बाय.
ओके सर.
ऑल द बेस्ट.
बाय.
आर्या सेजपाल.
Hello.
हाय.
Hello, sir.
हाय आर्या.
So I have a few doubts. One of them is I'd seen this a question in the paper of Bombay Scottish. It was written, Brutus had the crowd with him after his speech, yet Mark Antony manages to turn them against Brutus and conspirators after his address. How does he manage to achieve this? Was he a good orator or was the crowd too fickle-minded? Justify your stand.
Both. You'll have to give a proper answer over here. Crowd is fickle minded for sure. And he was also an excellent orator. He makes use of three elements in his speech: ethos, logos, and pathos. All right. So, ethos is when he is establishing credibility about himself. Like he first tells the crowd that, I am also like, he established that he calls them friends, countrymen, and Romans. That itself establishes that he is one of them. All right. Then pathos is when he's invoking their sympathy about Caesar, and he shows them Caesar's wounds. He shows them Caesar's body and the robes, and he points out how he was betrayed. So that invokes sympathy. That's called using pathos in his speech. He also uses logical, factual evidences like how Caesar cared about poor people, how Caesar captured the people, he got the ransoms from the prisoners of war, and but used them for to fill the public coffers, like public treasury, and how he left behind a lot of things for them in his will. All of these are factual evidences. That's called using logos in a speech. So he made use of all three elements in his speech and helped to turn over people's opinion while subtly proving that Brutus was a unhonorable person here.
And another doubt is, I'd seen this video of yours on YouTube about notice writing, and you had mentioned over there that you are supposed to use let's plus whatever
No, school
word.
teacher says apostrophes are not allowed, but they
Yeah,
are
so
allowed. This is some school teachers say it. They say it because kids tend to forget to put apostrophes. So they discourage kids from practicing let's because कल उठ के गलती से तू let's लिख के आ गई without an apostrophe, you'll get a zero in your creative title. But if you are someone who's vigilant, there's no such rule in boards. You can simply write let's and come. Nobody anywhere in the boards has said that you can't do it. This is just some random teachers just spread it and then everyone starts asserting it.
then in the notice, are we supposed to the timings should be within the school hours or anything is fine?
कॉमन सेंस यूज करना है बेटा. देखो टॉपिक वाइज जो भी है, अभी मॉर्निंग असेंबली लिखा और तू 7 PM लिख के आएगी तो सो यू जस्ट हैव टू बी विटी.
Yeah. And then will the same scene or the prose or poem this thing will come for this like this for these two questions?
You're talking about prose, like you're saying can they just ask two RTCs on the same story?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
Will they?
but they can ask two RTCs on the same act. So you can get act 3 scene 1 and act 3 scene 2. That's permissible. But they won't ask you two RTCs of the same story.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, beta. Go, bacha, log off and start studying.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ayushman, Nitya, everybody I spoke to yesterday, but I will address your doubts. I'm not going off today. Let me just take the new kids who didn't get a chance yesterday. Darshika.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my doubt was that how should I approach literature right now? Like, what should I
Reread
do?
the textbook. I'll establish this for everyone so no one has to ask it again. Next 5 days, you should read JC every single day. And when I say read JC, I mean Act 3 to Act 5. In and I'll tell you how to do this, like sittings wise, I'm saying. Start with Act 3, Scene 1, take a break. The idea of a break is you just get up, put some water on your eyes, take a walk around your house, have chocolate. It really helps. Just keep a chocolate slab with you. Just take a bite of chocolate. You feel good. Then start reading Act 3, Scene 2. Okay. Now, again, take a break after Act 3, Scene 2. Again, wash your face. Again, take a round around the house. Take a deep breath, sit again. Now finish Act 3, Scene 3 and Act 4, Scene 1. Okay. And that's one sitting. Then finish Act 4, Scene 2 and Act 4, Scene 3 in one sitting. Now, what I mean by sitting is between those sittings, you can take breaks. Now, if you're saturated after Act 4, Scene 3, take a half an hour nap if you want to. But don't give up. Then again, start reading Act 5, Scene 1. Then a sitting, then Act 5, Scene 2. Then Act 5, Scene 2 and 3 together, basically. And then Scene 4 and then Scene 5. But till you finish this thing, you shouldn't take up any other subject in between. This entire exercise is going to take you, initially, it will take you 2 hours, okay, tonight. If you're doing this for the first time, 2 hours to 3 hours, it could take you if your reading is slow. But power through, finish it off because there's no escape. So in case you're thinking iska koi shortcut niklega, koi shortcut nahi hai. The more you push it, the more you're digging your grave deep, the deeper you're digging your grave. So make sure that you just do it. Tomorrow it's going to be slightly faster for you because now you know what you're reading. Also, when you
Yes, sir.
look at a scene, your brain is going to tell you, "Arey, I know what's happening in the scene. Why do I need to read it?" But you need to. Because if you consistently read it over the next 5 days, only then and only then will you remember all the answers in your boards. Otherwise, I'm promising you're going to forget the lines. Like, no matter how well prepared you think you're one night before the boards, your brain is going to have a brain fart when you're writing an exam. You're going to have this fog. You're not going to think of the answer unless you have actually read through.
Gone through everything.
Yeah.
And
So
so, like in
JC is
stories,
every day, and that's just 3 to 2 hours. The rest of the day, you've got one more day tomorrow to do any other subject if you want to. But from 14th onwards, you should for sure start with your prose poetry. So prose poetry through the day multiple times. Again, the trick is the same. I don't know what tuitions you go for, but your classes must have given you some kind of notes. If they've given you notes, go through them. If they've not given you notes, then just read the textbook. That's more than enough. So read the textbook as many times as you can. Like you should be able to tell me, okay, sir, give me a line in elevator. I'll tell you exactly which paragraph it comes in, and I'll tell you what side of the page it comes on. If your knowledge is that apt, then you are sorted for the boards. Until that happens, you need to keep reading the textbook again and again. 16th and 17th, you should focus on language. There's a lot to do in language. As a like the common notion is language में क्या ही पढ़ना होता है. But you have grammar rules. You have last 10 years board papers का grammar to read. Make sure you're reading the comprehensions of the last 10 years. Why? So your reading speed increases. In the exam, you should have a speed of going through the comprehension. If you've read the last 10 years ka board papers, and don't go through total English, don't go through prelim paper, they're all pointless. Go through last 10 years board papers. In language, you have 10 years ka board papers with you. So just go through the board papers. Only the grammar bit has changed in the years. Basically, now you have MCQs. They've made it easier for
MCQs.
you. So also go through these MCQs of the past years, so make sure that you study language on 16th and 17th. 14, 15, 16 should be for, well, 16 morning tak should be for prose and poetry and JC. Well, you can't give up JC. JC is every single day from tonight onwards until 21st.
So, and like in prose, in like the stories, what should I do? Like mood, tone, like what all should I need to do?
Everything you need to do. You need to know the mood, you need to know the tone, you need to know. So most of these questions of yours are answered in about the poet and about the author. So make sure you go through that. That's very important. You need to read about the author, about the poet.
Okay,
And
sir.
see, when someone asks you the tone of a poem, not all kids are going to write the same words. So they are also not looking for exact words. They are checking if you understand what the poet is trying to achieve through his poem. So they are lenient that way, beta, in these things.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, beta. अंकुर सावंत, मेरे पास एक बच्चा हुआ करता था अंकुर नाम का, तो वही है. क्या बोल रहा है बच्चू? What's
Hello, sir.
up?
How are
How are
you?
you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
लव करता हूं तेरे को. भाई तेरा हैंडराइटिंग
Same,
सुधरा कि
sir.
नहीं सुधरा अभी?
नहीं जरा भी नहीं.
शर्म आनी चाहिए तेरे को. चल डाउट पूछ.
सर मैं स्टोरी मतलब लिखते वक्त उसमें शॉर्ट स्टोरी लिखता हूँ. तो उसमें फिक्शन अलाउड है?
ऑफ कोर्स स्टोरीज में सब कुछ अलाउड है। तू
सर
एलियन
पर
बन सकता है, तू वॉमिट बन
मुझे
सकता है, तू
मुझे
जो बनना
मुझे
चाहे।
मुझे रिमार्क मिला प्रीलिम में कि यू कैन नॉट राइट फिक्शन।
इन स्टोरी।
हाँ।
अरे तेरी स्कूल अजीब है यार। यार पोद्दार वाले बच्चे प्लीज यार मेरे को ये वाले डाउट्स मत पूछा करो। लाइक everything is allowed in a story. There are no rules in a story, but in a narrative there are rules. Like you have to be realistic.
ओके सर।
तेरी गलती हो
तो
सकती है, तूने शायद
नहीं
नैरेटिव को स्टोरी समझाओ।
नहीं नहीं, मैंने स्टोरी ही लिखा था।
तो
हम
सब
लोग
कुछ
को
अलाउड है।
हॉकर वी had to write a story which had three characters, a hawker, a homeless child,
Yeah,
and
that's a story. You can write whatever you want. It has to be fictional only.
they
So
said
your
that it
hawker
had
could
to
have
be
been an
वैसे
alien. It's completely
IRL
allowed.
रियल लाइफ होना चाहिए, वैसा बोला उन लोग ने।
अरे पर अभी तो आर्ग्यू क्यों कर रहा है मेरे साथ? मैं तो बता रहा हूँ, मैं जो बोल रहा हूँ करेक्ट है। तू भाई लिख क्या मैं जो मैं बोल रहा हूँ।
And argumentative में 5 paragraphs you have to write for the argument, right? So
5 minimum, 6 maximum.
1 point we have to write against, or what we are writing, or the whole paragraph throughout has to be what about
Throughout
one
has to
point.
be the stance that you're taking. Not a single paragraph should be the other side wala paragraph.
Sir,
Just to
and
cut it both.
is the essay plan necessary?
And now you're saying this because I had trained you with this. You have, like, I train my kids to put an essay plan. I feel it gives a nice impression to an examiner when a person sees that this kid has actually planned the essay as opposed to a kid who's directly started writing the essay. I would suggest you should make a plan.
Sir, and I have a difficulty in the MCQs ka part for the poem. They quote a line and they tell us to identify another line from the
फिगर
options
ऑफ
which
स्पीच
are.
की बात कर रहा तू।
हाँ,
मैंने एक वीडियो में
yes.
रील्स में समझाया बेटा कैसे
देखो
करना
उसमें
है।
मुझे समझा नहीं, मैंने देखा वो रील आपका।
तू बोल रहा है कि मैंने अच्छी तरह से सिखाया नहीं, वैसे बोल रहा तू।
नहीं वैसे नहीं बोल रहा मैं, पर आप मुझे
तेरा
मतलब
ट्रिक बहुत सिंपल सा है। तू 4 ऑप्शंस पे फोकस मत कर क्या दिया है, तू वो लाइन को सिर्फ पढ़ एंड आइडेंटिफाई करने लग वो लाइन में कौन से फिगर्स ऑफ स्पीच यूज हुए हैं। ओके नाउ अगर मैं देखो एक लाइन बता रहा हूँ अभी के अभी, लाइक द लाइन इज हिज वॉइस वाज velvet. What are the figures of speech here, Ankur?
Yes, sir, can you repeat?
His voice was velvet.
Alliteration.
Alliteration गरीबों का फिगर ऑफ स्पीच है, वो है इसमें वो वॉइस वॉज वेलवेट वो है, वो करेक्ट है, बट वो आखिरी होना चाहिए। मैं वॉइस को किसके साथ कंपेयर कर रहा हूँ? अरे वॉइस वेलवेट बोल रहा हूँ बेवकूफ।
तो मुझे याद नहीं आया वेलवेट बोला आपने।
अबे 3 तो वर्ड्स है, वॉइस वॉज वेलवेट, तो
सॉरी
वॉइस
सर।
को वेलवेट के साथ कंपेयर किया ना मैंने इसमें।
हाँ सर।
व्हाट्स दैट फिगर ऑफ स्पीच बेटा जिसमें दो चीज को कंपेयर कर रहा हूँ विदाउट यूजिंग एज और लाइक?
मेटाफर।
करेक्ट। सो मेटाफर है ना बच्चा। अब तेरे पास 2 फिगर ऑफ स्पीच बन गए, एक एलिट्रेशन एक मेटाफर। अब तेरे बाकी के 4 ऑप्शंस को पढ़ने लग, उसमें तेरे को जो सेंटेंस में मेटाफर दिख गया वो तेरा आंसर है। और मान ले तेरे को मेटाफर नहीं दिखा पर एलिट्रेशन दिख गया, वो तेरा आंसर है। तो दैट्स हाउ वी
ओके।
डू इट। But you should know your standard figure of speech better. You should know to identify a personification. You should know to identify metaphor. You should know to identify simile, uh, apostrophe. Like it's used a lot in JC. You know what apostrophe is? It's the reverse of personification. Apostrophe is when you are talking to something that's non-living or dead or not present over there. So that's like oh darkness. That's apostrophe. So that's very distinct. Then inversion is a wrong grammatical order of sentences. ऑक्सीमोरॉन, एंटाइथीसिस, ये सब तेरे को पता होना चाहिए। उसके लिए वो रील बनाया मैंने जिसमें मैंने ये सारे फिगर्स ऑफ स्पीच एक्सप्लेन किए हुए हैं, उसको देख ले एक बार।
ओके सर।
बाकी सब
थैंक यू।
चकासी। खुश है तू लाइफ में? कोई परेशान कर रहा है तेरे को?
नहीं।
चलो लव यू बेटा, पढ़ाई करने लग फटाफट से, टाइम वेस्ट मत कर।
थैंक यू सर।
आयुष्मान, साकेत, नित्या, I've seen all of you yesterday. Just give me 5 minutes, beta. Adya.
Yeah, sir. For language, firstly, I had a doubt. How should the essay exactly be planned?
Depending on what essay you're opting for. Give me an example.
For example, descriptive or narrative.
If it's descriptive, you need to first plan what words you're going to use, how many paragraphs you're going to use, because it's descriptive. So you need to know your adjectives. So make a list of all the adjectives, expressions that you are going to make use of. So create your pantry. You're a master chef. You're going to cook. So first get your ingredients ready. So that's planning. In a descriptive. In a story, you need the setting, you need the plot line, you need the characters, you need a character trait. Like, give some character trait to your characters.
Approximately how many paras should like an
6 paragraphs. Maximum. Minimum 5 paragraphs. But you need paragraphs.
Oh, okay. And
You know what
for
screenplay is?
yeah,
In a movie, you know what screenplay is? Screenplay.
yeah.
Screenplay is basically the flow of the movie. Like which scene will come first, एडिटिंग के वक्त कौन से सीन से स्टार्ट करेंगे, देन फ्लैशबैक में जाएंगे, देन उसको स्क्रीन
Yeah.
प्ले बोलते हैं. That same rule applies to essays also. You need to plan your flow. Like, are you going to start with the climax and then go back? Are you going to start with a setting? Like there was a haunted house where this entire story took place. That's a setting. Or you're starting with a character where you're saying that Ramesh Kumar was a police inspector in a village in. So now you start with a character description. So what are you going to start your story with? Like that flow is important.
For a story, is it fine if you leave it at like a cliffhanger or something?
Shouldn't try doing it because no offense to you, but kids don't generally pull these things off properly. So you might think that you've done something good. The teacher will simply think that it's an incomplete essay.
Okay, okay. For literature, a lot of our teachers have been saying that even if you know the answer, you should like ideally just state the exact lines from the text.
It's
Is
true.
that
You're supposed to do that. You are supposed to state the exact thing from the text as far as possible. Only in cases where you can't think of the answer will you write in your own words.
but like what if we have the key points and if we frame it
Those
on
are
a
the key points. But what you're saying the same thing. So when they say quote the text, that is key points.
okay, okay.
Quoting the text is key points. Everything else is not a key point. So when they use the words keywords, this is what they mean. That use the textual language. So drachmas is what you'll use, not silver coins or gold coins. So you'll say drachmas. Those are key points.
Okay.
Or
Also,
Caesar was bayed. Antony says that this is where Caesar was bayed, and the hunters stood over him. The conspirators, as hunters stood over him, signed in his spoil. Now, what kids tend to do is they'll write this, but then the very next line they'll explain. What Antony is trying to say is that Caesar was surrounded by the hunters and they were covered in his blood. You don't need to do that. You just need to leave it at how you've written it, unless the question is explain the lines.
okay. And like we had this question in our prelim paper. They'd given a line from The Lion in the Glove. The lines wrote with horrid laughing jaws. And then they've asked us for they've given us 4 lines and they've asked us for their figure of speech which it matches with.
Horrid
Now,
laughing jaws has personification in it, has a paradox in it. Only
so
these 3 words.
so now there were 2 options which like I was confused with. The snowflakes glittered like diamonds, and the caged bird sings with a
Things with a
fearful.
fearful trill. Yeah, you messed up, beta. What you missed out in your question to me right now was, so first of all, what you're asking me is a question from the competency set, and secondly, it's not just horrid laughing jaws. The sentence was the lions roared, ramped and roared with horrid laughing jaws. So your roared is the word you're looking at. That's onomatopoeia. It's a sound. And then the answer is the cage bird sings with a fearful trill because trill is a sound. So auditory imagery, onomatopoeia, whatever you conceive it as, but that's your answer.
Okay. Also, like I know you've answered this before, but for both the subjects, like language and literature, how should the revision be done? Like just the text or anything else?
For literature, just a text. I'm not going to repeat it again because it's tedious for me to repeat the same thing. But for language, what you need to do is focus on prepositions the most and formats and grammar rules. Like you need to know there are standard grammar topics which are going to come. You should know how to use these grammar. Active, passive voice, you need to know. If and unless, you need to know. So that and to and to, you need to know. You need to know sentences that start with but for. But for is help. The girl would have died. You need to know the meaning of lest. You need to know the meaning of nevertheless or notwithstanding. You need to know how to use no sooner along with than. You need to know how to use hardly along with when. So these are grammar rules. You need to know how to make use of degrees of comparison, or you need to know direct and indirect speech. Now, these are standard grammar topics. If you know these topics, then you're sorted. And then prepositions you need to know. So prepositions is what takes time. There are so many. The only way a kid can get prepositions right is if you are fluent in your English or if you have read a lot of prepositions a day before the exam. So you should invest time doing that. And formats. If your formats are wrong, then you're gonna lose a lot of marks.
Okay, okay. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, beta. Angel Deep. Or is it Deep Angel? Or are you Angel, but you are also deep at the same time? Deep is your last
Oh,
name.
sorry. Angel Deep. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, beta. What's your doubt?
Sir, I've always been attempting original story, and you also say that it's easy and scoring also. And I've been getting 18 and 90.
तो
But
शो ऑफ
many
करने के लिए
teachers
तू आई यहाँ
say,
पे, हम लोग को भी आ सकते हैं 18 19, तू अकेली नहीं है जो लाती है। डाउट क्या है वो बोल।
so sir, many teachers and seniors been telling me that we should avoid writing original story because in boards it's not scoring and
ऐसा कुछ भी
it,
नहीं।
okay, sir. And second out is like the extract is given from Act 3, Scene 1, like the assassination scene. So if it asks the character sketch, so we'll write from that particular scene or we'll write it overall.
No, from that particular scene, because each character's traits are changing in every scene. So if they're asking you something, they are referring to that particular scene.
Okay, sir. And one more doubt that huh, back in 2004 or 2005, Julius Caesar was used, and I've seen the board paper, so we should practice that for like practice.
प्रैक्टिस क्या है उसमें? रीड करके जाओ। वो लोग के क्वेश्चन पैटर्न्स आर नॉट द सेम एज टुडेज क्वेश्चन पैटर्न्स, बट यू शुड डेफिनेटली रीड देम एंड गो। सो दे आर अवेलेबल इन दीज बुक्स। आई थिंक फ्रैंक्स में है या ओसवाल में है या इंटरनेट पे मिल जाएंगे, लाइक पास्ट ईयर्स जूलियस सीजर पेपर्स। बट
हाँ.
तब का पैटर्न ऑफ क्वेश्चनिंग एंड आंसरिंग वाज डिफरेंट।
Yeah, question one was like from Act 1 and question 2
Yeah,
was
matlab they
from
had the
Act
whole book. So back then they used to have the whole book. But and plus, I'm
yes.
not just talking the RTCs. I'm also talking about the lengthy answers back then. So you can choose to go through it better for reference material. You should always read this and go. I always feel जितना पढ़ोगे उतना अच्छा ही होता है. But don't practice anything and go.
Okay, sir. And one more doubt, you said to study from the textbook only. So you have provided the notes, like not the MCQ one, one more
I know.
PDF.
I've put up a PDF of notes better. That's for extra reading if you want to. उसमें एक
Okay, sir.
mistake है, by the way, because I had given the notes because I had compiled it from some sources. But in those notes, there's a line that says that in the Flint wala dialogue of
Hmm.
Brutus, you are
Hmm.
yoked with a lamb.
Hmm.
One second now. Nitya, what are you asking me to do better?
Sir, my bad. It was accident. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So, in those notes that I've put up, they say that Brutus is calling Cassius a flint, which isn't true. Brutus is referring to himself as flint. ऐसा एक mistake है, but otherwise those notes are pretty straightforward and nice. I've compiled, I've edited them my style से. You can
Yeah,
go.
because all the figures of speeches
Plus,
are
I've
also
given you the
given.
summary of every scene and highlights. So,
Ha.
like I've given you the pointers of the whole scene to help you to memorize the scene better. So, but that's again use and throw, Angel. You should just read it once and then get rid of it. उसको एक टाइम से ज्यादा नहीं पढ़ना है, एक ही बार पढ़ना है, but तेरा टेक्स्ट बुक तेरे मल्टीपल टाइम्स पढ़ना है।
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
वेलकम
sir,
बेटा।
for taking so much trouble
अरे
for us.
थैंक यू यार, ब्लेसिंग्स देने का, मम्मी को बोलने का। थैंक्स।
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. Can you?
Such a deep voice. Who's this person?
Yes, sir. Can I ask the doubts?
You can. Who's this?
I'm Saket. Sorry, I didn't turn on the camera.
अरे साकेत थे, वो तो मैं कल मिला था ना यार।
Sir, I'll just sum it up in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. There was one question where Caesar was defeated by a tribe. In our school, we
No,
have.
Caesar wasn't defeated by a tribe. He defeated a tribe.
Yeah, my bad. So here, the thing is that Nervi is a Belgic tribe, but what we have been told is a Gallic tribe. So what's the exact
That's the one that's given in a textbook. What textbook are you using?
evergreen?
तो evergreen में जितना left side पे allusion दिया, that's all you need, nothing else.
Sir, and like in many places, जो paraphrase में wording दिए हुए, that's different from what is given in the text. Like
तू
sometimes.
paraphrase क्यों ही पढ़ रहा है बेटा? I'll tell you paraphrases come. I'll tell you what paraphrases are available in the market. There's beta publication paraphrase. There's No Fear Shakespeare. Then there's My Shakespeare. There's a website that a lot of teachers use. These paraphrases को नहीं पढ़ने का बेटा, because they interpret dialogues their way. You go with what your teacher has taught you through the year, and more or less you'll understand what the scene is about.
So like Lucilius is given as Lucius in the paraphrase
That
sometimes.
happens,
So
no,
such
beta.
kind
That
of
happens in a lot of textbooks. So you should only stick with what your textbook is saying, not paraphrases.
Okay. And as we were talking about the essays, that we should avoid argumentative and I think descriptive, if I'm not wrong.
True. Picture you
So
should definitely not do. And
yeah.
I theme you should avoid argumentative and descriptive. My opinion.
So what I find out is I'm quite good when it comes to argumentative because I'm scoring 18, 19 in my prelims in
Correct.
that. So what I found is when I'm giving a perspective on an issue, I'm using a lot of terms which might not be relevant to a 15-year-old perspective as is mentioned by the council. So
Is
does
this
the
your
board?
subtle way of flexing that you know words which other 15 years old don't know? Is that what you're saying?
No, sir. What I mean is like sometimes I give a more broader
Mature,
perspective.
mature
Yeah,
mindset.
mature.
Wala.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
kind of.
completely okay. Of course, you can give it. Like, but you are expected to be mature only. Your view is more worldly than the rest of the people's, is what you're trying to say.
Not really. Yeah, like oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. So what I meant is, what is the exact marking scheme when it comes to argumentative essay? Like, what's the
The
interpretation?
marking scheme is never released. That's a problem. Everyone's marking scheme. Who is doing this? Just 1 second. 1 second. Just 1 second. Sorry.
Yes.
Host only. Oh, this AI thing is too scary, man. Like my whiteboard keeps popping up. But anyway, what I'm saying is, beta, there is no marking scheme that you need to be aware of as a student. You need to just
Yes.
focus on the formula I told you yesterday for argumentative. Go with a title. Go with one paragraph that introduces the topic, and then take a stand, and then 5 paragraphs of you elaborating the stand that you've taken with 5 distinct arguments, can't be repetitive, and each argument needs to be supported with an example or an analogy.
Right. And no need for a rebuttal or a
No need for that. The minute you speak about the other side or try to even argue against them and introduce their side, you are losing the teacher's attention. Saket? Guys, did I lose you guys?
So can I ask a doubt if it's okay?
Pushna,
May I?
Pushna.
Okay. So sir, firstly, can you give some tips for narrative essay because I'm planning to attempt that.
No tips. You have to be your own age. You have to be realistic. And it should be relatable to the teacher. Like she should be able to look at your essay and be like, "अरे हाँ ये तो मेरे साथ भी हुआ है."
Okay. And teacher, in Julius Caesar, there's a debate between a number of stabs Caesar had in the body.
There's no debate here. The actual history says 23 times he was stabbed, and the textbook
Yeah.
33 times he was stabbed. You have to stick to 33, not 23, because you have to write what's given in a textbook, not what original history said.
Okay. And sir, in notice writing, I saw the video of yours. You wrote on 9th December 2025. Okay, let's say that. So we have to mention the day or not?
No. Of
Okay,
course
so
not. You have to mention the day in date, time, and venue wala format. But again, boards is lenient about that. If you forget to mention that they're okay with it.
okay. And teacher, can you just explain one sentence in case digest your venom and spleen? There was
What you're
some.
reading is an incomplete sentence, but that's Brutus asking Cassius to swallow his anger even if it hurts him inside. So Elizabethans used to believe, because Shakespeare wrote the play, they used to believe that spleen is a seat of many emotions. And he says that next time you feel like venting out your anger before me, think 10 times before you do that. You are better off swallowing your anger, even if it destroys your spleen inside. But don't vent out your anger in front of me, because I will use it for my mirth and laughter. I will roast you. I will make fun of you. I will treat you as a joke. So I'm not going to take you seriously.
Okay. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
All the best, beta. Bye. Nisha.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
I actually messaged you yesterday and I couldn't join yesterday. So my doubt is I often falter in prepositions a lot. That's where I lose majority of my marks. And how much ever I practice, I'm not getting up
Where are
to
you
the.
reading them from? What do you mean by practice? You have to read the how will you know the correct preposition if you don't know the correct preposition? You know what I'm saying? Like you need to read it from a source that's reliable. So and also let me tell you this better that nobody is perfect in prepositions. Like if I am solving prelim papers, like today, like I said at the start of this meeting, after your meeting gets done, I'm gonna put it up on Instagram also. I'm uploading solved prelim papers of this year that I have sat across and solved. Like almost 20, 30 prelim papers I've solved. Okay. Now, when I was solving prepositions, there was a preposition where even I faltered for a minute. Like I was just stumped. Like, and that's because, and me, like I'm 39, like in these many years of experience, I was like just stuck. I'll tell you which one it was also. Like, I had an appointment dash the dentist. Now, in my head, I know I had an appointment with my dentist. But at that moment, you just get stuck and you can't think of the answer. That's gonna happen. So you just take a deep breath, you calm down. Prepositions are sentences you use in your daily life. So just try to speak that sentence out in your head. Like if it was a part of your conversation with someone, then what would be the answer? Also, most of the time, kids are hard on themselves, thinking that अरे मेरे को school में कभी write नहीं आता. But that's because school teachers only have one fixed answer that they are giving marks for, whereas there could be multiple answers to something. Even in competency, there is going to be a sale dash the weekend. The answer they've given is during. But there are multiple answers. There's a sale on the weekend. There's a sale through the weekend. There's a sale during the weekend. All three options work. So boards gives that credibility. So they will make sure. Sorry, credibility. Yeah, boards gives that benefit of doubt. So they will make sure that they have multiple possible answers and kids will get marks. But you need to read prepositions and go beta. So yesterday I suggested this book called Joseph Mayal and Biswas. The book's called Comprehensive Grammar by these three authors, Joseph Mayal and Biswas, Myall, Mayal or Mayal and Biswas, or Art of Effective Writing. Where are you from?
I'm from Bangalore. We use Total English.
That sucks because Total English doesn't have sources of prepositions. So again, tomorrow, if you could just go on my Instagram, afternoon ke baad, go after 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. I would have uploaded the document that I'm asking you to buy the book for. I will scan the prepositions from those and I will put it up. So you will have a list of prepositions to read through. So just read through them. They will give you exposure to all the correct prepositions and phrasal verbs.
And sir, in Julius Caesar especially, how do you work on recall-based questions?
You need to read it first. In order to be able to recall anything, you need to be thorough with your content. When I used to teach Act 5 Scene 1, and I'm saying used to teach because I taught Act 5 Scene 1 in the month of October. So I would flex in the class. I would know the exact scene by heart. Like I don't need the textbook. Like I can like tell you exactly which character comes when and what is happening in the scene without even checking the text once. That's because I taught that scene in 10 different batches in a span of 4 days. I taught it 10 times back to back. So even in my dreams, I could only think of Shakespeare. Like that's because that's what I'm doing. The whole day I'm teaching only the same thing for 2 hours each. But now, today, I don't know the scene that well. Like I know the scene, but I wouldn't know it by heart, right? So what changed over here is there's a gap that came in between. Now, once I was done teaching Act 5 Scene 1, I stopped reading it. So again, there's a gap. So now I can't recall the lines unless I read it again. Like if I read it again, then I'll be able to answer everything. So you need to be consistent in your reading over the next 5 days. Read it as many times as you can, and then you won't have any trouble recalling the answers.
And sir, do you recommend referring to lit charts or Spark Notes?
No, yes, I recommend it. I recommend reading all possible sources, just not the time for it now. Like now is not the time. In the next 5 days, you should only and only read the textbook, nothing else.
Okay. And last out, sir, in our school, usually it's the trend of scoring the most in argumentative, and we are recommended to write argumentative.
But you should always stick to what kind of training you've been given. So, like there's a school here called JV Pettit in Mumbai. The school always like trains the kids to become like authors and poets right from grade 6. They are more language oriented than science oriented. So, depending on what kind of training your school has given you, you need to stick to that training bit and count on your strengths. Don't let anyone's opinion influence you. If you're confident, just make sure you know the correct format and then go ahead and write it and come better.
Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome better.
So,
Anamika Doshi. Yes.
yes, sir. Good evening.
Very good
So,
evening.
my first doubt was in language. Considering the composition, the questions that we get, so in school, some of my teachers were saying that try to make something up of your own opinion in because those questions are very direct in composition. So, can you write the exact text that is given in the composition, or do you need to have some opinion of your own in it?
You mean comprehension?
Comprehension, sorry.
Yeah, so you don't have to add your own opinion. What they mean is you can't just copy the lines and write it. You have to rewrite it in your own words. But you need the evidence from the text, from the passage. Also, don't waste time on that section because it's 2, 2, 2, and 1. Like 9 marks ka question answers hota hai. Ek answer 2 marks ka hai. Max amount of lines you'll be writing is 3 lines, not more than that. So just make sure you're getting the details from the passage, but you're framing it in your own words.
And any tips to write an informal letter, like the kind of language you're supposed to use, or anything like that in particular?
There's this guy on YouTube, goes by the name of Shaishav. He's put up a video on letter writing. You should go watch that video. He's taught you how to write informal letters.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Welcome. Beta. Sauda. Sauda. Sauda.
Soda.
Sauda, what's up?
Hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening, beta. Tell me.
So I have a doubt in JC in the line. Like, can I read the question? Why does Cassius say that he's wary of this world?
Because he's frustrated and hurt with how Brutus has been treating him. He feels like this entire thing is his fault. Then he invites Octavius and that's, by the way, that's apostrophe. Where he says, come Antony, come Octavius and kill me. I am the one who's to be blamed, right? I am the only one who planned this entire conspiracy, right? So kill me. I'm tired. He's hurt with the way his own, the person he treats as a brother has treated him. And the answer that you're asking me specific is in the lines after that, where he says, the person I love the most hates me. The person I treated as a brother has berated me and has written down my faults in a notebook, metaphorically saying, and conned them by rote and is spitting them in my teeth. So that's why he's tired of this world.
Okay. And so I had a doubt in one MCQ. The elevator. What did Martin's father suggest he should do about his fear? Confront it or ignore it? Because I have asked some of my friends, they are saying it's ignore it, but according to me, it should be confronted.
He doesn't say anything.
So, like,
But if I had to write, it's confront.
Confront, right? Because other two options is like share it with a friend or write about it. So these two options are not valid only.
But confront is also not valid. But yeah, it's confront because he asks him to be strong. He says, don't be timid all your life.
Okay. And then in the photographer, is the photographer critical or perfectionist?
Critical. I know what you're talking about. I've read that MCQ. He's not a perfectionist at all. He's just overly critical.
Okay. And so should I attempt haunted houses? Because people are saying it's difficult and we shouldn't attempt that. But sometimes the questions are easy compared to other poems like Considerable Spect, Bhishma Lochan, Wala Power of Music. So like haunted houses questions are easier to attend. So like should we attend or no according to you?
Some people don't like bungee jumping. Some people like bungee jumping. One can't say that don't do one thing. Like if you feel haunted houses is great for you but difficult for others, maybe you're the one who likes bungee jumping. Others don't like bungee jumping. So you stick with what you like. Like, today a kid came and told me, my kid I'm talking about, one who studies with me. That's so can I skip Power of Music? I don't like that poem. It's not about easy or hard. He's like, I just don't like that poem. So people have different opinions, but if you are comfortable with one set, you do that. I, however, always say don't skip anything at all. Like study everything and go. But then on paper, you can skip whatever you want to skip.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, beta. Lopsang. Lopsang. LOB sung. Hi, what are you?
So Lobsang.
Lopsang, what's up, beta? Bolo.
So I had a few doubts,
Please.
both from literature and language.
Please ask.
So for the extra questions in literature, say for JC, so do the repetition of the answers like kind of matter?
Yeah, you shouldn't repeat your answers. You
Like
weren't there in the lecture yesterday?
No.
Okay, so I'll just tell you, beta, first of all, in boards, okay, I don't know how many papers you practiced so far or what papers you might have come across, but in a board paper, in a single RTC, there are 5 questions that they'll ask: 3, 3, 3, and 4. That's the marking scheme. So 4 questions of 3 marks, and the last question will be of 4 marks. Okay. Now, the rule of the boards is that if you have used certain key points or keywords in one answer, there is no way that those points are going to be repeated in the rest of the questions. The minute you feel that two answers of yours look similar or have same points, that means you are wrong somewhere. You are misinterpreting the question in some way. So there's no chance of it repeating.
Yes, sir. So the other one was for figures of speeches. Like our teacher has specified a few, like the main ones.
Personification,
Simile.
metaphor, simile, hyperbole, antithesis, oxymoron, alliteration. These are the
Yes.
main ones. But then go on. Then visual imagery, auditory imagery, puns, irony,
Irony.
and paradox. Those
Yeah.
are the secondary ones.
Yeah. So some questions, when we have those kind of MCQs where we need to tick out the ones which have similar figures of speech, and if we have another reason, like you said, secondary, the ones
Yeah,
which are
so I know what you're saying. You're like, sir, I felt that this one was a paradox, and I could see a paradox in one of the options. But what if the teacher is going with the metaphor, and there's a metaphor in another option? But after selected paradox all option, then what happens? The boards will give you marks. So don't worry. If your answer is correct, you'll get marks for it.
Okay, sir. So now I'll just go with MCQs. There are some questions that have come in our prelims and our previous exams. We have this question where you have a specific act or a scene or any kind of story or poem, and they've written you have to select the word which describes the main theme of that specific like section. So there they like some of us we feel there are two or more answers.
That's because your
Anything like
school is problematic. Boards won't come, boards won't ask you questions like that.
okay,
I'm telling you, when you look at an answer in the boards, the day you write your board paper, questions are going to be super straightforward. You look at an answer and you'll immediately come to know, okay, this is the only possible answer here. If you feel that two similar answers, then you go with the one that's more technically closer to the textbook. So yesterday in the meeting, I gave this example of haunted houses. In the competency set released by the boards, there's an answer, there's a question in haunted houses. What tone is the atmosphere? What atmosphere is the poet trying to create? And there are two options there. Eerie is one option and peaceful is another. 99% kids end up going for eerie, but the answer is peaceful. But that's because eerie is correct, but peaceful comes in the textbook. In About the Poet, they've clearly mentioned in the textbook that H.W. Longfellow is trying to create an atmosphere of peace and solace in his poem. So you stick with what the textbook says, सबसे closest thing is, even if you don't agree with it.
Okay, sir. So now for the language portion, when we write our essays, for example, I'm writing a story. So our teacher tells us that it can't be something in a dream. For example, at the end of this
The
essay, you're like,
teacher, yeah, you can't say that, "Arey, I woke up, it was all a dream." You should, it's not you can't do it. It's very cliched, beta. So teachers try to discourage you from doing it because, see, it's like that expression that, your parents ke time pe, if you read letters from those times, almost every letter will start with, "Hi, I hope you are in the pink of your health." Now, that's the most like cringy, cliched line ever. And in today's day and age, you should try not to use those expressions. Likewise, this "I woke up and it was all a dream" is frowned upon because it's very stereotypically cliched, but it's not wrong. You're not going to lose marks. A story can end however you want it to end, but they discourage you from doing that.
okay, sir. So, and for comprehensions, you have those 2 mark questions where you have to either find the simile or the meaning of that word with reference to the comprehension. So there, I tend to get very like
Less marks, but they have MCQs there.
no, not less marks. Like this time we had a comprehension where the mother she dabs her eyes with her handkerchief to say wipe away her tears, and there we had to find a similar word for dabbed. So the one was mopped and the other was something else. So I thought if you wipe your tears, so wiping away is technically closer to like not mopping, but there was
But that's
another one.
that's the one that you felt was closest. But what's the
Yeah,
answer?
but it wasn't the answer.
What's the answer?
I'll have to check that.
Look, then I'll tell you why that could have been the correct answer.
Yeah. Like just for a brief thing, for those kind of questions, there are words which are like, generally they mean the same thing.
I know what you're saying. You feel like according to the dictionary, that's the meaning, but you have to go with the contextual meaning, beta, not the one that it ideally means. Like you have to go with what it means in that particular context.
Okay, sir. And the last thing that I had to ask, that some of my other friends had also asked me to ask you, okay, during those fill in the blanks with appropriate words in language.
That's prepositions.
Yes, no, sir.
They say appropriate words, but they mean prepositions, beta.
Oh, no, not that one. So the one
The
before that.
tenses.
Yes,
Use
sir,
the
the
correct
tenses.
verb tenses. Yes.
So for those, we get to, we think about it a lot, and then we end up with 2, 3 different tenses, and then we mess it up
All are
there.
correct. So, but I'll tell you how to go about doing this section. All right. So,
Yes.
don't start writing the answers with each blank. First, scan through the entire passage because there are multiple possible ways of approaching that passage. Like you can have multiple answers. Okay, that's possible. But they will give you the starting word to set off the tone. So they will give you the tone. Okay. Then you read. Now, the most common mistake that kids make is using past perfect tenses, which is they don't know when to use used example and when to use had used. So they don't know when to use had. So the trick over here is if your passage is referring to a past instance, like 50 years ago, my dad dash the watchman and bracket में bribe दिया है. And what you're in your head thinking, 50 years ago, my dad bribed the watchman because that's past tense. That's true. But now in the past tense, I'm referring to an instance that happened in the past, which is 50 years ago, something happened. So I'll use had bribed the watchman, not bribed. So in your past tense, if you're referring to a past event, that's when you use past perfect tense. If you're looking at something in quotes, then it's present tense because they are speaking at that time. So 50 years ago, my father had bribed the watchman. What dash you doing, Sahib? So do. So what are you doing, Sahib? Like that will be the word because that's present tense. Even though I'm talking about 50 years back, but it's in quotes, so that's present tense. And then after doing all of this, also there are multiple answers which are possible. But your schools don't tend to give you marks, boards will give you marks.
So the last one is again for
So
essays.
just
Say
one
when
second, Lobsang. Sorry, while I'm on this topic, I want to point out this particular thing. Do you have you gone through the specimen paper of the boards this year, Ka?
yes, so we had solved many.
You
So
saw, right? So in the specimen paper, there's this question, this particular question. There's a lady and she's in a train and it's not the fan's not working. She's thirsty. She doesn't have the money.
oh
She
yes,
gives some
20
money to a
rupees
boy.
and the boy comes
Correct?
back at the
Now,
end.
now here, the guy next to her ends up saying what dash, okay, and do. And the answer key says, what are you doing? Is the answer. But that's not correct, even though the boards has given it as what are you doing? Because he's already given the money. The kid has already scooted off. The line over there should have been what have you done or what did you do? It's one of those two. So now two possible answers are possible because what have you done is the same as what did you do. But what are you doing is definitely not the answer. So that's
Yes.
what I meant by multiple answers.
Yeah, I understood that. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
And the last thing for my essay is that, for example, if even if I'm writing a story or any narrative one, and I have to mention a person who actually exists, and I want to quote his like lines. So if I make a mistake in that, like a factual thing,
It's
will
frowned
the
upon.
teacher,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
will the
if
teacher
you're
go up
quoting
and
anybody and if it's a real person that you're quoting and you mess up the quote, then and if the teacher knows what the exact quote is, then you lose marks over there.
oh,
So
okay. For example,
instead of quoting someone, why don't you simply say that my older brother had once told me what he had read. My older brother had read a quote from Martin Luther King that I'm not able to recall right now, but it went something along the lines of, and then you quote the line. I mean, you say the line, but now you're not quoting the line. You're actually saying that you don't remember it.
okay, sir. So that's it. Thank you, sir.
Welcome, beta.
सर
बोलो.
मैं जल्दी कर सकता हूँ सर, मुझे ना एक्चुअली
कर
छोड़ना है।
करना बेटा, हम लोग के पास टाइम ही टाइम है लाइफ में, हम लोग तो लुक्के लोग हैं.
नहीं नहीं हाँ ले
अरे
लाइक
मजाक
जस्ट कपल
मजाक कर रहा हूँ बेटा, मैं कैसे उभर के आता है जब भूख लगती है. तो पूछना, डाउट पूछ.
ये small doubts only in exam like especially for language can I use like the friction pen मतलब जो erasable है ना उसको cheating माना जाएगा
हाँ,
मतलब
नहीं यूज करना चाहिए.
नहीं यूज करना in
इनको
the
तेरे को बेटा इरेजेबल कोई भी चीज होनी ही नहीं चाहिए लैंग्वेज में। मैं तेरे को सीधा सीधा हिसाब बता रहा हूँ। पहले सोच फिर लिख, लिखने के बाद सोच के इरेज करना मत जाओ।
नो बिकॉज मुझे लगा कि लाइक if it is very good essay without any mistakes, there is slight chance I can get 1 mark
ऐसा
extra,
कुछ
one
भी
or
नहीं
two.
है। कोई भी चीज जो एकदम
मतलब
परफेक्ट होती है ना, उस पर टीचर्स को शक होता है। थोड़ा मिस्टेक तो होना ही चाहिए, वो ह्यूमन नेचर है।
हाँ, in the
इम्परफेक्टनेस में ब्यूटी है बेटा, तो तू वो इरेज
oh
इरेज करने मत जा।
हाँ, also in the argumentative essay in school I got 16. I am comfortable with it. What should I do to enhance it? Like, if there are 5 points, should I make it 6 or 7 but small, or just 5 points explaining more elaborate?
5 points are more than enough if you are giving good arguments, good
Correct.
distinct
Some
different arguments
teachers,
with examples, then 5 maximum 6 are enough. 7 डालने से तेरे को edge नहीं आ जाएगा। So 5 to 6 पे, because यार word limit भी maintain करना ना तेरे को।
2.5 and 3 pages are fine, no?
पेजेस पे मत जाती है, हैंडराइटिंग मुझे नहीं पता ना। यू नीड टू गो विथ 300 to 350 वर्ड्स, विच ऑन एन एवरेज अ किड राइट्स 10 वर्ड्स ऑन अ लाइन, सो दैट्स अराउंड 30 वर्ड्स। रफली बता रहा हूँ तेरे को, 30 to 35 लाइंस तेरे को लिखनी है।
Huh. Also, like for prose and poetry, I'm not that bad. For that, can I use the question bank to
You can use
practice?
what?
No, no. For the Caesar, like I asked you, I'm not comfortable, so you just told me to read the book
Textbook।
and just, हाँ, yes, that.
तो क्या बोल रहा है, किसके लिए
So
क्वेश्चन
for
बैंक?
prose and poetry, can I like use the question
क्वेश्चन
bank
बैंक बेटा
to
देखो,
practice?
अच्छा मल्हार तू समझने की ट्राई कर बेटा। इस पॉइंट पे ये वाले क्वेश्चन बैंक्स जो है, ये कोई बोर्ड्स के सग्गे वाले नहीं है जिनको बोर्ड्स बता रहा है क्या आने वाला है। उनको आता ही नहीं है फ्रेम करना है बेटा। वो लोग का काम है तुझे मिल्क करके तेरे जैसे बच्चों से पैसे वसूल करना। अगर जैसे व्हेन द सिलेबस चेंज्ड, ओसवाल, गोयल्स, रचना सागर, आमंड बुक पब्लिकेशन, everyone got into a rat race of making notes and just giving it out in the market। फिर वो अलग अलग फैंसी नेम्स देते ताकि लोग खरीदे उनके बुक्स। बट देर इज नो गारंटी कि उनको ये भी पता है कि कैसे बोर्ड्स में क्वेश्चंस आने वाले हैं। तो तेरे को लेना है तू ले, बट ऑलवेज कीप एन ओपन माइंड के मे बी द क्वेश्चंस वोंट बी लाइक दैट इन द बोर्ड्स।
Hmm.
तो तेरे को ऐसे ही एक्सपोजर के लिए चाहिए, बट इस वक्त पे तेरे को अगर करेक्ट एक्सपोजर ही चाहिए, क्वेश्चन बैंक ही चाहिए, तो कल मेरा वो इंस्टाग्राम चेक कर ले। मैं उसमें प्रीलिम पेपर्स सॉल्व वाले डाल रहा हूँ। तो अभी मैं ऑलमोस्ट आई थिंक 10 to 15 प्रीलिम पेपर्स सॉल्व किए, लिटरेचर की बात कर रहा हूँ तेरे को। तो उससे ज्यादा क्वेश्चन बैंक क्या ही लेगा तू, वो पढ़ ले, उसी में से ट्राई कर।
Also, like to other students, you were saying like every day read like one scene and then just take a small break and then come back. What if I just do one scene, like full one scene, and then all the questions like which come from the workbook, like that?
वर्कबुक में से क्वेश्चंस नहीं आते बोर्ड्स में बेटा। एंड ऑल्सो आई डिडंट
मतलब
से
बस book ही.
टेक
Okay.
वन सीन एवरी डे, आई सेड रीड act 3 to act 5 every day for the next 5 days।
Hmm.
बट सीन्स के बाद ब्रेक लेना है। तो तू अभी उसमें वर्कबुक को घुसाएगा अगर बीच में, तो तेरा स्टडीज कभी खत्म ही नहीं होने वाला है। एट दिस पॉइंट बेटा, द मिनट मैं बता रहा हूँ ये सब जो क्वेश्चन तू मुझे पूछ रहा है, द टाइम फॉर दैट इज गॉन बेटा। वो 5-6
हाँ.
दिन, मतलब अभी लास्ट 5 days में किसी को भी क्वेश्चन आंसर्स नहीं देखने चाहिए बैठ के। दैट्स, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है
हाँ.
दैट्स अ बैड आइडिया, बट बेटा फ्री कंट्री है, तू वो कर जो तेरे को सही
हाँ.
लगे।
नहीं, I'll follow your opinion.
अरे क्यों ऐसे प्रेशर क्यों डाल रहा है मेरे ऊपर, तू कर
नहीं
जो।
नहीं, अच्छा नहीं नहीं, मतलब that is
हाँ,
a
तू
good
समझा
thing.
ना बेसिकली बेटा, मतलब तू
Yes,
कोई भी
yes.
क्वेश्चन आंसर इस पॉइंट पे तेरे को कुछ हेल्प नहीं होगी। तू इस
हाँ.
बार सिर्फ कंटेंट पे फोकस कर। और तेरे को ऐसा लग रहा ना कि सर व्हाट इफ मेरे को कंटेंट आ गया, तो आस्क योर मॉम और योर डैड और योर सिबलिंग्स टू टेक अप योर वर्क। कंटेंट का आने का क्या मतलब होता है कि तू देखे बिना मुझे कुछ भी बोल सके। मैं तेरे को एक भी लाइन बोलूं, लाइक सीक्वेंशियल क्वेश्चंस जो आते हैं ना बेटा, उसके लिए कंटेंट
Hmm.
का थरो होना बहुत जरूरी है। फॉर एग्जांपल स्टेटमेंट वाले क्वेश्चन ले ले। स्टेटमेंट 1 में तेरे को बता रहा हूं, the inconsiderable specs. Statement 1 is the mite smelt in ink and turned away and fled or flew away. Okay. And statement 2 is that the author, the poet, considers the mite to be an intelligent creature. Statement 1 is the cause for statement 2. Statement 2 is the cause for statement 1. Both statements are true, both statements are false. ये वाले केस में ना तेरे को टेक्स्ट का नॉलेज होना बहुत जरूरी है। बिकॉज इफ यू रेड द सीक्वेंस एंड यू नो द पोएम बाय हार्ट, यू नो दैट ये वाली जो लाइन है, that I knew I was dealing plainly with intelligence, I dealt, ये वाली लाइन आती है immediately after that ink वाली लाइन होती है। So one is the cause for two, मतलब one हुआ, that's what led him to believe that the mite is intelligent। So तेरा
Hmm.
इतना थरो कंटेंट 5 दिन में ही हो पाएगा जब तू सारे चैप्टर्स के सारे लाइन सही से करता है।
Hmm. Like just last thing, I have to read the whole book, but still, like the main scenes, like assassination of Julius Caesar or like the death of Cassius and Brutus, वैसे type, can it more probably? I'm not saying to like it predict or something like that, but
I'm the wrong person to ask predictions from, beta. Because
not predictions, ne, like in general.
इन जनरल मैं अगर एग्जामिनर
Bas,
होता तो मैं स्टूडेंट्स को कंफ्यूज करने के लिए एक्ट 3 सीन 3 भी डाल देता, जस्ट बिकॉज वो लोग एस्टिमेट ही नहीं करेंगे एक्ट 3 सीन 3 आने वाला है। तो कुछ भी हो सकता है एग्जाम में बेटा, ये सारे सीन्स, जूलियस सीजर एक प्ले है, तो जितना बीच में से उठाएगा उसको उतना तू और कंफ्यूज होगा। सीक्वेंस क्रोनोलॉजी जानना बहुत जरूरी है बेटा, सो यू शुड रीड एवरी सीन।
thank you, sir.
वेलकम बेटा। ध्यानी,
Hello, sir.
आई।
Sir, I wanted to ask some doubts. Actually, from my seniors, in theme they told me so first introduce a poet. So suppose some poets for the considerable spec. So 2 3 lines about the poet, then explaining about the theme. So is it necessary?
Not at all.
Okay. And secondly, in prepositions, in our classes, we are mostly given about the model auxiliaries with prepositions. That
I
it is
know.
very confusing and it is very
What you're
difficult.
using, what you're saying is not model auxiliaries, beta. They are talking about phrasal verbs like break in, break away, break off. Break के साथ multiple चीजें जा सकती है. So they are called phrasal verbs. But this is a sheet I'm talking about. I'll post an entire compilation of these sheets tomorrow on my Instagram. You after 3 o'clock, beta, take a look at it. It will be uploaded.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And next in Icse, it is my habit that I mostly go for descriptive. And for suppose there was a question in our prelim papers about the trips. We have went to a picnic school trip and we had to describe it. So first I started with how are trips, how are they memorable, and then I started with what did we do in the trips. So is it okay? So shall I describe it first or shall I again go to the topic?
Whatever you think is going to play your best cards first. Like if you feel, sir, this is my best thing, I use the best amount of words, I use the right expressions, I use the right phrases, and then end में मेरा थोड़ा ठंडा हो जाता है, that's completely okay. तेरा बेस्ट जो है, उसको पहले खेल, क्योंकि वो ही देख के टीचर तेरे को मार्क्स देने वाली है। बहुत सारे बच्चे होते हैं जो बोलते हैं सर आगे तो बढ़ो, इट गेट्स इंटरेस्टिंग, बट इन द boards you won't get that chance. Like think of it this way, you are in the elevator with a businessman for 30 seconds. 30 seconds में देखो एक आइडिया पिच करना है, तू टाइम पास में टाइम वेस्ट नहीं कर सकती है, गेट टू द पॉइंट, उसको इंप्रेस कर। फिर इफ ही वांट्स ही विल टेल यू चल मेरे साथ गाड़ी में बैठ, एंड आई वांट टू लिसन मोर। सो वो तेरा नेक्स्ट फ्यू लाइंस है।
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. It is
वेलकम बेटा,
very interesting and it is very helpful, the
थैंक्स बेटा,
session.
थैंक यू सो मच बेटा। वीवो
Thank you.
3123,
Yes, sir.
चेहरा तो दिखाओ।
Hi. Sir, preposition को कैसे
मैं कल पोस्ट करूंगा शीट बेटा, उसको देख लो, दैट विल हेल्प यू अ लॉट विद prepositions एंड phrasal verbs। उसको रीड कर ले, उसी में से आएगा एग्जाम।
or like when Anthony says that you all do know this mental, then what is the significance of this mental? This question came.
अरे so mantle over here is a robe beta. The significance is that Caesar wore it the day he defeated the Nervi tribe, which Rome was fed up with, and Caesar is the one who saved them against this tribe. So he's showing them the robe to show them, remind them of how great Caesar is and what all he's done for Rome when no one else could save them.
बस thank you, sir.
बस हो गया?
Thank you. हाँ, sir.
Welcome, yeah, welcome. Tanya Agarwal.
Bye, sir.
Bye बेटा। तानिया बोलना बच्चा।
Sir, so I was just going through the specimen paper of language, and in essay there was a topic: write a original short story in which a woman, her strange neighbor, and a police officer form the main character. But for the answer of this paper, there was no heading given, and our teacher advised us to give heading
There should be a
title.
heading in all your essays, beta. Titles are super important.
Okay, and sir, if we exceed the word limit, like if
It's
it is
frowned upon. It's bad. You should not exceed the word limit.
and if it's less,
That's bad as well. Like 300 minimum होना चाहिए, 300 and 350 के बीच में कुछ भी कर डाल।
Sir, see, if we are writing argumentative essay, so we can have different thoughts. Like if examiner is checking, he
She
might
might
have.
not agree with your point of view. Yes.
So
So that goes against you, which is why I advise against it. There could be a case where you're so unlucky that the person who's checking your essay is not at all a broad-minded person, is a very narrow-minded person who has a strict, stubborn set of mindset. अब बोर्ड्स में उसका कोई फिल्टर नहीं है जब वो लोग टीचर्स को सिलेक्ट करते हैं टू चेक पेपर्स पर्सनालिटी चेक करके तो टीचर्स को लेते नहीं है बेटा सो हो सकता है एक खड़ूस टीचर तेरा पेपर चेक करिए जो तेरे साथ बिल्कुल अग्री नहीं कर रही है एंड तेरे आर्ग्यूमेंट्स उनको जस्ट और गुस्सा दिला रही है एंड दे आर लाइक अरे यार ये क्या फालतू बेहुदा आर्ग्यूमेंट चल रहे हैं so she will not give you the due marks, but you lose marks. You are at a disadvantage. So that's why argumentative is not always advisable.
and sir, in notice we write the date like a day, time, and year, right?
No,
So
I write on from an at, but yeah, I mean, you can write date, time, and venue also.
no, not like that. But in the date timing, we are mentioning like day, then the date and the year, right?
Yes.
In the day section, if we are mentioning any other day, like if it's 18 and it's not Tuesday, we are writing any other day. So
Or you don't have to write a day at all, Tanya. You don't have to write a day. You just have to write the date. Like today's date is 12th. What you'll write is 12th February, the whole name, the whole month you have to write. You're lucky. Your exams are in March. So you write MARCH. You wait, your exams are in Feb. Better know the spelling of February because a lot of kids end up writing Feb and come. You have to know February completely, then comma, and then the year 2025.
there is no day required.
Not at all.
And sir, if we are writing an email to two persons at a time, like write
Why?
an
Why
email.
would you write it to two people?
No,
They'll never ask you to write it to two
there
people.
was a topic given, write an email to two neighboring schools.
Then you can just write comma and put in the two IDs. So principal at the rate poddarschool.com, comma, principal at the rate dhirubhaiambanischool.com.
Okay, that's all, sir. Thank you.
वेलकम बेटा फर्जी हाँ बोल दे अभी कोई बीच में बोला इम्पेशेंस बहुत हो यार तुम लोग यार मैं भी रुका हूं ना यार खाना खाए बिना सबका नंबर आएगा यार बोल
सर ये एमसीक्यू
नेटवर्क भी खराब चल रहा है बोल
ये एमसीक्यू का अब ये देखो ओ वर्ल्ड दाउ वर द फॉरेस्ट टू दिस हार्ट
हाँ मुझे
अब
पता है तू क्या पूछ रहा है मैं बताऊंगा तेरे को रख दे तू पहले तो म्यूट कर अपने आप को O world, thou art the forest to this heart, and O world, indeed he was the heart of thee. तेरा लाइन है तेरे को जानना है इसमें फिगर ऑफ स्पीच कैसे डिसाइड करने का सो पहले तो आइडेंटिफाई करना शुरू कर ओ वर्ल्ड जो है तेरा लिखने लग मेरे साथ साथ ओ वर्ल्ड जो तेरे को दिख रहा है ना दैट्स an apostrophe. He's talking to the world, which is Rome in this context. Thou wert the forest. Now मैं world को forest के साथ compare कर रहा हूँ without using like or as. That's a metaphor. तो तेरे पास एक apostrophe बना एक metaphor बना. This heart, H-A-R-T, heart is Caesar. He's been compared to a stag. So that's again a metaphor right now. Okay, अभी के लिए metaphor चल रहा है. And O world, अभी O world दो बार repeat हुआ expression. So that's repetition. एक और figure of speech मिला तेरे को. He was indeed the heart of thee. अभी H-E-A-R-T heart है, which is a pun. Word play हो रहा है. H-A-R-T भी Caesar के लिए यूज हुआ and H-E-A-R-T भी Caesar है. लाइन का मतलब है that Caesar was obsessed with Rome. Oh world, you were the forest for him. मतलब all he cared about was Rome, and also Romans loved him. He was the beloved of thee, as in you also loved him. अब इसमें तेरे पास मल्टीपल फिगर्स ऑफ स्पीच बने फिर तू जब ऑप्शंस देखता है तो तेरे को उसमें दिखता है ब्रोकन पेंसिल्स आर पॉइंटलेस अब ब्रोकन पेंसिल्स आर पॉइंटलेस ना इज अ पन बिकॉज जब मैं बोलता हूँ ब्रोकन पॉइंट पेंसिल्स में पॉइंट लेड पॉइंटलेस मतलब लेड नहीं होता एंड पॉइंटलेस मतलब इट्स पॉइंटलेस टू यूज इट सो दैट्स वर्ड प्ले तो वो एक आंसर है बट इसमें एक और आंसर है योर ऑप्शन नंबर बी आई थिंक और आईज आर बटन्स दिया है विच इज अ मेटाफर सो ये वाले ऑप्शन दोनों आंसर्स करेक्ट है बेटा सो बोर्ड्स देखो दोनों में मार्क्स देगी चला गया थैंक किए बिना क्या वंशिका मोदी अरे आ गया तू सुना क्या पगले
हाँ सुना सुना
बस ना वंशिका मोदी
Hi, sir.
हाय
Yeah, there's this line in the story, The Photographer. The face would be better three-quarters full.
Yeah, that's an
So
angle,
there
beta. So this is a front view. This is
Okay.
a profile, but this is three-quarters full. So he says maybe your angle like this will be better. Your face will be fuller. Then he starts describing why. Actually, the narrator starts talking. He's like, "Oh, thank God you suggested that. When I thought that, sometimes people's faces don't look better in a profile, but he's not interested. He comes, he takes his face and twists it to check the better angle for him."
Okay, in our school, our teacher said that the face must have been slim and the face should have had more mass on it. That's why it's saying three quarters full.
So
And the
three-quarters
other,
full is a photography angle better.
yes, yes. Okay, sir. Thank you. And another doubt was that how we'll discriminate between irony and metaphor, differentiate between
They are
irony and
very different.
metaphor.
Metaphor is starkly different from irony. Irony is a contradiction in a situation and what's being said. For example, a cardiac surgeon died of a heart attack. That's an irony. Or I am beating up someone and then my t-shirt says peace. That's irony. But metaphor
Okay.
is when I compare two things without using like or as. That's metaphor. You are such a
Okay, sir.
baby.
Thank you.
I'm calling you a baby without using as or like. That's a metaphor.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Kartikeya Singh.
Good evening, sir.
So soft spoken you are. What's your doubt?
Okay, so I just wanted to find out the in English language was trans both doubt and repetition in language. So in language portion, what we have to just like in composition it comes to. So it is okay to go with the argumentative
You
composition.
guys are what tuning yourselves off when I'm talking to other people. Kya? Hey, look, yeah, I'm a very sweet person, but I can't keep repeating the same thing again. No, like I've been saying this through the meeting. You can do whatever you want, better, as long as you know you're writing the correct content. I am not in favor of argumentative because people's arguments tend to get repetitive, and the examiner might end up getting biased against you. If her opinion is something that she stands by, then you might lose that advantage of having an open-minded examiner checking your paper. So I advise against argumentative, but if that is what you've always been doing, then stick to that.
No, means I was just when that narrative. I mean, narrative the marks are not that much. Marks are being cut in this narrative one.
There's no such thing. Narrative is
Not
amazing to attempt. Narrative, if you are not making the mistake
what
of
about
writing in. Sorry?
what about either and for against the statement?
What about what?
Express reviews either for or against
That's
one.
argumentative.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling. And what is the picture one? Because I think picture is a very typical thing that does not own that much.
Karthik. Video on kar.
Nahi, I don't want to.
What?
I don't
You're
want
not
to.
comfortable showing me your face. Get it.
Yeah.
Come across as this creepy guy who wants to see kids online, kya? Dude, it's easier for me to talk to you when you have your picture on because I feel like you're not understanding what I'm saying. And whatever I'm saying is getting lost in translation. Let's go one by one. You asked me if you should attempt argumentative. Yes or no?
Yeah.
I said you shouldn't. Then you asked me, what about either or wala? That is argumentative. You should not attempt it. Then I explained why you shouldn't attempt it. Then you asked me, what about narrative? And I said, you should attempt narrative. You should attempt story. You should not go for picture. You shouldn't try going for argumentative. And you should avoid going for descriptive if you're not someone who is fluent in your language because descriptive requires a lot of adjectives.
No, I'm by God's grace, touch wood, I'm fluent. So my another doubt is for literature. In literature, there is one question in the atmosphere created in the poem Haunted Houses. What is atmosphere?
Karthik, Bubs, with all love and respect, I'm saying this again. I have been saying the same thing again and again in this meeting, better. It's given in about the poet. The atmosphere is of peace and solace. You have to read about the poet and about the author.
No, isn't it melancholic?
No, Karthik, because it's given in about the poet better. They've given you it's peaceful. So whether you believe it's melancholic or whether I believe it's eerie doesn't matter, because in About the Poet they've said it's peaceful.
One more question. Identify three ways in which Adjo has shown being an affectionate child in the story.
Yeah, that's again from competency-based questions. So they've given you the answer key. Why are you asking me this question?
No, this is from my prelims paper.
So go and check the competency set. They've lifted it from the competency. They've given an answer key in the competency.
Yeah, sure. And what about in essay writing?
What about it?
Whether it just consists of
What's your
whether
doubt?
it marks it is actually I'm ready right now. I'm very I'm not able to speak.
I'm sorry I forced you to come to this meeting, Karthik. Like, I don't know what you're
No,
saying.
don't me. Why are you?
But I'm taunting you. This is sarcasm. You are the one who's here. I'm trying to help you out. You are saying you're not comfortable talking. You don't want to put on your video. I'm being like super patient with you, beta. So, like, and also I understand you must not be confident about something over here. I get it. You're shy. But nobody here should feel shy, beta. We are all stupid, dumb people. I'm the dumbest guy in the room right now. I'm telling you. Like, if you throw a physics question at me, you'll see how stupid I am. If you are going to feel ashamed 5 days before the boards, no one is going to help you. You have to be open. You have to express yourself. Get your doubts out of the way. Who cares what others are thinking? तू अपना पूछ, तू अपना आंसर ले और तू निकल. बट हाँ, एक बार अगर मैं कुछ बोल चुका हूं उसके बाद तू बार बार वही पूछेगा बेटा, then that's stupid. That I wouldn't encourage. ठीक है, so whenever you get your guts back and you want to ask me something better, then you can speak up. Okay, till then I'll clarify other people who are confident of their doubts better. Yes,
सर
Jishnu.
Yes, sir.
जिष्णु बताओ.
हाँ सर, बहुत टाइम से बाल बना रहा था मैं. हाँ, तो इन अपना ग्रामर
सुन रहा हूँ, बोल.
हाँ, इन आवर ग्रामर एमसीक्यूज हम लोग को वो पूरा ऑप्शन लिखना होता है. सो सपोज ए अपना आंसर है, पूरा ऑप्शन लिखना होता है.
तो 7A एंड देन तेरे को पूरा ऑप्शन कॉपी करना है. अब मान ले तेरा ऑप्शन करेक्ट है, तूने 7B किया एंड B इज द आंसर, बट कॉपी करते वक्त अगर तूने मेसअप किया कहीं पे भी कुछ भी, तो तेरे को पूरा 0 मिलेगा. सो यू हैव टू बी वेरी विजिलेंट व्हेन यू आर कॉपिंग इट. सो द सजेशन आई गिव इज, पहले तू सिर्फ 7A 6B 3C ऐसे करके लिख के आ जा, खत्म कर ले पूरा पेपर, देन कम बैक टू दैट एंड देन स्टार्ट फिलिंग इट. बिकॉज अब तू थोड़ा कामर है, बिकॉज यू गॉट द आंसर्स, यू डन विथ योर पेपर, यू आर फीलिंग लाइट हार्टेड ऑल्सो बिकॉज योर पेपर्स गॉन वेल. देन जस्ट शांति से कॉपी द क्वेश्चंस डाउन.
टाइम नहीं रहा
तो लक पे छोड़ के आ. मतलब देख, दे डोंट नॉर्मली एनकरेज इट, पर अभी वो लोग ने अगर ऐसे बोला कि हाँ चलेगा, हम लोग चला लेंगे, तो सब लोग वही करेंगे. सो चांसेस आर यू माइट लूज मार्क्स ओवर देयर, बट चांसेस आल्सो आर दैट द टीचर माइट बिकम थोड़ा लीनियंट एंड गिव यू द स्कोर्स.
क्योंकि अपने स्कूल में तो वही बोला कि पूरा ऑप्शन के साथ लिख के आता
तो अपने नहीं, सबके स्कूल में वही बोला, करना ही है बेटा ऑप्शंस.
एंड व्हाट अबाउट फिल इन द ब्लैंक्स, जो प्रीपोजिशंस आते हैं
उसमें मैं एडवाइस करता हूं हमें. सो ऑनेस्टली सिर्फ आंसर लिखना है. वहां पे वो लोग स्पेसिफाई भी करते हैं, नो नीड टू रीराइट द एंटायर सेंटेंस, सो जस्ट राइट द आंसर एंड कम. बट नाउ हियर मी आउट केयरफुली थोड़ा. There are going to be 3 to 4 possible answers to a preposition, all right? And the answer key of the examiner will have those 3 to 4 answers, okay? But you have written a word which is not a part of the answer key, okay? Hear me out. But is grammatically correct. If you have written the entire sentence, the teacher was checking your paper. If her grammar is good, then she might think that, dude, this guy, what he's written is not wrong. That could also be an answer. She might just give you the benefit of doubt and give you the score. But if she is reading only words and she doesn't know what the answer is, तो वो एक word देख रही है, उसको थोड़ी sentence पता है क्या है, वो देख रही है तेरे words वो word में match नहीं हो रहा है, you'll get a 0 directly. तो मैं एडवाइस ये देता हूं कि अगर तुम लोग का राइटिंग स्पीड स्लो है तो सिर्फ आंसर्स लिख के आओ. बट इफ यू आर कॉन्फिडेंट अबाउट योर राइटिंग स्पीड, देन आई वुड सजेस्ट प्रीपोजिशंस में पूरा सेंटेंस लिख के आने का. इसमें डिसएडवांटेज भी है. तूने अगर पूरा सेंटेंस लिखा पर अंडरलाइन करना भूल गया प्रीपोजिशन को, तो पूरा सेंटेंस रॉन्ग जाएगा. सो आइडियली तू सिर्फ आंसर्स लिख के आ, अगर कन्वेंशनली करेक्ट आंसर्स है तो. बट अगर तेरे को लग रहा है कि ये थोड़ा उटपटांग है, मेरे को लग रहा है ये आंसर,
पूरा लिख के आता हूं,
तो पूरा सेंटेंस
लिख के आता हूं. एंड एक लास्ट चीज, अपने वो जो लास्ट, ऑल्दो यू क्लैरिफाइड इट यस्टरडे, कि वो लास्ट 3 दिन है ना अपना, वो बीच में आफ्टर ग्रामर
कैसे करना चाहिए, वो मैं पोस्ट करूंगा. और तू अभी दूसरी बार पूछा, ऐसे बता दे रहा हूँ. देखो फर्स्ट डे पे ना 19th 18th को तू स्कूल से वापस आएगा ना, तू इमोशनल
आधा दिन
हाई होने वाला तू इमोशनली, बिकॉज तेरा पेपर बहुत सही जाने वाला है, मैं गट फीलिंग बोल रहा तेरा मस्त जाएगा। तो उसके बाद जब तू आएगा तो एकदम एक्साइटेड होगा, आके सो जा, बिकॉज उस रात को तू बहुत जागा रहेगा। सो जा, 1 घंटा नैप ले, उसके बाद फ्रेश माइंड के साथ ना उस दिन सिर्फ प्रोज पोइट्री को खत्म कर डाल, दोनों को साथ में, 18th को, 19th को पूरा दिन सिर्फ जेसी पढ़, फिर 20th को वापस से प्रोज पोइट्री एंड जेसी तीनों घुमा सर्कुलेशन में। 3 दिन में तुझे और कुछ नहीं करना चाहिए, सिर्फ टेक्स्ट बुक पढ़ना चाहिए बैठ के।
Okay, fine. That's it. Thank you so much, sir.
वेलकम बेटा,
Thank you.
नो प्रॉब्लम बेटा। निशांत,
सर मैं पूछ सकता हूँ पहले? मेरी
पूछना
मम्मी
बेटा,
मेरे को,
आयुष्मान पूछ पूछ बेटा।
मेरी मम्मी बुला रही है तो।
अरे पूछना।
सर एक तो हॉन्टेड हाउसेस है, एक वो क्वेश्चन है कि व्हाट इज द थीम इन द, व्हाट इज द फिगर ऑफ स्पीच इन द टाइटल हॉन्टेड हाउसेस?
should be
एलिट्रेशन।
बट बिकॉज आवर टीचर सेड कि मेटाफर भी हो सकता है, बिकॉज शी इज सेइंग कि हाउसेस है तो हॉन्टेड, she said gave some explanation, I don't really
He
remember,
told you
but
that houses have been called haunted.
हाँ,
But that makes zero sense. Like, I think it's थोड़ा pushing it. Like, I think I would go with simile only. दिखाई दे रहा है, it's haunted
हाँ,
house, alliteration.
alliteration है ना?
मेरे को अगर MCQs में, मेरे को पता है तू कौन सा word, I've seen this MCQ somewhere. तो उसमें देखो metaphor भी दिया है, alliteration भी दिया है, I would go with alliteration.
ओके, सो alliteration is the answer, बट अगर मानो कभी alliteration नहीं दिया,
ऐसा
मेटाफोर
वाला
दिया तो
आता ही नहीं है बेटा बोर्ड्स में, ये बेवकूफी वाला सवाल है, ऐसा बोर्ड्स नहीं पूछता।
ठीक है। हाँ, और सर जेसी में एक्ट 3 सीन 2 वो बोलता है ना एंटनी की, ओ नाउ यू फील द डिंट ऑफ पिटी
यस,
दीज ग्रेशियस ड्रॉप्स।
मॉब को बोल रहा है, हाँ
हाँ
डाउट
वही
है।
तो, वो ग्रेशियस ड्रॉप्स उसमें ऑनरेबल
टीयर्स की
मीनिंग।
बात कर रहा है बेटा, वो बोल रहा है अभी when he shows
हाँ
Caesar's
वही,
ropes to them, that's when they cry. So he's like, अगर तुम लोगों को ropes देख के इतना रोना आ रहा है, now that you are feeling the impact of sympathy or pity towards Caesar, how are you going to react when I show you his body?
हाँ
ऐसा dramatically वो कफन को
हटाता है।
उड़ाता है। तो
बट सर व्हाई डज ही कॉल देम ग्रेशियस ड्रॉप एग्जैक्टली? बिकॉज वो
अरे
साइड
because they are
नोट
crying in honor of Caesar, no beta. So it's gracious
अच्छा,
drop because the
ओ सो
tears
इट्स
are
लाइक,
meant for a noble man like Caesar.
हाँ, सो दोस टीयर्स आर फॉर नोबल मैन, दैट्स व्हाई दे आर ऑनरेबल। अच्छा वैसे, और सर
बट
मेरे
ये
को एक और,
ग्रेशियस ड्रॉप्स ना पर्सोनिफिकेशन है, मैं तो ऐसे एग्जांपल बता रहा हूँ कि इसमें ड्रॉप्स हैव बीन गिवन द ह्यूमन क्वालिटी ऑफ
हाँ
बीइंग ग्रेशियस। सो
करेक्ट,
वैसे वाला हॉन्टेड हाउसेस मेटाफर तो दूर दूर तक नहीं है,
ओके हाँ
अनलेस
ठीक है।
समवन कन्विंसेस मी। अगर टीचर का पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू मेरे को पता चला था, आई विल बी लाइक हाँ ये ऐसा सोच सकता है, बट अदरवाइज वो एलिट्रेशन ही है।
एंड ऑल्सो यू सेड कि ओनली टेक्स्ट बुक ही पढ़ना है ना अभी?
मेरा एडवाइस है ऐसा।
हाँ, बट मेरे को बस था कि कई बार थीम बेस्ड क्वेश्चन आते हैं, राइट? व्हाट
आते हैं,
वाज
पर
द,
उसके लिए मैं तेरे को नोट्स दिए हुए हैं,
अच्छा
तो
हाँ
टीम से
करेक्ट,
लेके सब कुछ मैंने ऑलरेडी वो सेट ऑफ नोट्स में कवर किया हुआ है। तेरे को
ओके
चाहिए
सो
तो एक बार रीड थ्रू कर, पर उसको एक ही बार पढ़ना चाहिए। एक बार तूने रीड कर लिया, समझ लिया, उसके बाद तू खुद के वर्ड्स में लिख सकता है।
राइट,
थीम, टोन, ये सारे पर्सनल ओपिनियन, सारी चीजें हम खुद के वर्ड्स में लिख सकते हैं बेटा, दैट्स
ओके,
कंप्लीटली ओके।
एज लॉन्ग एज यू गॉट जस्टिफिकेशन प्रॉपर देन
100%,
इट्स
मैं
फाइन।
तेरे को नोट्स में ये सब करके दिया हुआ है। मैं ये वाले जो इवैल्यूएटिव वाले क्वेश्चंस है ना, जो बच्चों को स्ट्रगल करते हैं जो बच्चे उसके साथ, वो
हाँ
मैंने ऑलरेडी फ्रेम करके तेरे को दिया हुआ है नोट्स के अंदर।
ठीक है,
हो गया?
ओके ओके,
सर
थैंक यू
may
सो
I?
मच
नहीं
सर।
राजा, फटाफट से। खाने में क्या है?
हाँ
खाने में
May
क्या
I?
है?
सर
अरे
खाना
बेटा,
खा लो।
लोबसांग, जस्ट वन सेकंड, आई एम स्टार्विंग बट आई नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आई वांट टू ईट, सो आई नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट ही इज ईटिंग। व्हाट डू यू हैव?
सर सर आज मैंने खाने में शकरकंदी का चाट खाया, मेथी पराठा खाया, और अभी थोड़ा टाइम पहले दूध म्यूसली खाया।
दूध मिश्री?
म्यूसली म्यूसली,
दूध म्यूजली?
हाँ।
ठीक है, गेन्ड एपेटाइट, लॉस्ट एपेटाइट सडनली, म्यूजली कौन खाता है? चलो बाय बेटा, गुड
अरे
नाइट।
सर थैंक यू सो मच
लोबसांग
सर।
बोल बेटा, क्या क्या डाउट आया तेरे को याद?
Yes, so suddenly when you were explaining about the notice email thing, tab you had said no principal any school at the rate the schoolname.com. But then our teacher here is always specified कि principal, for example, we have a
School's
dot
name
dot.
@gmail.com. Your
हाँ
teacher tells you principal bluebellschool@gmail.com लिख के आने का।
हाँ.
चलता है बेटा, सब कुछ चलता है, ये मेरा स्टाइल है, सबका स्टाइल होता है ना लिखने का।
Mhm. And the other one is when would we know that an event has a duration of more than 2 days or like a day?
When you'll see things that look like that, like if it is a remedial classes that came last year in the board exams, that it spans over multiple days. If it's a workshop which goes off for multiple days, or trips, they go on for multiple days.
So, for example, if there are like any questions about like clubs,
They
if
won't.
they'll go on forever, like eternity, till the school is there. So, will we just mention?
They won't ask you questions like that.
Oh,
Your question
okay.
this year will be very straightforward because they already asked a remedial classes ka last time. So this time will be simpler.
Okay. Thank you, sir. That's it.
Welcome, beta.
So
Vanshika.
may I?
Yeah,
Yeah,
beta.
so,
Whoever this Maya is, please go ahead. Now everyone can just
yes.
ask, guys. Just speak up and ask me.
Yes, sir. I got to know about you yesterday only, so I just want to know that where are these notes available?
On my Instagram profile, if you go on, because that's the only place I can share them, right? Because I'm not allowed to
Okay.
share documents anywhere else. So on Instagram, if you go on my profile, there's a system called links. They've given links over there.
Okay.
If you go on links, are you doing it alongside my instructions? So I can guide you right now.
No, I don't have my
So,
phone
so
right
do it
now. Like
later.
I'm
So,
using
so, so
laptop.
if you go on Instagram, then you go to the profile, you'll see links,
Okay.
and then you'll see a Google Drive link over there. So in these Google
There
Drive
are only
links,
three links are
yeah,
available. One
and
is for
now
MCQ, one is for I guess that
doubt.
important lines.
Yeah, so
Yes.
that important lines वाले में notes है या
Oh,
MCQs वाले में notes है कोई तो एक वाले में notes है वो folder खोल के check कर लें and
okay, okay,
अभी
sir.
tonight I'm adding one more
Hmm.
wherein I've solved the prelim papers of language and literature of
Yeah, sir,
multiple.
I heard that. Yeah, I'll
So
go
that
through
also
it.
I'll upload, but maybe by
Yeah.
tonight, maybe by tomorrow. And
Okay, okay,
tomorrow
sir.
I'll add prepositions as well.
Okay, sir. And what is the meaning of satire and how do we
So
identify it?
satire and humor go hand in hand. Satire is when through humor you're trying to give out a message about something. It could be
So in
political satire.
considerable spec, is there a satire?
In considerable spec, no. In with the photographer, yes. Considerable spec, there's no satire. He's making fun. Yes, there is in the lines collectivistic regimenting love.
Yes.
That's the satirical line
Yeah.
because he's making fun of people who tend to follow the herd and do something not because they want to do it, but because they are
Yeah,
being
because they
forced to
have
do it out
faith
of
in
peer pressure.
indiscriminate love.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Welcome, beta.
Yes, sir.
Yes, bolo.
Sir, what is the meaning of stoic?
आप बोल रहे हो
Stoic
collectivist
is a person.
sorry.
Stoicism is a principle that teaches you to adjust with any grief that life gives your way. So no matter what grief or whatever sadness comes along your way, you're supposed to accept it without complaining. That's called stoicism. So in your play, there are three stoics. Brutus is a stoic, Cato was a stoic, and Strato, the one who holds the sword while Brutus runs on it, is a stoic.
Okay, thank you, sir. And sir, if a sentence contain metaphor as well as personification, which should we select?
There's no such thing. You'll select all and you'll see which one has which answer corresponds to what.
Okay,
And
thank
if
you,
you
sir.
see one answer with personification and one with metaphor, then both will be accepted by both.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Welcome, beta.
Excuse me, sir.
Bolo, bolo, beta, Saket.
So there was a MCQ in competency that what characteristic of Brutus and Cassius depicted when they choose to take their lives instead of
Yeah, it's pride. So
but I
I know
didn't
what you're
get it
thinking.
how it's
I'll tell you, if they would have given you an individual line, right? If they would have asked you what emotion is Cassius feeling when he takes his life, then that's guilt. And what emotion does Brutus feel? That's resignation. He's finally just given up on life. But when both of their names are given, the reference is to Act 4, Scene 3. When they both decide, "Okay, instead of being defeated, we'll just give up our life." So that's pride.
That's going against the Stoic and Epicurean philosophy which both of them follow.
Yep. Now, Epicurean philosophy talks about superstitions. It has nothing to do with this one. It goes against the Stoic philosophy, yes.
Okay, and one more question. Can we say Brutus to be hypocritic, saying that he
100%. I'll tell you where Brutus is hypocritic. I don't know what you were about to finish. Sorry to cut
sure.
you. But
No
one very strong instance of his hypocrisy, I think you were talking about the Stoic when where he criticizes Cato and then he decides to kill
No,
himself.
sir, the bribes part where he
Yes, that is highly
Yeah.
hypocritical. Like he criticizes this guy for taking bribes, but then he's expecting him to give him money when he knows it's coming from bribes only. So that's critical. But that's the beauty of Julius Caesar. Shakespeare shows us human emotions. He's showing that nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. Like there's a debate whether Caesar's superstitious or not superstitious. But he's both. He's superstitious to a level. When there are times he's not superstitious, he chooses practicality over superstition. So every human being has gray shades, and that is what the play shows us.
Okay. And one more question. I think I got disconnected before. I was asking about the rebuttal point for argumentative essay.
You
Should
shouldn't
we?
put it. I think you asked me this yesterday also, and I feel
Uh,
you shouldn't put in. But if that's how you've been trained by your school teachers better, then you should follow them. I mean, they would I don't know what you've been doing all this while, but the way I follow argumentative is, and the way I believe both also follows it is, you are not supposed to give a rebuttal.
So then, is there a deduction in the marks for exceeding the word limit for about
100%.
350?
Yes, yes.
So is there any ideal number of pages which you might
300 to
suggest?
350 words. Don't go by pages, go by words. Take an average of how many words you're using.
Okay, so let's say 10 words, so around 2.5 page, max
So
2
that's
pages.
2 sides max, not 2.5.
Okay, okay, yes, great. And one last question in literature. When we are going through the the entire play, for example, you said to read the entire play almost daily till 21st. Now we go through the text and all. Sometimes we refer to the paraphrase in case we are not able to make out some of the lines. So
Agreed.
what else we should keep aside, like a reference book or a workbook maybe, or just read through the lines till next 5 or 6 days maybe.
That's what you should do. You shouldn't keep any workbook वगैरह side में for the next 5 days. I mean, all उसका time गया. So now, Saket, I'll tell you something that is not like gonna be something that's feasible for you. But see what I teach my kids, right? Like I run classes. Like I'm a teacher. Kids come to me. So
Yeah.
I have my own notes that I've given my kids. I have taught them, I teach them through videos and recordings. And like after every time, everything that I'm done teaching, I also send them audio recorded lectures of the same, right? Now, I can't share them with you, honestly speaking, because then it becomes unfair to the ones who've enrolled with me through the years. So it's about ethics also. But beyond that, I do everything in my power to help you kids. So whatever the important lines were, I've shared them with you already, So वैसे I'm saying that your teachers might have taught you through the year, right? It's not like you don't know anything. So if you come across some difficult, I'm promising you any line that you think is difficult, I've already explained it. So I've put up the Google Drive link with the voice clips on it. I don't know if you've seen that. Have you
Yes,
seen
sir,
that?
I've seen it. Yeah, yeah.
So everything I've explained it already. So you have that and you have the textbook. You shouldn't need anything else. Paraphrase shouldn't be used because if you use the language of paraphrase, that's not going to help you in the answers.
Right.
In
And
these five
yeah.
days, I'm saying.
And sir, what about the gap days? What should be the ideal strategy during exactly the gap days? I mean, le-
18th, when you come back, you should start studying prose and poetry, wrap up both on 18th. Okay.
okay,
Then 19th, you should reserve for JC, only JC the whole day.
okay.
And 20th should be all three together in circulation.
Anything on the morning of 21st?
Nothing.
Like
I would
quick,
say,
quick.
like nothing. Like, look, your mind is like a filter. You've seen a filter, Charni, chai
Yeah,
ka. Like, after all the information is put in, you need to let it seep in also, no? So
right.
let it seep in. On the day of the morning, you should be zen. On the morning of the exam, you should be zen. Like, you know everything. Nothing you do on the morning of the exam is going to help you, honestly speaking.
Sure, sir. And one more question. So as you said, ICSE has started to decrease the number of 99
People
or
who,
hundreds
yeah,
from the
they don't
last
give
year.
hundreds easily. Yeah.
So is there something particular which we need to remember while attempting the or approaching the paper this time, considering the marking scheme is getting a bit um
Underline keywords as far as possible. Answer to the point. Write your answers in points so it's easier for the teacher to mark you instead of writing it as paragraphs. So make sure you're starting a new sentence on a new line. And serve your answer to the teacher. When she looks at the answer, she shouldn't have to check the question paper to see which answer she's checking. Like your answer should dictate what the question is. Like looking at the answer, I should come to know what the question is.
so
You do
three
these
parts
things
of the
yourself.
question, three different paragraphs or lines for it.
Yes, every sentence is a new line. And every sentence should be relevant to my question. You shouldn't write a sentence for the heck of the marks कि सर 4 मार्क का था इसलिए मेरे को लगा मैं थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा लिख के आता हूँ वो एक्स्ट्रा इररेलेवेंट है इररेलेवेंट लिखेगा यू लूज मार्क्स
So for example, there are 5 questions. So we attempt each question on a new page, basically. That's what you want to say,
नो
right?
5 main questions you're talking about or you're
Yeah, the
talking one
16 mark.
RTC's 5 questions.
I mean the MCQ 16 marks and then 16 into 4 for the RTCs.
Yeah, so those will be on a new page. So wherever your MCQs end, then begin on a new page with the, let's say, JC you're going with. Then the next JC question should be on a fresh page again. Then the next prose will be on a fresh page, and the last poetry will be on a fresh page.
Okay, right,
And
right.
underline keywords.
Yes, sir. And about the prepositions we are telling, it's better to write the entire sentence so that the flow is understood to the examiner in case.
In case of unconventional prepositions where you might not have that answer in her answer key, so if she reads the sentence, she'll be able to, maybe if the teacher's English is good, it's a chance you're taking. There's no guarantee to this happening. You're hoping that the person who's checking your paper is fluent in English and she also agrees with your point of view, then she might give you that mark.
Sure, sir. Yes. And I think yeah, that's all. Yes. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for the session.
No problem. Guys, you
Yes,
guys can just ask
so
me out. Yes, Veera Tara.
so for
Tara,
notice
sorry.
so for notice writing, if they've given like an extra class which is like for 2 months, if the topic is
Yeah, so they
English.
allow you to write multiple from an at. That happened last year in the board. So I'll tell you what to look at. Go on icsc.cisc.org. Go on there, ICSE resources wala tab. Go on downloads. You'll see student pupil analysis. This is
Yes.
basically the marking scheme of last year's paper. They've given you the entire answer key. So go on last
Hello.
year's paper, 2024. And the topic they had given was remedial classes, which has something that spans over multiple days. And you'll see what boards allows. They are lenient about it.
So you were cracking. Hello.
Yes, I'm here only. Go on see.
Yes,
What
sir. Yes,
part did
sir.
you not hear?
Go to CISC and then
Then go to student pupils. Like there is this section called pupil analysis.
yes,
Download
sir.
pupil analysis for English language. That's nothing but the entire answer key of last year's board paper, along with tips from the boards. So you will get to see the answer key for notice and email.
Okay. Okay, sir.
The topic they had given was what you just asked me, where it spans over multiple days.
Okay, so and for literature, so in the competency-based paper, it's saying what according to the poet turns a house into a haunted house. And then there's one more question which says what's the poet narrator's view on owning property? So aren't they both the same question?
No. How are they the same question?
Bec-
What makes the house a haunted house is the presence of the ghosts. And also, another way of interpreting the poem is maybe you're not talking about ghosts at all, you're talking the memories of the people you've lost. So that's one. The memories haunt you. You don't forget the person, they linger on even after the person's gone. And hold the houses in mortmain simply means that the spirits find it difficult to let go of the world that they were a part of. So the approach towards the answer is different, so
Okay.
how you present the answer will be different.
Yeah, sir. That's it, sir. Thank you so much.
No problem. Beta.
Excuse me, sir.
Beta, you need to wrap things up, guys. It's 2 hours, 11 minutes and ये वो वाला हंगर वाला फेज है अभी मेरे को रखने का है. जल्दी जल्दी पूछ ले फटाफट से जो
और लास्ट मेरा है, फिर मैं जा रहा हूँ.
पूछ.
सर, collectivistic regimenting love जो आपने बोला कि the narrator does poet does not want to be a part of the herd, right?
Correct.
But now जो मतलब our teacher has told us कि the poet is talking about communism here.
Yes,
He's
मैंने भी बोला वो. तू मेरा रिकॉर्डिंग सुन के आना है यार तू.
sorry.
सुना, मैंने बहुत प्यार से समझाया उसमें. तू देख ले वो. तू एकदम मैं वो लव यू बोलेगा वो सुनने के बाद.
सर तो वो तो ऐसे ही बोल रहा हूँ मैं.
अरे पर तू सुन ले, सच्ची बता रहा हूँ, मजाक नहीं कर रहा हूँ. मैंने
हाँ फाइन ऑफ कोर्स.
बहुत प्यार से समझाया मैंने उसको. तेरा सब डाउट्स उसमें क्लियर हो जाएगा.
ठीक है, ओके सर.
वेलकम बेटा.
Thank you so much, sir.
No problem,
Thank
beta.
you so much for taking the time out.
Hey, no problem, beta. Guys, anyone else? Anything left? Siona Singh, you didn't ask me anything. Are Siona
Yeah,
Singh and Karthik Singh the same? Okay, Karthik, bol.
give them in Julie Caesar, give the meaning of why now blow winds, swell, billowing,
Yeah, that's
bound.
Cassius, beta. He's saying, so after the parley got over, right? After this verbal dispute between him and Antony and everyone, they all go to their corners and they are about to start the war. So Cassius yells out to the soldiers. He says, "Come now, swell below, blow winds." Blow winds is basically no matter how strong the winds are and no matter how strong the waves are. So below swells as in the swells are waves and below matlab crashing. So no matter how strongly the waves are crashing, we need to swim back. Swim back is we need to keep sailing. The reference over here is he's saying that we are all on a ship and we are entering the storms now. So no matter how stormy it gets, no matter how difficult the situation is, we can't afford to sink. So we need to keep fighting. So we need to be strong. That's the line. Okay then. Karthik, did you hear me?
And one voice. Which school of philosophy did Cassius follow prior to this day? Explain his belief.
Epicurean school of philosophy.
And in language, I want to ask that the council gives you full marks in letter or what?
Yes. In letters, you get full marks. In email notice, you get full marks. In grammar, you get full marks. In comprehension, you get full marks. In essays,
That
you
means
can get
school teachers
maximum
are not
80.
that much. School teacher are not that much prior to give you the marks.
School teachers don't give you marks. Boards give you marks.
Yes.
There is 99 possible in
And
language.
Yes, 100%. Saket, my kids got 99 last year.
Okay.
In language and 100 on 100 in literature. So that gives you an average of 99. Even if you get 98 in language and 100 in literature, you still get 99. Average score.
Sir, isn't that 100? 99 and
Yes,
100, so
sir,
99.5.
99.5.
So
मेरा मैथ्स खराब है, मैं इंग्लिश पढ़ाता हूँ, बट वो लोग को तो मिला था 99। मतलब एक बच्चे को 99 मिला था और 100 मिला तो उसका फिर भी स्कोर 99 ही आया। आई डोंट थिंक दे गिव 100
sir,
aggregate.
what special thing does distinguish between the 95 and a 100? Like considering the preparation is almost the same, because what difference can you like speculate, after such an experience of 15, 20 years? Especially
I
in
didn't get your
language.
question.
What special preparatory strategy distinguishes 95 marker from 101, considering both have almost the same amount of understanding and
No,
preparation?
they don't. So you're saying what kind of preparation would a kid who got 100, what extra could he have, must he have done that a kid getting 95 might not have done? That's what you're asking me, right?
Especially in language, yeah.
The answer is going to be very vague, Saket. You're not going to like what you're going to hear. People assume that language is something that you can cover in sessions like this or over 2 days or 3 days by reading some things. But language is innate. The problem starts when you are in sixth standard and parents don't encourage reading. When kids come in eighth standard and a child wants to read books, the parents snatch away books and they are like, you have to read study books and academic books. But a kid who tops in language is someone who's a voracious reader, who will constantly keep reading because the ideas just flow, the creativity flows. English is not like science. English is not just based on definitions or practicality. English is one subject that tests your EQ, not your IQ alone. I mean, it's also testing your emotional quotient. So that's one aspect what gets people marks.
Yes, teacher.
I've also seen kids who have excellent English, but they still end up scoring 95. Now that happens because the kids might not have heard the instructions properly. They stick to what they think is right. I have a kid who has always believed that lengthy answers is the way to go because the school teacher encourages that. But I've been telling her boards won't do that, boards won't do that, and these kids end up losing marks because boards
Yeah.
doesn't listen to boards don't check papers the way school papers are checked. School
Right.
teachers will just shrug it off and say, oops. And the last thing is politics, Saket. The education system is a messed up system. There are schools where teachers give internal assessment marks honestly. Like they'll give you an 18 or a 17 because that's what your projects or your internal scores were. But then schools which are thoda pocha hua na, who have been in the game forever now, they know that the system is corrupt. They will not give marks that you have gotten. They'll give kids marks on the basis of lottery. They'll be like the mark sheets read, I'm talking about the internal assessment marks. Like 18, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 20, 18, 18, 19, 20, 20, 20, 20. They do it that way because they can't give 20 to everyone, but it's a matter of luck then. So 2% is always luck in this case. You can't do much about it.
Sir, I'm not sure about the schools you are talking, but at least in our school, we have been told that majority of you get 20 in language and literature internal assessments. If the projects and whatever elocutions and whatever speaking skills you had have been correct and up to the mark.
Good. But Saket, why are you going along this line of questioning right now? Like, I understand from this, maybe I'm able to gauge that you are desperate to get 100 if possible. And you are trying to ask me, sir, I don't want to miss a single thing that I can done or could have done that could get me that 100. So, is there a special thing that I need to do that will give me an edge over other kids? Is that the
Yes,
emotion?
sir. I'll be very clear with you here. So what happened back then is we had a literature teacher. I don't have quite good relations with her in terms of academic exchange, and we even had a kind of a verbal exchange once. So I had this feeling back of my mind that my internal assessment marks might get affected due to it,
They don't get
especially in
affected
literature.
because no matter how badly you've treated your school teacher, they don't have the liberty to change anything. It's the school that controls it because that's the only way your school can show off their results. So if you have been a decent student in your school life, unless you flirted with the principal's daughter or something, or you poisoned her tea in some way, you will not lose marks in internals because of your verbal spat with a teacher. Don't worry about that. So get that fear out of your head.
सर
Yes, teacher. Yeah.
तू किया क्या फ्लर्ट आयुष्मान?
नहीं बट अगर सस्पेंड हुआ तो होता है क्या कुछ?
अरे कुछ नहीं होता है. सस्पेंशन इज गुड थिंग. बड़े होके कुछ स्टोरी होगा तेरे पास बोलने के लिए लोगों को कि कुछ तो अच्छा गया स्कूल में तू.
कुछ
I think
खास नहीं था.
this is what experiences make your life better. Also, Saket, while we are on your topic seriously, in the next 5 days, better try to keep an eye out for ideas, for muses. I don't know if you heard me yesterday, but you should read stories from Chicken Soup for the Soul.
Yes, sir.
Even if you're
I did.
attempting argumentative, that's completely fine. But
Yeah.
read these stories because they give you an open mind, Ideas are everywhere. They're all around you. You just need to keep an eye out for these ideas.
Right, sir. Yeah.
I also don't know if you heard the part where I said I was talking to Lopsang, I think, and I told her that you should, and I don't know who I was talking to, but you should read last 10 years board papers called comprehensions. That gives you an edge for sure, reading wise. Because your speed increases, it trains you to spot answers faster. So in these 5 days, make sure you're reading at least one comprehension a day.
Yes, sir. Right.
And you're writing. These 5 days में लिखना बहुत जरूरी है. Otherwise, your fingers are gonna get rusty. So try writing one essay a day at least.
Right, sir. Yes.
Can I go, guys?
Sir, just one more question. Is there any source we can refer for essays, like for reading the
Not
essay
an
so that we can
ICSE. It's
get
a bad
idea?
idea to go through any of these, beta. Go through the student pupil analysis I'm talking about because they give you an insight into what the boards wanted. So on the cisc.org, you will find at least, I think, 2019, 2020, 2023, 2024. These are the years. They have not put in 21 and 22, but these 4 paper pupil analysis are available on the website. Make sure you go through these things so that you come to know what the boards wanted from the students, and you also come to know what the most common errors were that particular year, which topic was not of an advantage for the kids, or what the boards wanted in the essay and what the kids ended up doing. This is a very insightful document which a lot
Even
of
I
kids are not
went
aware of
through it,
somehow.
but it was very vague. Like if they would have given a proper essay and their critical thinking on that essay, then it would
Why
have been
would they
more
give?
helpful.
But why would they give you an essay? Everyone's essay is going to look different. No, Vanshika. One person may like an artsy movie, another person may not like that movie. So essays or any creative piece cannot be judged based on one person's opinion. What they can train you is the core formula. The core formula is to be followed, that characters are being addressed or pointers are being addressed, and then it's your way of writing or manner of expression that is going to get you those scores. But
Okay, sir.
coming to
Thank
your
you.
question, there is no book that, like, I would say if you want to read good content, no, go through IGCSE books, like Cambridge books. But again, in these 5 days, it's
Okay.
unlikely that you will get your hands on these resources, like I have these books right now over here. One second. Now these are IGCSE books, all right, Cambridge boards. But I mean, I would I like the content in it. Now, even if there's a comprehension in it, it's good reading. It's like interesting expressions you find, or they have this directed reading that they teach the kids. So that's good, but not now. Don't get disheartened if you don't have these books because now's not the time.
Okay, sir.
Just read Chicken Soup for the Soul if you can. Like they are really good stories.
Is it available on the internet somewhere, like Chicken Soup for the
I'm pretty
Soul?
sure. Just type in stories from
Okay.
Chicken Soup for the Soul or inspirational stories from Chicken Soup for the Soul. You'll find it.
Okay, sir.
Internet
Okay.
has everything. Guys, I'll go. It's 11.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks a
Love
lot.
you guys. All
Thank
the
you so
best.
much,
I
sir.
hope God blesses you guys with excellent results and
Thanks a lot,
we
sir.
all party soon. Take care.
Thank
Sir,
you.
the pre-board papers.
Sorry, bacha.
Sir, the pre-board papers, when are you going to upload it? I'm
अरे
actually
यार
very curious.
मैं सो नहीं अभी घर तो जाऊंगा कि नहीं यार मैं ऑफिस में हूँ अपने अभी ड्राइव करके घर जाऊंगा कल देख ले सब अपलोड हो जाएगा प्रॉमिस
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, sir.
sir.
बाय बेटा बाय
Sir, thank you.
Thank